See what I can do about that. Hold on. Let's see. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but it's just quiet.
Oh, all right. What about now?
It's getting better.
All right, so I have to bring the mic close to my mouth. I'm on my iPad. I'm not using my Yeti.
But no, Incorporated, you're right. That they're, I do think that ISIS, for example, does need to be taken out by Muslim powers, not by the West. Because if you take them out by Muslims, if the Turks, the Pakistanis, the Iraqis, the Saudis, all of them unify and they say this is our problem, we got to clean house. I would like that. I don't want to see. I mean, I don't think it's bad, but I don't want to see the Americans take them out. I want to see locals take them out. I want to see Sunnis take out ISIS. That's what I want to see.
Well,
Yeah, but realistically, me
as a,
personally, I just don't see anything like that happening. I think that
Why not?
because those people hate each other over there. I mean,
Yeah, but ISIS has been killing Muslims regardless of their sect, as well as Christians and anybody else who's not ISIS.
But
Yeah,
the
actually,
thing
the
is, I
vast
think
majority.
the countries that ISIL is not in, I think those countries have a mentality of, well, they're not in our country, they're not our problem. Let's not deal with it. I think that's their mentality.
so as a Sunni,
No.
what do you think of Shiites?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
I have no problem with Shias. I don't. I mean, obviously, I have theological issues with their belief, but I don't have a problem with them.
Right, but
I have.
some people in your faith, not
Okay,
everyone.
your mic is really, really low, and
All
I'm
right.
now having trouble hearing you.
Some people who are members of your faith would, take a military action against people who don't
Yeah.
agree with you.
So like it's one of those things again. Like historically in Iraq, even there were Sunnis and Shias that actually even got married and didn't even know who was what. Like,
Really?
yeah, it was at that point, and it's this crap that flared up in the last like 15 years that has caused this problem. Like people, yeah, okay, Sunni and Shia violence is just historic and it's ongoing. But what I'm saying is that it reached a point where there was like, by the way, it's very political. It wasn't even religious. It was like it's like Democrats versus Republicans, or like people from Texas versus people from New York. You know, this stuff's made in New York City. Well, this stuff's made in Iraq or whatever. It was like that. But there had been a very long period of like relative calm and peace between Shia and Sunni. It was and even in Pakistan today, but like or parts of Pakistan, but it only flared up when things got bad, and then like it was like, oh well, what are you? You know, like then it kind of came up. And really is sad because one of the legacies of the last like even I mean you know with all the crimes that Saddam Hussein did, and he did a lot of terrible things against the Shia and against the Kurds. But one of the good things that you could say that he did was that he really did bring about peace between them, and that was something that unfortunately was lost very quickly. So I don't have a
How?
problem with Shia. I don't agree with them obviously theologically, but like they're my brothers in faith, and when they bleed, I cry. So that's the way I see it.
I wish more people will like you.
I say the same thing about you. But when anyone bleeds, I cry. I mean, when anybody, even if they're not Muslim, they can be Hindu, and I feel for them. There's two things that actually got me to the mentality that I have now, and I'm not like some saint, but that I like the mentality I have now, which is that there's a lot of sheikhs who I listen to who kind of enforce that idea, and were basically saying like you can't have this tribalistic, like us versus them mentality.
Right.
And then the other thing was realizing that it's okay for me to say that my group, quote unquote, is wrong. Because I'll be honest with you, I'm pretty critical of Israel. Like I have some serious issues with Israel.
I understand
Yeah,
that.
but
But
go ahead.
but the people are a lot different than the government.
Actually, I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you.
The people are different than the government.
Hmm.
All people want is security.
Right. And I don't think anyone has. There's any. I mean, there's other things I don't like. I don't like some of the other attitudes, but what I'm saying is that like what I came to realize was that I don't have to say my side is right every time. Well, the Pakistanis are right every time. Well, no, they can be wrong sometimes. And I can't. I'm not going to say that like everyone who's Muslim. And when I came to that realization, it was like a liberating feeling of like, no, I can criticize my own side, and Like, that's the way I look at it. The way I
Right.
try to look at it.
Anybody else would like to add to the conversation?
Yeah, what do you guys think is the next step for Iran?
Next step for Iran is renounce their nuclear program or face loss of it. They got to give up their right to nuclear arms. I mean, they can have nuclear power, but I don't see why they need arms. For what?
Yeah, I don't personally see why any country needs nuclear weapons anymore.
Well, I think I think the nuclear weapons have assured. I mean, the only people who used it in anger really are the U.S. You know.
Yeah, we used them in World War II. We spent a crap load of money, along with the Soviet Union competing with us, building up a huge arsenal. And the thing about them,
Yeah, I agree with you. At the same time, Israel hasn't because it assures its survival.
yeah,
If other Arab countries would do away with them, eventually, I think what would happen is you would see Israel slowly wanting to stockpile down. But the world is not a perfect place right now, and it's a very dangerous place, and it's gotten far worse under this current administration. God only knows why, but we need to take things down a couple of notches.
yeah. But
I disagree with that. I don't think Israel's nuclear arsenal that South Africa helped them build, by the way. Um,
I'm well aware of that. I'm
um,
well aware of the fact.
I
They
don't
supplied
think it
Israel with the
ensures their
uranium.
survival. If anything, I think it makes them
well,
just that much more. But
I actually 75 years we've been in existence. For 50 of them, we've had nuclear weapons and have not used them
yeah, nuclear
ever.
weapons are useless because
Oh, one
using
time,
them.
one time we did. We were ready to fire them. We didn't want to fire them. We did tell the administration that we were Nixon at the time. We were ready to fire them, but we needed help, and we purposely, took them out of the bunkers and, opened the doors to the mountain, and we started refueling them on purpose. So the satellites, and we did it knowing when the Soviet satellite would be overhead, and then called Kissinger. It was what's her name? What was her name? Called to my ear and said, "We okay, if you don't, we're getting our asses kicked if you don't send us to the hardware. We won't win this, and we will use the Samson option." So the threat of us using them is what basically got what we needed to win the war, to turn it around.
Yeah, they
And
have a
that was the only
reasonable.
time we threatened to use it, was when we were threatened with utter annihilation.
They have a reasonable threat value, but the only threat value that exists is a clear demonstrated ability to be willing to actually use them. And
Honestly, if push came to shove, the only time Israel would use it is if Tel Aviv was destroyed and there was nothing left.
well, yeah, then you've got nothing to lose.
Then we have nothing to lose at that point, and that is what all the Arab leadership has to think about, and that deterrence is what kept Israel alive all these years.
yeah, I have another ironic, and I'm not trying to be a troll here, but it's just I think it'd be interesting. I think people would be interested to point out this irony. Isn't it kind of weird how um, South Africa had a secret nuclear program and Israel had a secret nuclear program, and they're both pretty much effectively apartheid states?
Well,
Uh,
And they both pretty much worked with one another to build
apartheid does not
nuclear
exist in Israel, right?
weapons.
But apartheid doesn't legally exist in Israel. The only thing keeping Palestinians away from becoming a state, if they choose to be a state or become part of Israel, is their announcement of terrorism and getting rid of Hamas and working an actual deal that we could broker. As far as I'm concerned, they're more than welcome to become a part of Israel. I'm not afraid of the time bomb like a lot of Jews are. And a couple of rabbis are endorsing this now, that we make one village at a time, Israeli, and then we incorporate them and educate them and bring them into the system, as full members of Israeli society. We'll have to put affirmative action laws on the books, though.
Sounds like the
Protect them.
Borg to me.
What, forcefully assimilate? No.
Okay, now what about this whole thing of you guys want to say, oh well, Palestine, they've supported Hamas terrorism. Well, on the flip side of that, one would say, well, why is Israel building illegal settlements on Palestinian territory?
Believe it or not,
When according to the UN Charter, they weren't supposed to do that.
those settlements are a result of, I guess, ultranationalists from the far right who want to get rid of them and let them go to another country altogether. They're very far and few, ultranationalists in Israel, although they have a lot of power and money because of the Christian right in the United States. If the Christian right would just butt out, I think we would settle a lot of differences in Israel.
Okay, so if there's so far and few between, why is it when I look at a map of Palestine, all I see is encroachment
Well,
by?
if you look at the biblical borders of what Israel was, a lot of ultranationalist Jews want to go back to that map.
Do you want to go back to that?
Honestly, if it was a just society where everyone was treated fairly, you bet you. If there's no fairness for everyone, including Jews who are not as religious as maybe the ultranationalists are, then to me it would be a problem. I think I believe in very secular government. I'm very much an American. You got to realize that. I believe in having a constitution. Actually, I believe in a separation of powers. I believe in a separation of church and state, or synagogue and state, as we would call it there. I believe in a separation of religion from governance.
But
I
isn't that a contradiction? Because according to the Old Testament, pretty much the Old Testament calls for the creation of a theocracy. And when you guys talk about rebuilding the temple,
right? But
that's
theocracy has to be done in a proper time. That's done when the actual Messiah comes, or period. It's not meant for this time. It's meant for when he does come, and we'll know who he is. Believe me. And we're not there yet. We're not there yet. Until we can have governance of God, basically by God, as I see it, we don't deserve a temple. I mean, we can't even get along amongst ourselves. Let's be real.
Yeah.
Until the Jews can get along amongst themselves, do we really deserve it?
Yeah, I've seen videos. People in Israel with American accents. I mean, living in Israel as Israeli citizens, and ordinary people that I could easily have as my own neighbors, and so it seems to me that in general, I mean, barring certain social issues going on, Israel is very much like the United States in many ways.
A lot of the attitudes of
Really?
yeah, we are in a lot of
So,
ways. It's not by accident either. I think the growth economically of Israel. I mean, if you look at the medical innovations coming out of that state now, they cured hepatitis C. That's they're about to cure cancer. They're on the verge right now of the vaccine of an anti-cancer vaccine.
No.
That will actually, there people who are paraplegics can now walk using an exoskeletal suit and an interface designed in Israel. So you know they're on the verge of curing paralysis as well. If you think about it. So I mean, would that be possible if it wasn't for all the American medical people who are Jewish who immigrated there? You know.
Actually, I think what's holding back the United States medical research is
The FDA.
the fundamentalist Christians.
Oh, I will agree with that also. Uh, I think, but I mean, look at it. Radiation sickness. Israel has a treatment now for it. Let's get up until we did a nuclear reactor and some part of the world went up. Uh, there's a treatment that they're working on that will enable you to. They will take stem cells from you know children that are born cord blood basically, and from the it has to be harvested at the time of cesarean section when the baby is born. In other words, a natural childbirth can't occur. That the entire sac has to come out with the baby, and and the placenta has to be used to create this. But they're going to be able to treat radiation poisoning and reverse it completely, preventing the breakdown of bone marrow and radiation sickness. So that's another thing. Israel is on the verge of treating and cure. We have a lot of innovations coming down the pike medically. But the research has to be spread. And what bothers me is a lot of fundies will say, well, you can't use that. I said, no, that's not from aborted material. That is from natural birth. That's natural birth done by C-section rather than natural. And one birth will supply 10,000 doses. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, Philip, I hate to stomp on you or anything here, because it's cool talking and listening to you, but your voice is still coming through very quietly. I'm not
That's
sure.
not good. I'm using my solo headset for my iPad and iPhone. I don't know how to raise the volume on the iPad, and my computer is shot right now until I replace the USB controller.
Okay, so you're having a technical difficulty.
Yeah,
that you didn't
I'm
have
using
before.
my computer would work fine, but my USB port is iffy right now. I have like an intermittent short, and I have to replace it.
Is it a Bluetooth headset paired
No,
to
this
the
is
iPad?
wired. This is wired.
Oh, you're going through the dock. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's no gain control?
I don't see it. Let me see. Where would it be? Settings? Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see something here. Ringtones in. Ringer alerts. No, I don't see it there. Hold on a second. Touch privacy. What set are you iOS educated or no?
Um, I've used iOS occasionally in Hangouts, but very rarely, and I've always used the built-in microphone.
Yeah, lack of control. Let me see if I can take this out. Hold on. Is this better? Hold on. Is this better or worse?
Might be a bit better. It's hard to tell. It's
Let me
marginal.
raise the volume over here also so I can hear you. I can't hear you, so listen.
I'll tell you what. I'm just going to try and boost you through the room. See if that helps.
So is this better now or worse?
Wait a minute. You're already at maximum volume in the room.
Right. So is this better? I mean, let me see. Okay, microphone is on. Camera note. It doesn't. I don't know the option of raising the gain. It doesn't give me that option at all.
Okay. I think your only option is to have your mouse closer to the microphone.
Yeah, all right. Let me put my headset back on then. All right, is this better though?
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's better.
Yeah, because I have to literally hold it to my mouth.
More
It's better.
distortion, but at least we can hear you now.
Yeah.
Because I went to the control panel thingy
I
and
have to literally hold it like this every time I talk.
uh, I'm on audio only right now because of other things going on.
Got you.
But yeah, you're already at max volume as far as the room settings are concerned.
All right, good.
So there's nothing further that we can do to help you.
Yeah, and there's nothing on the iPad that I can raise the volume either. That's the issue.
Yeah, I would have expected the settings application or
I'm
whatever
looking
to
at
have
that now.
something.
I don't see it here at all. I see airplane mode, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, cell data, notifications, control center. Let me see what's in there. Nope. Do not disturb general display, wallpaper, sounds. It's not in sounds either. Touch ID, passcode, privacy. Mail, no, it wouldn't be there. Safari.
Are you running iOS 8?
Yeah, the latest, 8.3.
8.3? Okay. If you are able to, without disturbing your application, if you can draw up from the bottom and pull up the whatchamacallit that has flashlight volume and shit, you might be able to improve it from there. What do they call it? I'm going to use my iPhone to look at this. Yeah, there's a. I think actually that's probably just the volume control from what you play.
Yeah, right. So where would I push the button, though? Where do I tap on the screen? Do you know?
Well, if you slide up, but that only gives you a volume control, calculator, camera, timer, flashlight, the airdrop stuff, the controls for your music.
Yeah, I'm looking there to slide up. Hold on. Nope.
So, yeah, that's not going to do anything. I'll tell you what, you go ahead and continue with what you're doing. I'm going to, like, you're on an iPad, right?
iPad. Yep. Air 2.
Okay, I have a second gen. It's much older than yours, so it might not have all the features from 8.
Right.
Well, it doesn't have all the features from 8.3 because it doesn't support metal.
Right. I know.
But I'll hunt around on that. You go ahead and keep talking, and I'll see if I find some way that you can boost your volume, I'll let you know.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
In the meantime, I'm afraid you're going to have to keep your mouth closer to the microphone.
I understand. I understand. So, anybody else have anything to add?
I was going to ask you, what are your thoughts on Chabad?
I think Chabad's very good. I think they serve a very good role. They're in every city in the world trying to keep Jews together. They act as a spiritual center for us. Many times when in the absence of a synagogue.
I was listening to a speaker who was saying that that they're really good and exactly what you just said, that they do, but he was criticizing them for saying that they're not the face of orthodoxy and they're not the only expression of orthodoxy, and
Right.
that they're
There are many expressions, but they are the mainstream now. They're a part of the mainstream. If you can understand that.
right.
And they raise an incredible amount of money within the Jewish community to outreach to Jews all over the world.
Are you Chabad?
No, I go to a Chabad, but I'm not Chabad.
So are they a sect or what are they exactly?
They're a part of, I guess, a Seder, but Haredi certainly. They're more orthodox in many, many ways, but they're I would call them traditional, non-traditional.
are they like from my understanding is that their whole deal is that they kind of go to the next level when it comes to law, and they just try to be very active and very enthusiastic.
Yeah, they try to push people into more stricter forms of observance. You know, I mean, they will embrace you no matter what, whether you're reform, conservative, or orthodox, and try to raise you to the level a little at a time. You know, they're not. In other words, they don't condemn you for not being completely orthodox. You know what I mean? They,
Why aren't you Chabad?
I don't know. I guess because I'm much older. I'm 51 now. I'm suffering from multiple medical issues from 9/11, and you know,
Are you serious?
very serious.
You know, I once went to a there was an event, and there was it was actually an Islamic event at a high school, and there was a kid who was there whose sister had died in 9/11.
Yep.
And he was Muslim himself, and he was talking to the sheikh, and he was like really disturbed by that. And he was like, and the sheikh was trying to like calm him down because it like really messed up his family or something like that. Um,
I mean, I was picking up body parts, but I didn't freak out. You know, but that's because living in Israel prepared me for that. I guess. You know, it desensitized me to when 3,000 Americans all at once, would turn into body parts, basically.
Yeah,
I was a senior in high
I,
school.
I remember back when 9/11 happened that my dad was working at a trucking company,
Right.
and one of his coworkers was this big Samoan dude, and for some reason 9/11 like made him go crazy, and he just like went into like depression, and he ended up like killing himself eventually. It was crazy.
Wow. And he wasn't even down there.
No, I don't know what made him do all that.
I know a lot of guys who are cops that are friends of mine that wound up on the rubber gun squad. They had their guns taken them because of depression and alcoholism after 9/11. You know?
Are you familiar with? Because you seem to be kind of versed in Islam. Are you familiar with the idea of the Khawarij?
The Hajj?
The Khawarij.
Never heard of Khawarij. I thought you meant Hajj.
Oh no. So basically, there's it's a historic movement. Basically, like they're like the extremists of Islam, and they're not the Wahhabis. Wahhabis, a lot of them, unfortunately, most extremists are Wahhabis, but it's not to say that Wahhabism itself is an extreme thing. Basically, like historically, there was a group called the Khawarij, and they were like there's kind of a long history. I don't know if you want me to get into the details, but basically they were like more like religious than the prophets. I saw like that's how they saw themselves. Like we are a step above kind of deal, and like they even were like arrogant to the prophet and that kind of stuff. And so one day,
Wow.
yeah, like one time, one of them actually came to the prophet and said like, "Ya Muhammad, i'dal," which is like saying be just, and like kind of in a rude, disrespectful way. And then like a lot of them would go to like Sahaba, like the companions of the prophet, because none of them were the companions. These were like a bunch of young kids, and they would say things like, "You're not a real Muslim," and these were like the people who knew the prophet and stuff like that. And they would declare like I'm sure you've heard the name of Ali, um, Ali Salam, like who was the grandson of the prophet, and Shias
Yeah.
really revere him. They called him they actually killed him, but they basically considered him to be a non-Muslim. And so these were kind of like a political slash religio-political movement that started up pretty early in Islam. And the Prophet said he basically foretold of them and said that these people are going to be like a problem, and this will come up every generation. And so Muslims have always had a problem with these people, the Khawarij, and they've kind of waxed and waned and whatever. Um, and what was I lost my train of thought. Sorry. Oh my gosh, why do I keep doing this?
I don't know. How old are you?
30. Oh yeah, but basically like these people are Khawarij, like these modern people. They're the people who just go to the next level and like just start doing these terrible things. And one of the signs of them, like ISIS is a clear sign of Khawarij. And they basically say that they're actually the main people that they kill are actually not Muslims. They're or not other religions. They're actually Muslims, and they'll call to the truth, but they're not the people of the truth.
Wow.
It's a very amazing sign because like if you look at the rhetoric of like ISIS, for example, it's actually like very nice rhetoric, and what the sign of them is that they're saying that they will use very flowery, beautiful language, but they will
Right.
not. But they're not saying truth. They're saying like, or they're not doing truth. It's like saying like, I believe in justice, and then doing injustice. Like that's kind of the gist of them. And also they're always going to be young children, like not children, but younger people, never older people.
Really?
And most of ISIS, the vast majority, are young boys, like young teenagers or early 20s or
Yeah, they're impressionable.
impressionable.
I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, they're using women to lure them into. They're using, the promise of sexuality and stuff to bring them in. That's what ISIS does.
Yeah, and they're not religious people. They're not actually. In fact,
They're really a cult if you think about it.
yeah,
You know, which represents a problem. Anything occultic to me is a problem.
yep, exactly. In any form, yeah. And some cults can be benign, but
I agree too.
I mean, hiring Christians is very benign as far as I'm concerned.
right. They're not the Heaven's Gate, whatever.
I pass them all the time, and I'm saying, God, they look like totally peaceful.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I mean,
it's very low.
when I was a kid, I used to pass them, and I say with my other friend, I said, let's kick him in the head and see if we get it. And it's like, to me, they were just there. It's like to me, it was a personification of the '60s, basically. And utter pacifism, which doesn't work.
Unfortunately, it does not work. Yeah, you're right.
And it's like, I mean, what good is it if you don't defend yourself? I mean, I don't think, I don't think turning the other cheek in the Christian teachings means let them kill you. But that's what I look at pacifism as. It's it is allow yourself to be killed. And to me that's stupid. Life is a gift. That's how I view it. After all the death I've seen, to me, every day is a gift and a miracle. You know, I have my 4K television on it. What am I playing? I'm looking right now. There's no volume on it, and I'm looking at 4K images of the sunset, spring. Pink flowers right now. To me, it's a miracle to be able to look at that image.
Sorry, I stepped away.
That's okay.
There's a Islamic scholar, Sheikh Hamza Yusuf. He was giving a speech and he was talking about there's a prophetic tradition. By the way, if you were talking, I'm really apologize. I stepped away for a second. I had to take care of something really quickly.
Understood.
He was saying that he was talking about Khawarij, and he was actually talking about ISIS, and he was actually very distraught because he's saying like he's a convert, but he's like basically like the most respected English-speaking sheikh in like the U.S. or like
Right.
the world really. But he was saying that like his own parents, who wants him to become Muslim, or his father, I think, was like he said like he's been trying to get him to convert to Islam for 30 years, and he says like these people have all just wiped clean 30 years of like trying, and he was saying that he was giving this prophetic tradition, and he was saying that the signs of them is that they're going to have long hair, and the Arabs historically had long hair, but they stopped doing it, and they will go by names like Abu so and so, Abu so and so, which is normal, but like it's like that's all they're going to go by kunyas, and then they're going to have names like for example, like if somebody is of a tribe, like if you're like I don't know if you know what tribe you're from, but like
Levite.
you're Levite. Okay, so like you would say like al Levati, I guess, like you would
Levi.
that's what, like al so and so. So like I'm Yusuf Zai, so I would say Yusuf Zai as my tribal name. But like these people will start to say they will not identify by their tribes; they'll identify by cities. So asma'uhum qura, like their names will go back to cities. So like al-Amriki, like the American, or al-Baghdadi, the Baghdadi, or like things like that. And it's a subtle thing, but it has a significance because it's like an indication that these titles are not tribal. They are uh, like of cities and towns. So, I mean, this is a small sign, but he was combining them all together. He was saying that they're going to be mostly young people. They're not going to be older people. They're going to be very violent. They're going to be very quick to calling other people non-Muslim. Um, and I forgot, it was a couple. I'm saying all the ones that I remember, but there was a lot of them that were. Oh, they're going to use black flags is one of their signs. They will call with black flags. Um, and I don't remember the rest of them, all the signs, but he was going over them. He was like, "This is like an exact description of these people." And he said they're going to fight amongst themselves, which they have. A lot of these people do fight amongst themselves, and they're just going to destroy themselves. But in that process, they're going to really do harm to the Muslim community, and that's exactly what they've done. I
Right.
mean, ISIS kills more Muslims than any other religion, and they make us look like horrible people. So,
Wow. I can't believe that people put up with that though.
All right,
Like it
who
really.
who do you guys think created ISIS?
Well, it's an offshoot of Al Qaeda, more or less, the way I see it.
yeah, pretty much.
I
You
think
know,
it's the president.
Okay, who created Al Qaeda?
I'd have to say U.S. intelligence agencies.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And why did they create them? To take on the Ruskies in Afghanistan.
of course.
Yeah, and that all, and also for
Again,
money.
I call that blowback. That's called blowback of bad policy.
No, it's called money, the root of all evil.
I call it blowback. That's
I
what I
call
call
it
it.
money. Blowback of some money,
Mm.
billions of dollars in arms sales.
But blowback is when they turn against you, which they did on 9/11. That's blowback.
Yep, that's true. They did.
They turned, they were left in the lurch when the wall came down in Germany, and it's like, the fall of communism in the Soviet Union initially, and we had expanding relations with Gorbachev at that point, and that's how I view it. Basically, it bit us in the ass. Bad policy. That's how I view it, and it sucks. It really does. You know, and who pays for it? Guys like me who rescue people and the people that died. You know,
Do
I
you
don't
think
know.
the time of Mashiach is close by?
I'm hoping it is, but I don't rush it. Whatever I say, what will happen will happen. Whenever it
Yeah,
happens,
I always thought a lot of those,
you know,
you know, I used to believe in when I was a kid about Armageddon and all that. But as I kind of grew up and became a grown man, I just saw those stories for what they were. The anecdotal, tales of that they really were. I kind of look at
you
it
know,
like
well, what,
Armageddon something. I kind of look at the Book of Revelations in the Bible as kind of like a warning of how just how bad things could get if we don't
well, that's
right
part of it.
ourselves as a
Yeah.
species and learn to get along.
Well, I look at it this way. Every culture across the world has the theory of a flood, and every culture across the world has some type of Armageddon theory. You know, so it's like everyone has this end times view of things, except Judaism, because we believe it the start in the start of a messianic age as not a bad thing, but a good thing. But we also see it as that life on Earth would change dramatically. You know, meat, animals that were no longer kosher will all be kosher. We all, and stuff like that. Lifespans increased. No war, no famine, no pain, no suffering.
Uh,
That's how we view it.
I think
Now,
here's where
I got a question for you, Art.
hang on. I think here's where we ocean, but I seem to recall there's actually a variety of sort of indefinite cycles of growth, renewal, and so on. There's I guess the catastrophe by fire as well as the flood, and a few other patterns involved there. The flood is not really repeated everywhere in the world. Go ahead.
You good?
What's that?
No, what were you saying?
I said there are a few different patterns besides floods. There's one of the cases is indefinite cycles of renewal, rebirth, and so on. Another is catastrophe by fire, and there are, I think, a few more besides that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. But I mean, it's every religion. It's not only Judaism and Christianity that has that mention. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think there's something culturally to it. All the cultures. I mean, the theory of the flood, the theory of this. I mean, it's in all of recorded history, though.
Yeah, I just kind of look at it as, okay, we don't come together as a species, come together as and learn to respect one another despite our differences. This is how it's gonna end. It's gonna end in a massive, cataclysmic war, Armageddon type scenario, and then we'll all lose in the end because we'll just all be dead. So it's either learn to get along, learn to respect one another, or perish. And that's what I think the moral of the story is.
But there are other things. I mean, we could perish by contagion is another one. Any contagion could spread like wildfire in this modern age of jet travel. You know, if we're not careful and if we don't maintain due diligence and watching epidemiology throughout the world and how bugs are spreading, if we don't respond quickly to outbreaks, it's a problem. That could end life as we know it. Also, another one is a space rock could hit us again. Wipe out all life on Earth as we know it. You know,
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, they launched the infrared observatory, which just went into operation to look at near Earth objects that could represent a threat. And hopefully they find one that gives us enough time for us to move it from its orbit or trajectory and just push it off course. That's the hope by doing that we can actually stop it.
Usually the big three I hear of are a combination of climate change, fossil fuel depletion, and maybe antibiotic resistance.
Oh, that's a biggie. Antibiotic resistance is a biggie, actually.
Yeah, we got to get off of fossil fuels, definitely.
I think the tokamak reactor will be going online in another, 10 years, they said. So hopefully they'll be able to go with fission, rather than, which what they're pursuing, right?
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. Philip, I hunted high and low through the iPad, including, I'm assuming you're using the Hangouts app.
Yeah, the
And
software.
I have that. And I cannot find any kind of input control volume.
I kind of figured that because I couldn't find it.
So Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Yeah, well, the basis of the Green Revolution?
No,
Or, the Green Revolution altogether?
not about it.
Hmm. All the fertilizers and irrigation on?
Well, I know what fertilizer is and irrigation is. I mean,
Right. And pesticides.
yeah, I know that. Yeah, that's why we have so many cancers now. That's why so many people fucking dying from cancer.
No, it's because we're not dying from everything else.
Well, we're
But
dying from cancer, yeah.
main thing
Cancer,
is,
asthma, heart disease. I mean, that's what's killing us. Autoimmune diseases certainly is another one.
main thing is those fertilizers and pesticides are petrochemical products. And that water to irrigate with,
With
well,
water, yeah,
that climate change might dry it up.
yep. What, the water supply? It depends. Right now, I mean, you get shifts in climate, certainly. I don't know if, I mean, right now also the sun's heating up too, they say. You know, although
Not over, not enough over long enough time scale to make a difference.
you know, but lately though, we've been having a lot of volcanic eruptions too, you know.
Not really.
Not more than the statistical average. Same applies to the earthquakes.
Do you think they're increasing or decreasing?
They're not doing either. It's basically if you were to take a 100-year window and slide it along, everything is going according to averages with regards to earthquakes and volcanism.
Well, maybe the next one in the agricultural petrochemical chain is transportation of foodstuffs.
Yeah, I think the future is going to be in batteries and electric cars. I do know that.
They're not very efficient. It's actually more efficient to have an internal combustion engine than to use batteries for an electrical car right now.
But I also know in Israel they do have a car they're working on, an air car. I don't know if you heard of that.
What? It uses a compressed air tank to drive it?
Yep. And
I've heard of those. They don't hold a lot of energy either.
You know, but the battery also runs a motor that also adds to the air. From what I understand.
A better idea is to use the Fischer-Tropsch process. And
well, they I know they do. I know fuel cells also.
By nuclear, using methane as feedstock.
But I know they're doing fuel cells too in Israel. Is another area they're looking at.
Yeah, I'm pretty much a skeptic on that.
Well, fuel cells, hydrogen.
Yeah. Methanol would be a very good fuel. It's all over the place.
Yeah,
and
but
that stuff you've heard referred to as methyl hydrates is nothing more than frozen methanol.
Right. The current car engines, though, have a problem with it because of the amount of heat it burns with. So they have to retool the engines for it.
Well, you can have a car that runs off of liquid propane gas or methanol or natural gas, liquefied natural gas, or various things, and with computer adjustments, you can.
But the point is really the technology to solve these things is, but well, first off, that they're not being deployed, and second, that in the year-over-year annual petroleum and coal and other agricultural outputs are declining like somewhere between 2 and 5% a year. There's a squeeze getting put on.
Right.
Well, methanol is renewable, as is ethanol, and methane, of course, is renewable. Problem is infrastructure. We just don't have it. Same problem with electric cars. Even if we decided that electric cars were good simply because they didn't have the emissions that
Emissions from the coal to
must
charge
be
them are
that.
worth the emissions from the gasoline.
Yeah. Well, we would be relocating the emissions from the car to the power plant that charged the car.
And the power plants are dirtier than the engines.
Yeah, they're pretty damn dirty. And no one wants to spend the money to clean up those emissions either. I
Well,
think
it's actually there. Check Richard Heinberg's Blackout. It's only maybe like 50 years behind petroleum.
Well, technically, we already have the free energy with the whole Tesla stuff. So I mean,
no, we don't. There's no such thing as free energy. Anything that you read is over unity and all that crap is a fancy name for perpetual motion machine.
I agree with you on that. But what do you think of the fact that the tokamak reactor is being built right now?
Which one? Princeton has built several, and so far
The one in
they.
Europe, the one in France that they're building,
Oh,
the big one.
if it's built on the same principle as the one in Princeton that they've been testing for literally decades,
It won't work, is what you're saying.
well, so far, let's just say that according to what I remember, they have not yet managed to achieve parity of energy output to energy input.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
And if you want to get deuterium out of seawater, for example, which is really where you're going to have to get it from, the amount of energy required to get that deuterium is going to be very close, if not more than, the energy that you'll get from the deuterium itself.
I mean, but it's actually being built right now, the tokamak. It's a joint project of Europe and the United States using technologies from all over the world, they're saying. I mean, it's a big, big, big thing. I mean, they're putting a lot of hopes in that reactor.
Yeah, I'm sure they are, and
I mean,
I hope it works out.
They're putting almost $1 trillion into that one little reactor because if it works, they'll build more. You know, that's what I heard.
Well, they're going to have to get a different source of deuterium than getting it out of seawater.
Doesn't the moon have a lot of it? I know the moon has a helium-3, doesn't it?
Yeah, but going to the moon and back is very expensive. So your energy equation.
That's why I know they're talking about what's
The only price that matters is denominated in. Hello.
I'm
Stop
here.
it. The only price of anything that matters in these calculations is denominated in joules of energy. Dollars and cents don't matter. So every time I hear cost, big red flag goes up.
Well, I mean, what's his name said? What's that idiot's name?
Yeah.
Elon Musk. He said he who commands space and commands mining of space rocks for helium-3 and deuterium will be the next generation trillionaire or something. He said something to that effect. So you got all these companies now in private space ventures trying to, launch orbital vehicles not only for space tourism, but they actually want to mine these asteroids in the moon.
Well, good luck with that. And I would like to clarify for Nadia, when I'm talking about the cost of going to the moon to get energy and bring it back, I'm not talking dollars and cents. I'm talking joules of input worth of joules of output. and
Right.
the balance sheet is still
Yeah.
ready.
The analogy is inappropriate because everybody's going to say, "Oh well, it's cost $10."
Yeah.
Well, dollars, yen, yuan, whatever money system you put into it, uh, the end run is whoever controls lunar mining is going to be a trillionaire, basically.
Maybe, but like I said, and like Nadia said, you spend a certain number of joules of energy to obtain more joules of energy. If it costs more energy to extract the energy you're after, you are losing.
Yeah, it's not Full Metal Alchemist. It's not an economic exchange.
No, I agree. But at the same time, you got all this money for private money going into it. You got SpaceX, you got which is Elon Musk, you got Branson, Richard Branson.
Any government that coins its own money can write a check for, well, an arbitrarily high number. Googleplex,
Yeah, Google.
Googleplex power, Googleplex times over.
Yeah, I know. Googleplex
And
though is.
then I think just write a check for that.
Oh yeah, I know that.
And that whatever number they put on that check isn't actually going to help it happen.
I'm
That's
glad
true.
everybody else can hear Incorporated because he's barely whispering on my end.
Hey, good morning.
Not incorporated. That's Philip.
Yeah. But I think it's going to be private money that fuel it, though. Not government money.
Well, I mean, if essentially infinite amount of money isn't enough to make it happen.
Yeah, I
Not
got to
money.
run. I got to run,
Yeah.
though. It's been good talking to you guys, okay?
Are you moving?
Yeah, my significant other woke up.
Oh, okay.
All right, let me let you go.
Yeah,
All right.
stop by again, please.
I will. Thanks a lot, guys.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah, but on this energy thing, you cannot defy the laws of
We're having a
physics.
talk.
It's you have a certain available amount of energy that you can use to access or tap into other energy sources. And unless the energy sources you're tapping into give you more energy than the energy you expend getting at them, you're in red ink. You're losing. You're better off not even bothering. And if you break even, well, then economically, you've wasted a bunch of money. And in terms of energy, well, breaking even is no good. You want to come out ahead. And
A lot of the problem that conveying going on with this is the economic analogies have deceived people into thinking that the kinds of I don't know, fun and games with economics will somehow actually influence the physical world, which they don't.
well, that's kind of my point. I mean, you can
Well,
do
yeah.
all the, you can
Like I
cook.
say,
Sorry.
well, they're using economic analogies rather heavily.
Okay. I can see that's confusing. Let me put it this way. Your currency is joules. It doesn't matter how you cook the books, because you can't. The laws of physics will prevent you from doing that. You have X amount of energy to tap into resource Y that will return Z amount of energy. And if the energy you get out is equal to or less than what you put in, you have basically wasted your time.
I agree 100%, but I came into this conversation a little late. If you talk about going to the moon to mine the tritium,
No.
With the deuterium?
Not specifically, no.
What?
Not specifically, no.
I was speaking in the general case.
Okay, yeah. If you're looking to mine any place in space to bring back energy, then Fudmutton is absolutely right. However, if you're looking for something that we generally don't get here, and you're trying to do other things from research to finding other sources of whatever, the deuterium and tritium, I think it's tritium, there's some embedded heavy hydrogen in the moon soil.
Helium-3.
What is it?
Helium-3.
Yeah, tritium.
No.
No,
Tritium.
helium-3.
Hydrogen.
Yeah, helium-3 is a hydrogen atom with a neutron attached to it. Tritium is, or rather, no, helium-3 is 2 protons.
I'm sorry. Yes, I've been corrected. Yeah. It's late. I'm drinking a little.
Deuterium is 1.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
With a single neutron, and tritium is a
my
proton with 2 neutrons.
Yeah, yeah. It's my bad. I'm just being stupid. I'm sorry. Tritium is hydrogen. Helium-3 is obviously helium. I knew it was one of those two. Anyway, helium-3, I think it was what was in the moon soil. There is, and I don't remember what it is right now, but there was something about the helium-3 that the scientists and or other manufacturing wanted, and it may be that it may cost a lot to go there and get it, but it may be productive to try and get it at least to start the experimenting. I don't remember what it is, but if you're talking about going there to mine it for oil or fossil, or not fossil fuel, but for other sources of fuel, then it's not worth it. It's not financially, energetically, if you're like Fudmutton says, you can't break the laws of physics. But if you want to go there to specifically get that specific element because it's rich over there, then that's a different story. It's like you're trying to get something that you don't get here as much. Or something
irrelevant to the conversation. What we actually had to do with was most of the alternative energy affairs, like hydrogen, compressed air, and who knows what else. They're actually, well, no more than energy carriers, and they're lossy ones and not very compact ones at that.
Yeah, ultimately, all our energy is solar in nature. I mean, even the nuclear power comes from stars that exploded billions and billions of years ago.
That's not solar radiation then.
Well,
say mined uranium.
Right. I mean, yeah, we can take uranium, we can use breeder reactors, generate electricity, produce a little plutonium on the side, use the plutonium in reactors to generate more electricity. But you can only take it so far. Eventually it'll all turn down into lead, at which point it's, well, dead. No more power. We can helium.
You don't have forever to run out of it.
No, we don't.
In a billion years, solar luminosity increases enough to boil off the oceans.
Yeah, but
can I just quickly...
years, you got to admit, is a reasonable enough distance in the future that it's not an immediate concern.
Well,
the
actual running out of uranium. And you were going to say Clockwork Commando?
I was just going to say, like, are you still talking about the moon and stuff?
No.
No.
Oh, right, okay.
We never were.
We could make helium.
I heard the word moon, but...
Yeah, we could make helium-3 easily enough. I mean, we manufacture tritium, and it is used in various industrial applications. But it's made from lithium. Lithium is also finite in quantity, and the energy you put in is guaranteed to be more than the energy you will get out. It's just the way things work. I mean, rocks roll downhill, not up. So really, the only viable source of continuous energy while we are able to maintain a viable planet is from the sun and harvesting the sun's energy that hits the earth.
Mm.
And if we go over that budget, then we're running at a deficit and we'll run out.
Except another economic analogy.
Yeah, but
it's a legitimate one because
here's the thing.
No economic analogy is legitimate.
well, we're spending more joules to get the energy than joules we're getting from the energy source.
Yeah,
I'm just basically using energy as the currency.
right. But here's the thing. I mean, obviously we are energy hungry and stuff. It's also obvious that there are forces, political forces involved to continue to use fossil fuels because of the money they're making out of it and stuff like that. When we actually have some better technology to make things better than just causing greenhouse gases to be completely take over the planet and stuff. But not everything can be run off of straight solar. But on the other hand, it's battery technology, which has been getting better and is better than some people, or I should say some businesses, want to admit, because they want to continue to burn fossil fuels because they make their money on that. But sooner or later, it's going to happen where it's going to be, electric cars and things like that. The battery power, I mean, I worked long enough in electronics that, we started with the nickel cadmium batteries, and then we went to lithium ion batteries in a short distance of a few years. The difference between lithium ion batteries and nickel cadmium, it went from nickel cadmium to nickel metal hydride to lithium ion very quickly. They overcame the problems with lithium being dangerous. And there's more technology for batteries coming out soon, I think. And once they get down to a real science, electric cars will no longer have to have hundreds of pounds of batteries in them and things like that. And the oil companies are all going to cry and scream and blow a lot of farts because they're going to lose the money. But in the meantime, they're making billions per day, and they want to keep it that way, and they're fighting every ounce of the way to do that. They're doing things like polluting the water supply and stuff, and doing this fracking and stuff like that just to find more oil, and it's like they have the ultimate power. They don't give a shit about the people and what's going on. They just want to get their oil, no matter which way they can get it, or gas for that matter.
Well,
Here's the problem with the economic analogies, right?
Yeah.
It's all the money car.
Well, I mean, that's why I said all that. I mean, I know I oversimplified it.
Hang on.
There is an economic.
Hang on. I'm going to finish my sentence. So, the economics and so on of it, in terms of monetary, social power and all that, is not the factor. All the battery technology in the world is rather inefficient as a carrier. You actually would be better off in terms of effectively conveying energy by creating synthetic gasoline with this Fischer-Tropsch process, even starting with methane as feedstock. So, yeah, and all the battery stuff is, well, I don't know, some kind of first world liberal guilt massaging.
Well, even if you had a 100% efficient battery, that is, you put 100 joules into the battery and you get 100 joules out of the battery, the ideal battery. Even if you could do that, the energy companies would still be around to supply the joules.
Yeah,
There's no way
I'm
around
not
that.
saying that
So
though.
what?
I'm not saying that though, and it's not just one thing either. We
Things
have
still
we
not
have to
work.
perfect all the
I didn't
techniques.
bring up a communist revolution. Right. You take the whole profit motive out of the mix so that there isn't the whole thing isn't just fucked up by that, and a lot of your schemes still don't work.
Well, none of the schemes currently work.
But it's not just one thing though. You know, technology isn't about one or the other. You can't choose between batteries and or alternative fossil fuel. It's got to be a continual flow of better efficiency.
Yeah,
And yes, there is no such thing as perfect transfer of energy. No.
right.
You might be able to reach 99%, but
And we're still relying on solar. I mean, when you think about it, fossil fuels are nothing more than sequestered solar energy.
of course, it's all that. and the sun isn't infinite either.
Does it apply?
As far as our lifespan is concerned, yes, it is.
Does it apply to geothermal or nuclear?
Well, yeah, geothermal and nuclear are also finite resources. They can be clean.
Finite. The sun is finite.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
everything
all
is finite.
finite, but when you're talking about, you know, trying to find energy sources, geothermal is of course one of the best if you can manage it, because you're getting the heat straight from what is already there. It's already being generated. Heat is being generated. You could turn that into steam to turn some turbines to generate electricity. That's really all it comes down to. Even nuclear energy is turning turbines by steam.
Yeah. The thing with geothermal is only certain areas are able to produce it for a while. But when you use that heat energy to produce the steam for the steam turbines, you're cooling down the ground.
Yeah, well, I mean, when the source is right near the surface, you're not doing anything but
Not
just
just
tapping into it.
heat, but rather a steep heat differential.
Yeah, you're just tapping into it. But the point is, again, is that it's not one or the other. It's not geothermal or this or that. It's geothermal, solar.
That means it means the temperature has a spatially rapid change. And, it goes from something relatively low to something much higher in a short interval of space.
I don't know what you mean, but you're not going to cool down the Earth by tapping into the geothermal.
Energy or what thermocouples are or anything like that.
Well, as far as I know, every geothermal source that has been tapped has actually resulted in cooling down that local source to the point where it has effectively been depleted.
That depends on the power draw, and you can, of course, draw out faster than it comes in.
Oh yeah.
I mean, when you're talking about tapping the source of geothermal energy, which is go to a lava any volcano site. When you talk about tapping a source like that, you're talking about an ant, trying to push a car. It's not gonna deplete. It's not gonna literally lower the temperature of the Earth. I mean, yes, you could probably, with some very highly sophisticated measurable instruments, find a way to measure it, but I doubt it. Unless you're talking about entirely encompassing the planet with geothermal generators, which is not going to happen.
It's already happened in Iceland.
It's not that it lowers the temperature of the Earth. It's that it, I guess, reduces the slope of that, heat temperature gradient.
Yes, it does. And also, the Earth's crust is a very good insulator. So we're talking about tapping into little bubbles of heat that have upwelled, in the geologic past. If you want real geothermal energy, you would dig a borehole that goes right down to the Earth's mantle. I mean, the center of the Earth is something like 6,000 Kelvin. I mean, that's as hot as the surface of the sun. There's a crap load of energy to be
Yeah,
there.
but you're not going to be able to do that. That's impossible.
The mantle, you would have sort of conductivity of the material. And that would present to give a limit as to the power draw you could achieve without ultimately cooling the material.
Yeah, and also there's a little problem of continental drift going on.
But in any case,
So what?
again, it's still not one or the other. It's a matter of trying to find alternative other forms of energy. Electric cars are getting more and more popular. The battery technology is getting much better.
Categorically not an energy source.
No, I'm saying in other words, electric cars are alternative to burning fossil fuels. Yes, you still have to burn fossil fuels to charge the batteries, but as far as using them in the automobile itself, in other words, it's not just one or the other. You have to sort of figure out the most efficient way to use the energy. People walk around saying, "Oh yeah, wind is our answer. Solar is our answer." No, it's not just wind. It's not just solar. It's wind, solar, electric cars that get charged by other by other means of generating power. It's all of the above.
Well, I agree, but the wind is from the sun. Photovoltaics, obviously, from the sun. Effectively, all our energy is from the sun, with the exception of geothermal and nuclear, since they come from, effectively, stars that have died billions of years ago.
Of course, but you're getting to semantics. I mean, if you think about it, the battery technology, if it was efficient enough, in turn with also solar panel technology has also
capture the energy to charge the batteries.
Yeah, the solar cell technology has also been getting better in leaps and bounds. It may get to the point where we may actually be able to have solar charged car batteries in the end, but that would be the ultimate. It's not there yet, but on space probes and satellites, they've had shrunk down the area of solar panels by something like a half compared to what they were like 10 or 15 years ago to get the same amount of energy out of them. So I mean, the technology is getting better all around.
This has already been figured out. Look for a presentation on Fora.tv called Climate Change Recalculated.
Climate change what?
Recalculated.
Oh, recalculated.
By Saul Griffith. You'll have to cover a sixth of the area of the Earth. Area the size of Russia in these energy collection devices.
Yeah, well, that's actually old. I think that's several years old. I used to work for
So what?
I used to work for a company
that changed and show what changed. Because nothing has changed.
Well, no, I used to work for a company that
valid.
I heard that photovoltaic cells tend to wear out over time.
Of course they do. Everything wears out. I used to work for a company that made power supplies, and some of these power supplies were used to manufacture solar cells.
Are you ADHD attacking or something? What the hell did what was just said?
Well, here's the thing: if photovoltaic cells wear out, how much energy do you spend creating the photovoltaic cell?
Yeah, of
versus
course.
the
There's always
thermal
energy
sphere?
involved. I mean, we can't get around that. That's always the case. But I'm just saying to improve the efficiency of the whole system. You can get to the point where you know, in not too much time from now,
You
within
stop
10 or
derailing.
20 years, we may have solar cells that can charge car batteries to run electric cars.
Can the two of you stop derailing?
I wasn't aware that I was, but yeah.
Okay, there's a trouble of all these energy carriers not actually being energy sources. Right? What are the energy sources? How much energy is being
The
captured?
energy sources
How
would
much
be,
energy is being dissipated right now? What's the wattage?
I have no idea. But the energy
Well, there are
sources,
numbers to those, and Saul Griffith covers them.
I don't ask me for a number, but the energy sources are solar, wind, fossil fuels, geothermal. I don't know if there's any other ones that I missed.
What's the wattage of each?
See, don't ask me a question like that. What the hell do you want me to? There's billions of
Well,
watts.
look it up.
I don't
right?
know what the wattage is. But the
Well,
point, you asked me a question, what the sources are. Those are the sources.
refer to Saul Griffith.
Yeah. My area is 20% nuclear.
What?
My area, 20% of the electricity is nuclear generated.
Yeah, did I miss that
How
one?
many
Yeah, I did.
watts? How many watts, Fudd?
Well, we're building kilowatt hours, which is the energy. Watts is power. The local power plant, the closest one is to me is Limerick. It's a 900 megawatt facility.
Well, that's not a global number.
We have a nuclear power plant here, not too far from me, within 15 miles. And I don't know the wattage of it.
Globally, I think the number goes down. I mean, France uses a lot of nuclear power, but in general, I believe most power plants around the world are powered by some form of fossil fuel, which means ultimately they're contributing to the greenhouse effect.
Okay, which is qualified how? Probably a better way to actually do this is you Google what the hell you're talking about.
It's not only generating the power in different ways, but it's also using less power. For example, the new LED lights, and I have now finally gotten some LED lights in this house. We're talking about using a few watts in the single digits in comparison to using 25 to 30 watts or 40 watts even. So I mean, and these things last a lot longer than the fluorescent bulbs. So I mean, if you attack the problem in both directions, you can solve the real problem.
Well, understanding what the real problem is mostly lacking. Anyway, for some reason it says 15 terawatts, but I'll just take it as a number. Alright, that's a start.
I'm getting new glasses tomorrow.
Police have never asked for no numbers. It's not
Yeah,
going to do.
I'm trying to read this. I am getting new glasses tomorrow, so hopefully that'll help.
This guy's name.
We're all gonna die. Are you a troll?
What?
You're not a troll, are you?
No, I'm not.
Are you a peak
Nice
oil
name.
doomer?
What?
Are you a peak oil doomer?
Peak Well Doomer?
Well, related to the discussion, but maybe not.
Oh, well, I'm a pessimist if that clears things up.
Oh,
The name
you
sort of
oh,
gave
go
that
ahead.
away. I was just saying, like, the name sort of gave that away.
I know, it's like all of a sudden we're labeling people. Peak oil doomer.
Are you an anti-natalist?
Yes, I am.
Oh, there.
Bam.
I'm with Flyora and all that.
Cool.
I'm mostly a G pluser though, so I don't get around Tiny Chat much.
Nah, it's fine.
Well, I guess I don't have to refer you to Better Never to Have Been.
Yeah, I haven't read the whole book. I've only read the symmetry part. I've heard the rest of it is just constant ramblings or something like that.
It's not that long. It's only a few hundred pages.
Mm. Well, I haven't bought the book, so.
Yeah, I don't really get antinatalism, but I do understand the need to keep our population low enough so that we can, in fact, have a sustainable consumption rate of resources versus, as we consume the resources and they regenerate themselves,
Yeah, I'm not exactly a proponent of telling people how many babies they can have either. On the other hand, there is a certain responsibility, and from what I've seen, and I can't be, confident in the actual numbers, but from what I've seen on some of the semi-reputable places of calculating it, supposedly we're already using 2.5 times our planet's worth of energy because of the people that are on it. So I don't know.
Not any one. Well, number one, that's impossible. Number two, it's not a one-dimensional thing you're considering.
No,
Right.
it's not impossible.
Well, there are so many watts that are ultimately recoverable, and
Yeah, when the people die and rot and give the chemicals back to the earth, sure.
Quality of life is related to the share of wattage people get. So you can have people ultimately get by on some low wattage, but at the same time, right?
Right. The point
Hang on,
is,
I hadn't finished my sentence. At the same time, splitting the pie up too many different ways means we'll have crappier lives.
yeah, it's about overpopulation and the quality of life can get to the point of being little animals on the planet. But the point is that if you're looking at the the driving the car thing and having a house and your lights and your computer, it is a major overpopulation problem. And supposedly the number that was given in some documentary that I saw, and don't think that I take this verbatim. I'm just telling you what they said. It's something to the effect of 2.5 times the planet Earth's.
Well, it's not overpopulation. As things stand now, twice the amount of food is grown needed to actually feed everyone. Because what we throw away are things most people wouldn't want to actually live off of. So you said you have like every last bit of food actually served up and eaten. A lot of people are eating a lot of shit, or at least lousy food.
well, there's certainly a distribution.
I don't know where you're getting your numbers from, but there's a lot of starving people out there, and there's a lot of starving people in third world
Those
countries.
people aren't starving because the food isn't there to feed them.
It's because some of those countries can, and we're going to become one of them too, because the climate is changing to the point where we may not be able to grow our own food.
It's distribution, not actual amount of food.
Yeah, the distribution system is inequitable, and that results in waste of food.
Now,
Yeah,
basically,
I have a
what
problem
people say,
with food.
"Hey, I'm starving." People got these huge stockpiles of food and say, "Well,
Yeah, I don't
hang
I don't want to I
hang
don't
on,
want
hang on." The punchline is, "Pay up or die." And you know
yeah
what?
I
Can't
don't
pay
want
up.
to
They do die, right?
yeah I don't want to make too much out of this, but I've seen
Let me make something out of it. Actually, you need to slow down a little bit and not interrupt people quite so much.
I'm not I forgot how long it takes you to talk, and I thought you were finished.
All right. Well, try and keep that in mind.
Are you done?
Yes.
I've seen too much waste. I've seen food being thrown. I've got friends who don't seem to give a shit about you know. I just bought like a big package of 18 or 20 chicken thighs and shit, and like, oh well, that got you know, just throw it away. It makes me sick that they actually think like this. I don't have the money they have, but it makes me sick to think that if my own friends actually think like this. They don't seem to give a shit about throwing food away. To me, if an animal died to feed people and we're just throwing it away, that's sickening. And I think Martin said something about the distribution system.
Yeah, the distribution system is called the economy. All right. The definition of economy is literally a system of distribution of goods and services. That's literally what an economy is defined as.
Yeah, yeah. It's not something that anybody would have the answer to. Like here's how you fix this. I don't have the answer, but I see the problem.
In 1848. But that's not the total sum of the questions. Yeah, I'm a communist too. I should learn the Red Army.
I don't know. It just seems to me that a lot of people look at, okay, you have this problem, and they seem to think that either this or that, and nobody understands that it's neither, or it's both, or it's you know, this or that, or several other things, or it's, in other words, it's all of the above. You can't fix a problem by saying, well, here's the answer. There's never one answer. It's always a system of like the energy, for example. You know, you have solar, you have wind, you have geothermal, you have. In other words, there is a system to fix this.
Not indiscriminate.
Not what?
I said it's not indiscriminate. Right? There are things demonstrably ineffective. Like, where are your nickel cadmium?
I'm having a hard time understanding you.
I said, where are your nickel cadmium and so on batteries?
I gave those as examples of the improved technology of batteries. So we started out with nickel cadmium as rechargeable batteries. They sucked. They still suck. They still exist. Then we went to nickel metal hydride. They were a little bit better. Now we have the lithium ions. And if you know how to charge them, which is most of our cell phones, they are a lot better.
But why is there a reason for them to exist? There isn't one. And you said you have like the needs for legacy affair, and lead acid would be the situation.
Yeah, well, lead acid is like one of the oldest technologies, and it still works, but they're very heavy. They're chemically dangerous. You know, I mean, they are. I don't know if it's pound for pound anymore.
But the point is, right?
I'm sorry, what?
You see what the point is, right? There are these things that are obsolete, superseded.
Yeah, it comes to a point where for example, to run an electric car on lead acid batteries, you have to have an awful lot of them, and it becomes, I mean, lead acid, a single 12-volt lead acid battery, which everybody has in their own car, is dangerous enough in itself. But to have like a stack of them is a very dangerous thing.
Really need Ritalin. Have you made any arrangements for that yet?
Maybe it's just my hearing. Maybe I'm just not hearing you. I'll just mute for a while.
It's kind of more of a topical issue. Well, where are you on all the peak oil, climate change, and antibiotic resistance doomerism? We're all going to die.
The whole climate change shindig?
No, I actually raised 3. Like, well, peak oil, but really I meant peak fossil fuels, climate change, and antibiotic resistance.
I haven't studied much into the biotic stuff. I have studied and researched some into climate change, and sorry, my memory slacking the first one. My thoughts is that my pessimistic thoughts, I'd say, is that if we want to have a permanent solution in helping the planet and helping the human race and the animals as well on the planet we live on, we would have to go extinct. Because if there was no humans to pollute, there would be no pollution. There'd be no climate change being caused by humanity, in my opinion.
Okay, well, there's a little bit of the climate change, but what about the, I guess, fossil fuels like coal and gasoline?
What are my thoughts on it, as in if it's beneficial or needed?
Oh, and welcome, Beckel. Well, it was more a question of whether the impact of those fossil fuels declining would be, I guess, how catastrophic.
Well, if the use of, I guess, the declining use of fossil fuels, from my perspective, I can't say I'm 100% correct, but from what I see right now, it wouldn't really have a catastrophic impact, but you guys could correct me if I'm wrong.
I was telling Beckel that James David Manning's ATLAH church in Harlem is now a hate group according to the Southern Poverty Law Center. You might recall this is the, I think, one that accused Starbucks of putting HIV-infected semen in their coffee, and also said that white homos will steal black women's men.
Did they get sued or not sued? Did they get busted or caught?
They've been declared a hate group by the Southern Poverty Law Center.
Huh. Is this in the...
Anybody who makes a ridiculous claim like that should be considered a hate group.
I lived out by 124th in Madison. It's, 123rd in Malcolm X. So I was nearby. I saw the signs. That's why it matters to me. Were you up in East Harlem? I thought you were in Brooklyn. Beckel.
Oh.
Oh, you lived in Brooklyn. Okay, you were born more uptown? Okay.
Hey,
Yeah,
Nadia.
go ahead.
I was just saying, hey, Nadia.
Oh, hi there, Desert. Yeah, it's a shame I lost that place. I was right across from Marcus Garvey Park. That would have been fantastic to hold on to. It's gone up by, I think, over 500 a month since I actually had a lease on it. Well, what do you think of the prospect that say petrochemical fertilizers and pesticides won't be available to help boost crop yields, and of course climate change will dry up all the water to irrigate with?
Well, if it has a good effect, then it doesn't have negative effects or as much negative effects. I'd say go for it, but I don't know too much about it to, yeah.
Well, did you get the idea that crop yields go down, and then the amount of crops that can be fed anyway goes down even further because of water? As in, this will make a real serious dents in how much food can be grown per year. To the point where they, instead of having twice as much, well, right, be an actual genuine shortage. Ah, darn it. Maybe you're not doing rich enough.
Yeah, I'm not really a specialist with all these economics.
Well, I don't know if it was so much economic. Nobody's mentioned the price system.
Well, things that have to do with products and climate, well, the environmental stuff.
Welcome, Seawater.
I've kind of lost. Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I just thought I'd say hello.
No. Hey.
AC Water.
Hello.
I tend to have, I guess, a longer attention span than quite a number can keep up with. What is it? What is it Gynomorph actually had going around? I just saw a new post from him a couple hours ago. Higher risk of mental illness for those with older fathers. That was it. You see that one? We're all gonna die.
Yeah. I've seen it.
Yeah, sperm quality as such is serious enough issue. Like, maybe it should be encouraged for, I guess, those who are going to reproduce to, freeze what they're going to have when they're young.
Yeah. I have to admit that I've lost interest in a lot of things. That's kind of the reason why I don't have much, I guess, professional background in a lot of things, just philosophy. Yeah. Existence for me has been really boring, so I've been just reading and working side jobs and sleep, chat, repeat, do the same thing.
Must be boredom's a hell of a lot better than what I've been through.
Oh, I guess so. I mean, I don't know what you guys been through, but I can't say my life is worse. I just can say my life is dull and boring. That's all I can say.
So, are you an atheist? Just thought I'd ask.
Yeah.
Yeah,
A pessimist. Okay. Yeah. A pessimistic atheist.
And antinatalist too.
Yeah. I just say pessimist because I just choose to say that because I think it contains both antinatalists and F-lists as well. But whatever. I'm kind of too lazy to say all my philosophical standpoints where I stand.
So, you wouldn't do like me where I go about saying I'm a neo-pragmatic, utilitarian, metaphysical naturalist, eliminated materialist, and I guess global skepticist, and so on and so forth.
No, I wouldn't.
Do you fall into any of those categories yourself? Actually, will that not be familiar with F-lism here?
I am an F-list. Well, I consider myself an F-list.
Right. How would you describe what F-lism is? Apart from life backward.
For me, it's if the chance was to be given, or I guess the opportunity, some device was given to wipe out all existence in a painless instant swipe or swoop or whatever, they take the chance because it would end suffering and it would end also future suffering that would continue. But I doubt there is such a device that exists, but if it ever did, I'd press it.
Wait, I heard device and exist. Sorry, I'm sort of playing a game at the same time. Like, what was your position again, briefly?
It's okay. It's ephilism or ephilist.
And what does that mean?
If the choice was, or if a device was given to me, and it would wipe out all life in an instant and painlessly, I'd press it because it would end all suffering and all existence and all future suffering that would take place.
That's a pretty cheerful position. Fair enough. Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
I think it's a little arrogant, but I actually see what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But it's kind of suicidal. It's kind of like what
Well, that is suicide.
I mean, you want to end your own life, really.
Well, yeah, it's basically, I'd say, global or planetary suicide. And
I like this guy. This guy gets it.
Yeah, there's actually a way to do it. Unfortunately, it is not instantaneous and painful for everyone, or painless for everyone. It involves taking something like, say, Comet 67P, although I don't think that's quite big enough to do the job. Take a large near-Earth object asteroid, preferably a stony iron composition one so that it'll reach the ground, and over the years adjust its orbit so that it'll collide with the Earth at a reasonable speed, say 30,000 miles per hour, and make it fairly large, like a little bit larger than Everest. That should provide sufficient energy that the heat released on impact would cause a global conflagration, essentially sterilizing most of the atmosphere and cutting off sunlight to everything else, so that effectively all sentient things die.
Oh,
Well,
I should also briefly point out that the Steadfast Baptist Church, headed by Donnie Romero, has also been declared a hate group by the Southern Poverty Law Center, not just James David Manning's ATLAH Church.
Who is before I comment on the other thing? Who is how big of an area does the Southern Poverty Law Center cover?
The entire United States.
Oh, yeah. I happen to follow that government hate speech labeling, and I agree with them. The Southern Baptist Church, what is it that the Methodist? What is it? The ones that used to protest at the funerals, they were also considered hate speakers. Anyway, about the asteroid. See, the thing about that is, we're all gonna die. Is that it has happened before? What Fudd Mutton is saying, and there was an asteroid that killed off the dinosaurs. The funny thing is,
Oh god.
that life itself seems to be, resilient. Sooner or later, there's going to be sooner or later there's going to be an asteroid or comet or whatever that's going to crash into the Earth that's going to wipe us out anyway. I'm sure that all the humans are going to end up dying and with the land animals and stuff. Somewhere on the Earth, in the middle of the ocean, somewhere there's going to be life still existing, and it'll all start all over again. And if there is such thing, which I don't think there is, but just to joke about it a little bit, if there is such thing as coming back to something else, it's going to start all over again, and then you're going to be finding sentient beings thinking about the same sort of things. In the meantime, we have to use our intelligence to try and figure out these things. As it is the intelligent life that is us on this planet that is using up the fossil fuels and stuff like that to do all this. Can we grow enough to reverse what we've done and get better and more efficient and make things better? It's kind of a catch-22. We're intelligent enough to fuck things up. Can we grow to be more intelligent to fix things now?
I think we
Pretty
can.
depressing prophecy, that, Patrick, mate.
I think we can. It's a question of political will, because there are short-term economic interests that are fouling up the long-term solutions.
Well, that's what I was talking about before. The oil companies want to keep making their billions, and they're putting roadblocks in the way of finding better ways.
Now, the oil companies don't actually care where they make their money from.
That's what I mean.
I mean, they'll be perfectly happy making money with other technologies.
Yeah, well, not really. That's the point. The point is that why aren't they jumping on those bandwagons, so to speak?
Who says they aren't?
They aren't. They aren't. There's roadblocks being deliberately set up to continue to do the things that they're doing.
Then why is General Electric telling me that I should not buy any incandescent bulbs, but should get?
I'm not talking about General Electric. I'm talking about
or
Shell Oil and Exxon and the big oil companies.
Excuse me, but General Electric is a big energy producer.
Petrochemical affairs do a bit more than just getting burned for fuel.
Especially BP.
And for instance, all the disposable plastic items that make modern medicine possible are petrochemical.
So fertilizers, pesticides, etc.
Everything
very dependent on it, other than energy.
Let's try modern medicine and agriculture. Two of them there.
Yeah, that's just it. People, you can't say, oh, plastics are bad because, and then blame one particular person. The fact is that plastics do. I mean, I use plastics all the time.
Yeah.
You can't stop them from being a company, but you have to say to them, hey, isn't there a better way to do this?
has a more serious consequence, which is that's being used to keep a lot of people from dying.
Yes, yes. That's what I mean by people.
From modern medicine, and you lose like a big chunk of the earth in one shot. Right.
I'm trying. I'm trying to. I'm not okay. What I'm trying to say is that you can't take one item and say that it's all bad. Uh, you know, we're using too much energy. Therefore, I shouldn't be burning the incandescent bulb that I'm burning on that one lamp that I have here. I can't do that. Just like oil companies can be better at what they're doing, and they're not doing it, and I'm pissed off at them for it. But that doesn't mean that I am totally against the oil companies because I mean, I drive a car. It's not even my car. But the point is that there are things that they could say, they could admit that they're doing things wrong. They could admit that they're fucking things up, and they can try to do better, and they're not. They're just out to make the money.
Well, of course, they are profit motive driven, and they're required to make profit for their stockholders by law.
I know, but there is something that they can do to think more friendly.
Well, they do that because efficiencies in extracting the petroleum and gas from the ground impacts their bottom line in a positive fashion.
But that's just the thing. To me, the bottom line is the evil. Is if you want to use an idiom here, it's the evil. I don't actually think it's evil. You know what I'm saying? In other words, they don't give a shit as long as it lines their pockets. Is the attitude that most of the BPs and what do you call it have, instead of saying, well, there is a problem here. Can we do this? Can we still make money by doing it another way? Can we invest in the other alternatives? Can we become that company that does that? And somebody's saying that, yeah, we do that, but I don't think they do.
Let's briefly contrast this with religious motives. I mean, it's, a scattered crew of billionaires, not a grand overarching antichrist. And it's venal things like a profit motive as opposed to, well, dastardly acting in the service of Satan. And at the same time, right, it's not a, grand destruction of the earth or whatever. But, rather a whittling away of resources. Right? So they said someone's going to call it a secular apocalypse. Well, that's quite some contrast with the biblical.
I have no idea where you're coming from.
From the text chat. I mean, did California suddenly turn into a desert overnight?
It probably will.
Well, I'm in California, and it's drying up, and there hasn't been much rain, anyways.
It's a little bit drier every year. The water doesn't stop cold.
Even though it's rained today, I have a pond on the property that has been, over the time I've been living here, has been declining in depth. And first I thought it was because it had sprung a leak, but it turns out that the artesian spring that was supplying it with water has essentially gone dry. It's gone from a rush to a trickle because everyone is drawing water out of the ground. And more houses are drawing water out of the ground because of increased housing density.
Oh, we're all going to die. You actually can prove that God still exists.
And that goes back to the overpopulation subject.
What, that a God doesn't exist?
I was just answering Fred Mountain.
No, I stick with the enough evidence and logic to back up, I guess, my knowledge or belief. But
Logic, then witness Quentin Smith's 1996 argument on the logical impossibility of divine causation. Or Michael Martin's transcendental argument for the non-existence of God.
also, there's the Russell teapot theory,
Russell.
if you've heard of that.
There's also the Patrick Festa. There is no God, get over it.
That's last I checked, not really published in any philosophical journals. Andrew Melnick also has a rather impressive argument from Physical Minds. Richard Carrier, more known for Christ mythicism, which itself is a useful thing, also has a compelling argument in favor of full metaphysical naturalism.
I have divine revelation that metaphysical naturalism is in fact true.
It's pretty shit revelation, then, isn't it? It's like,
Oh yeah, of course. Divine revelation is an external justification. I don't know if anyone's bothered publishing it, but clearly has no genuine distinction from usual kinds of sensory perception.
I don't believe in divine revelation. I rather believe that people claim they have divine revelations or visions when each other's visions or revelations are different from a lot of other people who claim to have also divine visions or revelations as well. So I don't really believe any of them.
Well, if you can get as far as being granted externalism, that's a theory of justification, then yeah, you're dealing with these various sources of external justification, generally on the order of sensory perception. Now, your general argument, I think, is coupled alongside it, is that divine revelation is a distinct mode of external justification from sensory perception, but each divine revelation as such has to be apprehended through effectively the senses, at which point it cannot be distinguished and suffers the same limitations and reliability as the senses. There's a evolutionary reliabilism sort of argument to say that they're predominantly reliable. At the same time, they have occasional faults and such. And right there you have the potential for falsehood of divine revelation. And you're done.
I may have been a bit flippant with the divine revelation that metaphysical naturalism is true, but moving into reality here and being serious.
It's metaphysical realism.
Yeah, there's an overwhelming absence of evidence that really should be evident, no pun intended, if there is in fact some kind of God driving things, especially the Christian God.
But the extent you say is an absence of evidence, I mean, you might say this in absence of particular evidence you would expect to be extant.
Right.
But on the other hand, they do present a great deal of evidence. The trouble is the quality of it is...
well, it doesn't measure up. I mean, for example, if I told you that an elephant stampeded through your house and had diarrhea, explosive diarrhea at the same time,
It's a pretty graphic sort of example.
That is,
I know it's.
Oh my god.
I know it sounds silly, but
I know there has been many metaphors for God, but a elephant with explosive diarrhea, Betty. How many? Oh, that should be a religion.
well, the thing is, you can verify that that happened by simply seeing that your house is a wreck and there is elephant shit all over the place. You can test for it, you can observe it, you can measure it, all these other things.
You
And
can take a case example of the
that is
diarrhea.
bad. If your house is in perfect condition, it's clean, then the claim was false. Because the expected evidence is absent. So absence of evidence can indeed be evidence of absence. And I claim that that is the case for the Christian God and, well, pretty much all the rest.
It would have to be a bit of bull elephant.
I'm with Fudd. I'm with Fudd on that one.
I guarantee you, it was a bull elephant. And
Not
beyond,
an African.
well, I mean, for instance, the kind of evidence that is presented is, for instance, the Bible, and what is it, Our Lady of Fatima, and things like that are of insufficient quality to really grant them their claims. I mean, even they said that Edward Massey is complete garbage. Carrier and price have long since in that field up.
Well,
yeah, there's actually a pretty solid wedge driven in. Saying there's a good chance he's in. The entire thing was fabricated.
Yeah, when it comes, oh, sorry.
Oh, and frankly, just looking at it, I mean, it's literary work. History's not written like that. But
yeah, when it comes down to actual philosophical arguments, quite frankly, I'm going to fail. I'm not educated in the rhetoric and the sophistry that is involved in conjuring up these peculiar arguments that are made in favor of deism or theism or whatever they care to call it.
It's not that hard. Go to infidels.org, which I've been doing for the past 30 years, or 20 years, and they've got a whole bunch of arguments laid out. And well, if you ever need to look up something, just swing by Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy or the UTM Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy, and those will pretty much catch you up on all those things, and mass memorize the jargon.
Okay, yes, that would work. Now, what is a better use of my time? Studying all that stuff so that I can refute ridiculous theist claims and conspiracy theorist claims on the internet, or investing my time in learning the current computer programming technologies that are out there in terms of, libraries, frameworks, programming tools, etc., in an attempt to
forget all those. You should focus on graph algorithms.
Graph algorithms. Well, I'm familiar with acyclical graphs. What other graphs would you recommend?
Stuff like Ford Focus and, even finding strongly connected components.
Like networks and such?
Anything based on Dilworth's theorem, and so on and so forth.
Okay. You're using labels that I'm not familiar with, but I imagine I will come across them. Because one of the things that I've discovered is really holding me back is that my mathematical knowledge is, it's a bit rotted due to lack of use. And
Sedgwick and the new Corman Libraries and Rivers are probably a good place to start.
Yeah. Effectively, a good math background is really, really, really important, very useful. And this is me being utilitarian because ultimately I want to go with what works. The avatar, my new avatar, you see, took me longer to create than I expected. There's only 3 lines that are actually the drawing commands to produce that.
For analysis, get like Apostle and Spivak and Rudin, and maybe for algebra, like Lang, Hungerford, and I don't know.
Yeah, I've got some actual Dead Tree Edition textbooks. Stanford University does free iTunes University. That is, iTunes University, their material comes from Stanford. There's also other things like Khan Academy and whatnot. There's free resources out there. They just require that you have a sufficient amount of internal motivation and discipline to work through.
Let's get the books.
Yeah, hit the books.
No, just get the books.
Oh, just get the books. Well, having the books is one thing. Actually reading the books, absorbing the material, working through the exercises, that is another thing.
I knew there was a reason why I kept you in my circles, Fudmo.
Yes. And there's a significant difference in owning a book and actually reading the fucking thing.
Precisely. And I figure if I can understand the math. I mean, I'm not bad at coding. I'm really not. But coding might, well, I'm a what's the word here?
I have a book called Physics and Astronomy and Mathematics, and I'm like, I barely open up this book. I've had it on my shelf for like 10 years.
Well, I don't have domain expertise in any particular domain. I'm a generic coder. That is, you teach me what you want coded. You know, if you're interested, like, all right, we need this particular algorithm implemented. It's like, all right, teach me the algorithm. Okay, I can code that. And it doesn't really matter what language I'm using either. As long as I know the language, I can use the language constructs so that I'm not fighting the language to implement the algorithm, and I can produce fairly decent code to implement, you know, whatever algorithm. So that's not really the issue. The issue is the lack of math is holding me back from things that I would like to do. For example, I do not know how to apply. I don't know how to apply fast Fourier transforms. And I don't really need to know the nitty-gritty of them because libraries already do them. I just need to know where they're applicable and what they do and so forth.
Well, check out Generating Functionality by Robert S. Wolf. That'll help you analyze your algorithms.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that coming out. In fact, functional programming is, even though it's been around for many decades, longer than I've been alive, in fact, modern languages are bringing it back into vogue. And yeah, functional programming is almost a direct translation from applied mathematics.
Anyway, you can pretty much follow this way. And, when it comes time to apply this, like the potential method, or whatever, you'll be able to sum things.
But yeah, as with regards to the earlier discussions we had regarding, you know, production of energy. Oh, you're sharing? Let me bump up my bandwidth.
I was. I just unshared.
Oh, you just unshared.
I've
Okay.
been doing it for 10
sorry.
minutes and then you. Okay.
Oh, you're
I
presenting.
didn't realize. No. Well, I should pretty much assume that by default that everyone's tabbed out and on audio only.
Yeah.
No one can ever see me raising my hand.
That must be very frustrating for you.
Well, I kind of wonder after, at 3 or 4 hours why no one noticed.
My arm has gone numb. Yeah. Well, you're the owner of the room. You can cut in at any time, even if you have to, like, mute everybody to do it.
Well, I don't know. Running off estrogen,
I know that's not your style.
my muscles don't get as tired anymore from holding stances like that.
Yeah.
Nothing.
I tell you, it would be nice if the freaking toolbox was working. I could turn some people up and be able to hear them without having to turn the entire room up.
Windows, I don't know what you're using, but Windows has the ability to control the relative audio output from
No, but you're talking about the entire room. I mean, I have volume control on my stereo here, but what happens is usually for the last since I've been on Google Plus, I used to use the toolbox to turn some people up and leave some people alone, or actually turn some people down because they were too loud, in order to balance the entire room out so that everybody's approximately the same volume. But lately, for the last couple of weeks or a week, I think the toolbox has not been working. So that I can turn it on and I can look like I'm controlling anything, but it doesn't have any effect anymore. So I used to turn Nadia up when like I know I haven't been around for a few weeks, but I used to turn her up, and I used to turn Simon up, and there was a couple of people that actually had to turn down a little bit because it was so loud. The point is that I made everybody approximately the same volume. So I'm having a hard time right now because it's 4 o'clock in the morning and I'm trying to keep my volume on the stereo down and that sort of thing.
I don't even know what my volume is. See, you. Let's see. Oh boy. 2 factorial times b0 n cubed 3 Wait, 0 factorial is 1. What's the point of putting 0 factorial in that equation?
Because it's following the pattern.
Oh. Okay. So it's there for pedantic reasons, not because it affects the math.
And matter speaking. So anyway, the main point here is things are out there to help analyze algorithms.
Oh yeah. And there is a crap load of stuff in my development tools for not only analysis of algorithms, but profiling the running program, finding both on large scale and small scale where your hotspots are. So if you're using the wrong algorithm, you can switch to a different algorithm. The micro optimizations, though, are best left up to the compiler. And the compiler itself gathers more information than traditional compilers of the past have. So it is approaching the mythical, what was it called? Sufficiently intelligent compiler. So your code can be written for humans the way it's supposed to be, and the compiler goes in and takes care of the rest in terms of generating the optimum machine code output, or object code, whichever you prefer to use. I generally call it object code because there's still loading, linking, and relocation and shit going on. But I'm not pedantic. I'm not dogmatic on that issue. Because I'm not a compiler writer or an operating system writer.
We're all gonna die. Left the group.
He died.
Shit, man. Maybe we should have a moment of silence for we're all gonna die.
No, you gotta say it like this. We're all gonna die.
Okay. A moment of silence for we're all gonna die.
Okay, my moments.
Actually, I liked him. It's just, it's a little obvious. His name is a little obvious. It's just I like making fun of things like that. I'm sorry.
My moments are measured in nanoseconds, so we've already had many, many moments of silence for we're all gonna die. So
You must feel old. If you measure life in nanoseconds, you must feel really old.
Wow.
You're like billions of nanoseconds
Shit,
old.
measured in years, measured in centuries, I'm more than a half a century old.
Damn.
The reason I think in terms of nanoseconds is because that is the operational speed of the CPU.
Oh, okay, all right.
So you want to
I'm gonna go
match?
smoke a cigarette now and think about that.
Right, bye, Patrick.
Yeah, when you're talking about a process that takes a whole millisecond, I'm thinking, millions of instructions are required to do that.
Well, nanoseconds requires a lot more, don't it?
A nanosecond is 10 to the minus 9 seconds.
Yes.
A millisecond is only 10 to the minus 3 seconds.
Right, smaller than millisecond.
Yeah. So you have 10 to the 6 nanoseconds for every millisecond. And my computer will, my laptop will operate at a rate of, well, the clock in the CPU is 2.6 gigahertz. So that's, if one instruction was executed in a single clock cycle, that's 2.6 instructions per nanosecond. But it goes better than that. It's got 4 real cores, and with hyperthreading and working, you can actually have 8 virtual cores going at that speed. So now you're talking about running, what is it? Like, I'm just going to say 12 instructions per nanosecond. And if you bring the GPU into it, that just brings in even more computational power. Although realistically you get less than that, but yeah, there's a crap load of factors involved in the rate that computations are actually achieved. Kind of makes me wonder why Google Chrome with Hangouts is managing to make my computer so hot and consume so many resources when I've run programs that are so much more powerful that don't even warm it up. There you go.
Device access.
Yeah. Among other things.
Graph algorithms, there you go.
Yeah, I saw DAGs and B trees flash by there. I'm familiar with both of those. In fact, one of my favorite things about Lisp is that it's written, the Lisp programming language is written in its own data structure. That is, its own most primitive data structure.
That's not that special. Any self
well,
language compiling system is pretty much doing the same thing.
It's doing more work to do it, though.
Really?
Especially when you have bizarre rules with infix operators and such. because in Lisp, a macro is not a simple text substitution. A macro can actually be a function in and of itself that during macro expansion time will generate a crap load of code. I'm saying this more for the benefit of the room than for you, Nadia, because I'm sure you've played with that common Lisp and scheme probably as well.
Yeah, that's not terribly distinctive about this.
No, other languages have been borrowing those ideas. I think Lisp was the first garbage collecting language. Java, though, made garbage collecting popular.
I'm not sure I can give it that much credit.
Well, that's just my impression from out there, you know, in cube farmland.
Where do you think I used to live before I was exiled from the workforce?
Sorry, I didn't quite get that.
Where do you think I used to live before I was exiled from the workforce?
Oh, in cube farmland. I've seen a picture. You didn't look happy either. In fact, I've never seen a picture of you looking happy. Which is probably neither here nor there, considering all things. But
I'm going to try something. I'm going to try removing the toolbox from the sidebar and then reinitiating it.
Wow.
Oh, that's drastic.
That's... Yeah, I generally don't announce that I'm doing that kind of adjustment to things.
Well, I just thought everybody, I thought everybody was having trouble with toolbox. I know I am.
It works for me.
I have no idea what it is. You're talking that thing at the bottom that has the red Hangout toolbox, that thing?
Yeah, it's actually pretty useful, Fudd. You should use it.
What's it do?
You can adjust people's volumes levels, not for everybody, just for yourself, though.
Oh, so I can make everyone roughly the same volume across the board. That would be useful.
Yeah, you can do that.
Maybe sometime I'll play with that shit. My general preference, I don't know.
You know,
once I've got something working to the level that I meet reasonable satisfaction for, I don't screw with it anymore.
It didn't work. Yeah, toolboxes hasn't been functional for at least a week, probably longer. But the last time I tried, Fudmont and I used to use it all the time, especially in Nadia's Hangouts, because Nadia was always low, and it's adjusting volumes because it's 4 o'clock, 4:30. It's now going on 4:30 in the morning, so I adjust the volume with the stereo, and I adjust the volume on everybody's.
What is the
so I
time?
can hear them. But it's not working. I tried reloading it, but it doesn't. It's not working. The experiment is failed.
Yeah.
What does the time matter?
Oh, what's it matter? Never mind. 4:29, but
what does the time matter?
If there are other people in the household that are trying to sleep, that could be an issue.
And that's affected how?
If you're playing through loudspeakers in a modern house, which is made out of paper, you disturb them. But of course, that's what headphones.
It depends on your living conditions. My living conditions are that I may actually be talking too loud.
Yeah, that's another issue.
But it's not distinctive, right? There's no distinct effect it would have on the end of someone listening, and Just turning it up in general.
It's a matter of disturbing the peace. It's a matter of I was used to using it, and when it stopped working, it became a burden on me.
Except it doesn't make a difference.
It makes a difference to me in this house.
How?
Because, well, I can hear you better now than I've heard you in the past. But in other words, like just like somebody else said, I don't know who said it. I basically adjust the volumes of everybody in the toolbox so that I can, give or take, essentially hear them at approximately the same level, so that I could adjust the one volume on the stereo so that I can carry on a conversation. But when you get real low, or when anybody else, Simon especially, gets real low, I used to use the toolbox to turn you and Simon up, and somebody else that might have been really loud on their audio, I turned them down. In other words, to just, it's just it almost goes without explanation. It's just not working now, and it's quite annoying.
Personally, I think there should be just a straight up automatic gain thing that equalizes everyone automatically. And I don't see why that can't be done.
Well, if I came real close to the microphone and talked right into it, the Windows or Google, or I don't know which, or both, I think it's Windows actually, lowers the microphone volume. But it's not the same for everybody.
Well, a lot of microphones are hooked up to automatic gain control circuitry to prevent clipping and such. And
No, I mean the actual volume control on the if you checked out the Windows mixer, you could actually watch it go down if you were to talk too close to the microphone. I've seen that happen, but that doesn't work in the essence of like your normal volume. Okay, most everybody's about where you are, but there are some people like Nadia who sort of fades away and then comes back when she's on the headset. So I would turn her up because I don't always hear her, and that could be annoying because she thinks I'm always interrupting her, and I don't realize she's talking, that sort of thing.
I see. Yeah, I can adjust the gain on my microphone locally, but and for some reason OS X doesn't include a mixer for different applications, at least not by default. I imagine one could write a kernel extension to do the job. You can do per application volume control.
It's already in Pulse Audio, and it's not part of the kernel.
Unfortunately, OS X does not have Pulse Audio included, and I've tried to compile it from Homebrew, and whoever the package maintainer is for Pulse Audio, it doesn't work.
Well, in any case, I don't know what else in Toolbox is not working, but I just know that the volume controls are not working. I mean, I could probably see if sound effects maybe might be still working. I don't know. What else? What else is supposed to be here? What else is in the toolbox? Comment tracker, volume controls, lower third. It's only if you have a camera. And now they got this new thing called settings. Enable auto load. Maybe that's why. Mute notification sounds and auto load last used lower. I don't know what the fuck that means.
I use it all the time.
I didn't hear what you just said.
I said I use it all the time.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know. It's I used to use the toolbox just for the volume controls, and it's just simply not working. I noticed it when I went to mute the whole room to listen to a video, and I clicked it and I'm listening to the video, and all of a sudden I still kept hearing everybody talking. So that's when I realized it wasn't working. That was a few days ago.
I've never used it to listen to videos.
You know how somebody, like even you put up a video or a link on the sidebar, so you go to watch it and you don't want to hear everybody talking while you're watching the video, so you just mute the whole room. And it's only for you. It's not for, it doesn't affect anybody else. It just affects you. But like I said, it's no longer working. So that's when I noticed it wasn't working.
Yeah, I haven't had, well, I've had the opportunity, I guess, to explore all of Google Hangouts and such, but I've just not bothered. I just basically, when I get into Nadia's room, I can chill out, listen, talk, interact, whatever, and I don't multitask. I mean, I'm not usually. I'm generally actually here unless I've fallen asleep or something else, but I'm generally here. My avatar is here, then I'm here, unless I've fallen asleep.
Well, again, it depends on your living situation. I mean, here everybody's up or asleep at different times, and here it is. It's like 24 minutes before 5 o'clock in the morning, and so I have your volume is perfect, but everybody else's volume is different. So I used to use the toolbox to adjust that level to make like everybody the same volume as you, for example. Again, it's not working anymore, so I'm having a little bit of a difficulty, so that might cause problems in the Hangout. Like Nadia was talking before, and she was getting mad at me because I was talking over her, and I didn't realize she was still talking. That sort of thing. It interferes with the interaction.
Yeah, I can see the argument there. Certainly things have, I don't know, I'm not overwhelmed by the quality of Google software, and I'm becoming less overwhelmed by the quality of Apple software. Actually, software in general seems to be running downhill. Everyone is trying to implement new features without doing proper regression testing and fixing bugs.
Yeah, I'm not a coder. I'm not a programmer, but I understand. I can see that in the last few days, last week, I lost count how many days, but I had like 25 Microsoft updates, and there was a couple of Google updates. Somewhere along those lines, something got updated, and something conflicted with something else, and it stopped the toolbox from working. I can't put my finger on it, but I know that it's not my computer because I've had reports of at least 4 other people told me that the same thing happened to them. Everybody else is saying that the toolbox is no longer working. The people who use it like me have told me that the toolbox is no longer working, and I am using Google Chrome, so it might have had to do with the Chrome update as well. So.
I don't know. In principle, I should be running the latest version of Chrome, but I don't know that I am.
Well, that's just it. It's the latest version that's something along the line got screwed up, and I can't put because I'm not a programmer. I can't put my finger on it, but I can see the symptoms as a scientifically minded person. I can see that these updates were made, and something changed within those updates that caused this, and I couldn't tell you exactly which one or which 2 it was. Somewhere along the line, 2 updates conflicted with each other, and nobody, the programmers who did these updates didn't realize it.
Wow. I went into About to see the version I was running, which is 39.0.2171.95, and it went and decided to update. So the next time I launch Chrome, it'll be a newer version. Interesting. I can only hope that they have made it less of a resource hog.
All right, let me see where the about is on that. Where is that?
Well, on the Mac, on the window,
About Google Chrome.
It'll say Chrome.
Okay, you're on a Mac though, so it's going to be different anyway.
Exactly.
Mine says Google Chrome is up to date, and my version is 42.0.23 11.152M as in Mary.
Wow. Okay, so they're using
I can report an issue
for different distributions.
Yeah.
Boy.
Yeah, Apple's going to be different. I can report an issue. It says get help with using Google Chrome or report an issue. I can do that. But again, it's within the Hangouts. So
Hangouts is effectively all I use Google Chrome for.
I use Google Chrome for my web browser, except that there's actually one particular bank that does not work properly on Chrome, and I have to unfortunately use Internet Explorer. But I hardly ever use it. Every once in a blue moon, I go on and check my account with this bank program, but I can't use Chrome on it.
Change banks.
For as few times as I use it, it doesn't really matter. And for the pennies that I have in my bank account, it doesn't really fucking matter. But the thing is that it won't let me sign in. It keeps coming back. I think it's because of the cookies I block or something in Chrome. I'm not sure. But Internet Explorer is that much less secure to the point where
Oh, Internet Explorer is basically runs at kernel privilege. So any exploit in that browser, you're fucked.
Yeah, I never use Explorer anymore, except for the fact that one particular program or bank can't seem to run off of Google, so I go there just to do that. But that's like once in every, I think it's like once every 6 months I might visit that site.
I prefer to use Safari.
I've tried Safari, I forgot how long ago. I've tried Firefox, and I was using Firefox for a long time, and then I found there was something going on with that, and then I finally gave in to Google Chrome, and that was over a couple of years ago, and I've been with them since. And they're not perfect either, but I've had far less problems. I've had far less security problems with Google Chrome than I've had with any other ones.
Well, the predecessor to both Chrome and Safari and any other browser that uses WebKit is a browser called Conqueror. It came with the KDE desktop environment for Linux.
Oh, yeah?
And that's where the KHTML thing comes from.
Oh, I have no idea.
They wrote a beautiful rendering engine, and but it was GPL. So Apple and a few others re-implemented it using a different open source license, so that, because most corporations seem to be hostile to the GPL.
What did GPL stand for?
GNU Public License.
Oh, GNU. GNU Public License. GNU? GNU?
GNU.
Wow. There's a chess program from way back when called GNU.
Yeah, they're still strong out there. But at any rate,
Yeah, Yeah. At any rate,
The GPL license basically requires that when you use code that is GPL, that is statically linked in, or you are made a derivative of, that you distribute, you also have to distribute the source code.
okay.
And
Well, at any rate, like I said, I'm no expert but I'm scientifically minded enough to realize that within the last week or two, there's been some updates that were made somewhere along the line. An update that was made stopped the toolbox from working. I mean, you could see it, you could turn on toolbox, you could sit there and play with volume controls, but they have no effect. So somewhere along the line, either the update itself stopped it from working, or there was two conflicting updates that happened at the same time that conflicted with each other that stopped it from working. What the actual answer is, I couldn't tell you because I just don't know coding, but it happened within the last 2 weeks or less. That's all I can, that's as far as I can go.
I don't remember, it was Guy Steele. Was it Guy Steele or was it Peter Gabriel? Wait, not Peter Gabriel. I don't mean the musician, but I think it might have been Guy Steele. He had experience with both being an operator at a nuclear, whoever it was, had experience with being an operator at a nuclear power plant and also working on a symbolics workstation running their flavor of Lisp. And he made an interesting observation, and that is the manuals for the symbolics machine took up more shelf space than the manuals for being an operator at nuclear power plant. And that was in in the previous century. Computers have gotten considerably more sophisticated since then. Nuclear power plants have not, because 3 Mile Island killed the nuclear industry in the United States.
That's pretty funny. Well, it's been a while since I've been in Nadia's Hangouts. And thankfully, I didn't find this one to be depressing at all. So that's a good thing. That's why I'm still here. The last few were, the last few that I tried to come into, I found too depressing for me to stay. But it is actually going on 5 o'clock in the morning here. And I have a new pair of glasses waiting for me anytime before 5 in the afternoon. So I think it's best if I call it the night. Fudmoten, however you pronounce it. It's been a pleasure catching up with you. It's been a while since I've talked to you.
Yeah, likewise. And it seems we're in the same time zone because it's coming up on 5 a.m. here.
Yeah, it seems that way. So I have been drinking, but I've been trying to be careful because I don't want to go to the Vision Center all pie-eyed and trying to dress my glasses. So,
oh yeah, that's the wrong time to get a prescription set up.
But I've got no more than 12 hours to get there. So I'm pretty good. I've been being careful. I had a few, but I haven't. I used a small wine glass, a little tiny goblet, and I usually stay up to almost this time anyway.
It seems to be SOP that people in this room have had something to drink.
Oh yeah,
particularly.
I got a strange life here, Anyway, have a great night. Thank you, Nadia, for not getting too pissed off at me, and if she's still awake to hear me. And whoever else I've missed here, Safi, I don't even know who you are. Who else is here? I don't know who this R1 philosopher is. But anyway, have a great night. Fud Moten again. Thank you again.
All right. Good night.
Night, bud. Well, that was fun, just hanging about listening to you.
It really reminds me, I have got to get new glasses. My glasses are from 2007 or 6? No, 7. Needless to say, I've outgrown the prescription. And the glasses have seen their share of wear and tear. Been stepped on twice, dropped numerous times.
Well, it definitely lasted you, Fud.
Huh?
It definitely lasted you. Had them a while.
Oh! Yeah, okay. Yeah, I didn't quite understand. You're a little quiet, but yeah. I've had difficulty getting on in the past few days. There is something going wrong between me and Google. I've already gone and diagnosed my local Wi-Fi. It's running just fine. Hitting other sites via Comcast, I can get some pretty impressive data rates. So it's something to do with Google, or maybe Comcast throttles Google. I don't know.
I know so many people that absolutely hate Google and Google Plus. I think they're so awkward, and then there's the dodgy connections every now and again. Well, most of the time, I think.
Sugar.
Hmm.
Who is Sugar?
I'm coming. I don't know what I'm doing. Come on.
What are you trying to accomplish?
I have no idea.
Oh, well, no wonder you don't know how to do it.
Yeah, it's my first time.
Ah, that's what she said.
Doing. Shit.
I'll get used to it. I've been here like 8 or 9 days maximum. I just stick to basics. I don't tamper with any sounds and things. And downloads.
Is that it? Hmm.
It seems to be a quiet time.
Did I make it in?
Yeah, you're in.
Yay! It's my first one.
Congratulations. Welcome to the
Thank
group.
you.
Your sound is good.
Oh, good, good. I was worried about that because I didn't know if I had the right equipment, or I just found this a couple days ago and didn't even know y'all existed.
Well, we could all be programmed cyber bots to talk to you.
Yeah, could be. I wouldn't be surprised at this stage. So I'm not an expert in anything, but I've been listening to you guys, and I've kind of got one of those minds that I love to look at all sides of things, and love to hear good chatter and some good talk, and so it's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, I like to use the Hangouts for socializing because I don't get out a lot.
Yeah, I haven't either lately. I just had a big transition in my life, and so this is kind of new for me. And at my age, having to learn this technology, I've been on Twitter for a whole month, so and this for a day.
Well, at least Twitter is pretty easy.
Yeah, yeah. Except when you're 50 years old and you've never used anything like that.
Okay. My general method of learning how things work is to poke around.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing.
If poking at something makes bad things happen, I generally don't poke it again.
I hear that. I hear that. So I heard you guys were about to leave. Somebody needs to pick up some glasses, and I was pounding on the keyboards going, no, don't leave yet. I'm
Well,
right outside. I tried to get into a couple others, and it just wasn't happening. So I thought I would give it a try here. But I mean, if you guys have to go, it's don't stick around on my account. I got plenty of things to do. That can keep me busy. But I sure appreciate you guys taking whatever time you have.
I actually have nowhere to go.
They go on the sugar. You were good all day.
Yeah, it's coming up on 5 a.m. Sunday morning for me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, see, it's only coming up on 2 for me. I'm on the West Coast.
Yeah, those darn time zones. I hate some.
Somebody here.
We got someone else.
Somebody else?
Yes. A familiar face. Yeah. Actually, I do kind of wish this room was on the, right now, at this time of night, it'd be nice if it was on the thing where there's a feature that the host of the room can set up where someone has to show them in broadcast before they show up. That way, if all the mods disappear or the owner disappears, somebody can't come in and porn drop on the site.
No. Well, wouldn't that be fine? How do you do?
It has happened, and it is not nice.
Yeah, that would not be nice for me.
Well, it's a violation of Google Terms of Services, which means it can get the Hangout suspended indefinitely or permanently.
Yeah.
So
that's not okay. I just got. I mean, I've been on Google, but I've just done the whole Google Plus thing, and this one person, circled me or whatever, and the first thing he did was send me a picture of his junk, which I was not happy with at all. I'm like, well, I guess anonymity makes brave men, but yeah, it didn't fly with me.
Anything like that. Sorry, Ford, go on.
Oh, I was just agreeing with her. You go.
Cheers, Ford. Still got a really bad cough. I forgot now. What am I like? Yeah, I don't think I've been sent any pictures like that are indecent or whatever. But I know that one guy, he put me in his Google Circles thing. He works at a shop I used to go into. Well, basically, he found us with Google Plus, whatever, and he's drunk most of the time, and, well, as if I'm not, but he's just his aggravating Indian accent and his sarcasm. It's not really the accent, it's his sarcasm, You will not stop saying weird things. Oh, you want to suck my, it's like, go away.
Yeah, it's like when people drive, when they're in their car, they're so brave and they just take out all their personal, all the personal power they don't get during the day. They just, while they're driving.
Yeah, they have a 1.5 ton steel cage around them to protect them.
Hi again, Stevie.
Right.
Yeah, my general philosophy on the internet, even though I am using sort of a pseudonym here, is basically to talk to people as if they can punch you in the face for what you say.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, but I'm that way even when I type, and unfortunately, a lot of my sarcasm does not come through in the typing. So I've had to learn a new way of typing and expressing myself.
Yeah, that's the problem with written word is intonation doesn't carry through, so you have to use it differently. Voice works a bit better, but it's not perfect either.
Yeah. People that know me, they know my sense of humor, but if you don't know me, sometimes I think it comes across as a little gruff, but I'm not really gruff. I just sound that way, but I'm really pretty docile.
Okay.
It isn't easy to offend me.
Sorry?
it is not really easy to offend me. I can tell
Yeah.
you. So
Yeah,
don't
me
worry.
neither. I worked with men. I worked with men for about 25 years, so you learn to be really thick-skinned. I worked in a very male-dominated industry, and so there weren't many women when I started. So you just kind of took it, and it was fine.
Are you in some form of IT or what?
No, I was in EMS, worked on a paramedic ambulance.
Medical services.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought
So
I
I
was
just
getting that vibe from you.
Yeah, just retired about 2 years ago. I had to retire early for PTSD, but I'm good.
Oh, PTSD, that sucks. Sorry to
Yeah.
hear about it.
No, it's what it's not a matter of if. It's pretty much when. But you know what? It is what it is. It was a great run. It was incredibly honored to be able to do the job. So and I miss it terribly. I miss people.
Were you doing this civilian or military?
No, civilian.
Okay.
Yeah. I worked in Oakland, where the Loma Prieta earthquake was.
Oh, yeah. All the
That's
fatalities were on that one stretch of highway where the top tier collapsed onto the bottom tier.
that's our district. Yep, that was it. We were there for days.
Yeah.
So it was
Yeah.
pretty.
I think that was the first time a World Series was called on account of earthquake.
Yeah, yeah. I'll never forget that day. It just was an amazing. I'd only been working a few months. I was brand new. My first day, I delivered a baby. My very, very first day, and then several months later, there was the earthquake, and we didn't even know the Cypress structure was called the Cypress structure. We just knew it was that area of freeway that when you drove over it, it was kind of wavy, for however it was built. But we didn't know it as a Cypress structure, so we were looking for this street Cypress that the news was talking about. We had no idea, and then we come across it, and we're like, "Whoa!"
Yeah, a couple 100 meters of it pancaked.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? I had just come back from San Francisco on a long distance transport. I had just driven over that not an hour before, and I was due to go back.
Ouch.
And yeah, it was one of those days when you're just like, I'm just glad to be standing here. But
there were people who were trapped inside, and I don't recall if. I think one person may have actually been rescued alive, but I think
yes, he was rescued alive. He did die a bit later. A funny story. That gentleman was not a very nice man. Apparently, when we talked to some of his coworkers later on, they were not moved. It was the strangest thing.
Yeah, I bet.
But,
yeah,
yeah,
I
was
remember seeing a picture of that collapse. I was like, wow. So they decided to use smaller supports for the upper tier than the lower tier because they only had to support, well, half as much weight, which kind of makes sense and all. But when you're considering you're talking SF Bay area, that's earthquake central. I mean,
oh yeah, the Hayward Fault runs where that Cypress structure is. The Hayward Fault is not, geez, I don't even think it's a mile. I mean,
yeah, if I remember correctly, a section of the Golden Gate Bridge also went down, top tier falling onto the bottom at a slant angle, and a few people got snagged in that in a fatal way.
Yeah, that is the that's another county right there at the bridge is San Francisco County, and we are Alameda County. The bridge is connect
Alameda,
us. Yeah.
where the nuclear vessels are.
Yes, there's there's the old Alameda Army base. I think it's a Army or Naval base. I can never remember because it really wasn't used too much in the early days. There was there's a bunch of Victorians there where all the prostitutes lived, and you'd go down to Alameda for all the old stuff, but Yeah, the military was pretty much gone by the time I started, mostly.
Well, I
If
just
they,
I
sorry.
remember from the movie Star Trek 4, where Chekhov is, asking people where the nuclear vessels are.
Wessels are, yeah. Hey, this young man here that's learning English. I don't know his name. I think he asked me a question about my tattoos. Um,
I was about to ask you, Sugar, if you have the side chat up. If you didn't know, I was going to request Foot tell you how to do it.
yeah, you can. Oh, you know what? Are you talking about the bar that's along the side?
Yeah.
Okay. I know it did come up and then it left.
If you move your mouse, I don't know if are you on a desktop browser in Chrome?
Yeah, laptop.
Okay, that's cool. Well, laptop, desktop, same.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the left side, there is a blue icon that looks sort of like a chat box, which turns on, makes sure you've got the group chat available to you.
I wonder if my screen looks really large. I wonder if I bring it down a bit. No, that didn't.
Oops, she's gone.
Oh, maybe she'll be back. Hopefully. It's nice to have new people to talk to. No offense to the other people.
The old people are bored. Hey, Fud, did you experience all the jokes about anus yesterday? It was hilarious.
Oh, wait. Guilt about what yesterday?
The jokes about anus yesterday. It went on for hours.
I missed all that. I'm sorry.
Wish you were there. You could have contributed. It was just so funny.
Well, normally I don't like to slag people behind their back. Sometimes I do anyway. That's, a flaw in my character. And I generally don't like to be mean to people on the internet. Like I said, the rule I strive for is to talk to people on the internet as if they are face to face with me and can punch me in the mouth for what I say. That is, I like to be, polite, courteous, what have you.
Thing is, though, Fud, I think you didn't understand what I meant. We were just changing the names of movies and putting the word anus in it. We weren't upsetting anybody.
Oh, okay. That's an entirely different thing. Yeah. All right.
You very rarely say insults in this, unless an argument kicks off again. You must have seen one of those before.
I've seen some fair bits of drama in chat rooms. It happens. Sometimes I tune it out. Sometimes I get my virtual popcorn. It's, I don't know.
What's wrong with real popcorn?
Uh,
Taste that. Well, virtual popcorn. I don't think you can.
Real proper popcorn takes a while to cook properly. You have your microwave popcorn, of course, but that is nowhere near as good. And of course, there's the also ready-made containers that you would put on a stovetop. Again, nowhere near as good. Air-popped popcorn, yeah, not so bad. But no, proper popcorn is made in a frying pan with, butter, olive oil, other seasoning, and obviously the lid on top so that the popcorn doesn't fly everywhere.
Yeah, you certainly know your popcorn.
And you are doing proper popcorn, not some weird GMO thing.
Yep.
No, I don't have a problem with GMOs in principle. My big problem with GMOs is the patents and the fact that they get pounded with insecticides and herbicides because they've been given genetic immunity to those things. And in spite of the so ridiculously short half-life of Roundup, according to Monsanto, I quite honestly don't believe that stuff all washes out. Maybe an irrational fear. I know GMOs are the future, but
I hope sugar comes back.
it would be nice if cane sugar came back. I do not like high fructose corn syrup as a sweetener. I want real cane sugar. I'm one of those people who can taste the difference when it's in soda or something, or pop. I don't remember. I don't remember in the UK what you refer to carbonated beverages as, whether you call them soda or pop or what.
Yeah, most commonly pop.
Okay.
Nobody
Because in the United States, yeah, in the United States, some areas say pop and other areas say soda.
Hey, she returns.
Oh, welcome back, Sugar.
You're on, by the way, Sugar. Sugar.
I hope you're not speaking because I don't hear anything right now.
Sugar, we see you.
What? No, nothing like being a rookie. Wow.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, that's better.
Yeah. Sound is good. You bumped yourself.
That's. Sorry.
You bumped yourself somehow?
I guess, yeah. This is the first time I've ever been in one of these, so I'm just pushing things and hoping that it works out.
Well, at the top of the display, there's this red thing that looks like an old-fashioned telephone.
I'm just gonna. How do I get it? Hey.
That is the hang-up button. You push that, you get the hang-up.
So I see this little side, the thing on the right-hand side. Is that to make comments just for anybody, or?
Oh yeah,
with each other?
anyone can type in that.
Okay.
Some people like to use the side chat to carry on other conversations.
Oh, okay. And then the one on the left-hand side, what is that most useful for?
Well, there's that blue thing that I was talking about that looks like a text balloon. That brings up the side chat window. I think it can also be used to dismiss it.
Okay.
What else is there? The green arrow thing is for sharing your display. Not worth doing unless you have something to share.
Okay.
You'll see Nadia do that in the future.
And the rest of the things I don't really have any real experience with using.
I just leave them all alone. Stick to basics.
Okay.
Don't mess everything up.
Yeah.
There you go.
Kind of what I do. It's like
I kind of prefer things a little simpler myself. So the accent, you with the accent, are you British or Irish or?
Let's just say I'm Irish because apparently I really sound Irish. But I'm from England.
From where?
It's a Geordie accent.
Yes, that was going to be my next, because I'm a huge Anglophile. I'm watching David Mitchell and all of these guys constantly. I basically only watch British TV, so it's Mr. Blobby is like my new best friend.
How do you feel about Doctor Who?
I used to watch Doctor Who back in the day. I have not seen a lot of the newer ones. I watched it way back when. I started watching, the Benny Hill when it came on PBS,
Yeah.
and then Are You Being Served, and
Awesome.
EastEnders.
My mom is into that. I never got into it.
Yeah, I love it. If I could find a way to get myself to the UK, that would I could live there for the rest of my life. Absolutely adore it. I've been to London just once.
I've been there a few times, but I was so young that I can't really appreciate the memories that are surviving.
I was there on my birthday in 2008 or 9, I think. And I had no idea that London was like San Francisco. It was just a mosh pit because I went looking for a traditional British fare, traditional British food. And of course, all I found were shawarma shops and kebabs and stuff like that, which I can get anywhere. I really wanted British food. And the guy at the hotel's like, "Lady, you're in London."
Yeah, I think London.
Okay.
Excuse me. I think London is, at least by population standards, larger than every city in the United States.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a population of over 11 million or something.
I watch a lot of the news as well, BBC News, and I just love. I didn't know until I started traveling how the rest of the world felt about Americans. I was just one of those clueless Americans, and so I really love the perspective.
So, Sugar, which state are you in?
I'm in California.
Wow, I've always been obsessed with Cali.
Really?
Yeah.
That's okay. I've always been obsessed with the UK, so we could switch. I don't know. Are you in the UK right now?
What was that, Sugar?
Are you in the UK right now?
Yeah, I've never left. I've been to Wales and Scotland when I was really young.
Oh, yeah. I was watching some of those Scottish accents. I do pretty good with accents, and there was a nurse that I used to work with, and she came in and she was muttering something. I said, "Where are you from, Manchester?" And she looked at me like, "Which? How would you know that? Nobody knows that." So you don't. I mean, you sound sort of Geordie, but I think I watched an episode of Gordon Ramsay, and he was yelling at some poor Geordie kid.
Do you watch Graham Norton or?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. Love Graham Norton.
My mom likes that show also.
Yeah.
Have you heard of the comedian Sarah Milligan?
I don't think so. I will write that down because I every time I see a new one, Russell Howard, I like this new kid, and Richard Iowate is just hysterical. Mitchell and Webb.
I do wish BBC America was not so clogged with commercials because, the BBC in the UK has no commercials.
Yeah, right.
Paid for by a tax. So they don't need to advertise.
I adore the way they are able to free speak the way they do it, and I find it so crazy that the place we ran from, or that this country ran from, has more,
we're
free
more
speech
than them by far. Like they can drop the F-bomb no problem, but we can't.
And I love it. I absolutely love it because it's as real as it gets. I mean, come on, how hypocritical can we be? We know everybody walks out, or not everybody, but a lot of people use that language, and it's that whole denial thing. I'm on this rant. So here's the thing. So about 20 years ago, I stopped watching the news because when I came home from these ambulance shifts, I was just spun, and I could not watch another bit of tragedy. So it's been about 20 years since I've watched the news, and I started watching again about 3-4 months ago. And yeah,
in Philadelphia, where I am, we had that Amtrak crash.
Yes, I know. I've been watching that. That was really, tragic too. I'm glad I can watch it now because I normally could not watch that stuff anymore, but I'm able to. But
I only know about it through social media. I just gave up on news and stuff because it's just too depressing.
Oh, I am so fit to be tied with Rupert Murdoch. I tweet him all the time. I've had it. And this Fox News thing just baffles me. We just never would have seen that in my day, with Cronkite and the rest of these guys, whether they were as, telling the truth or not, at least they were polite. I mean, that's like we have no manners at all. No wonder the rest of the world hates us.
Yeah. And it's
I don't
turned into a sort of form of entertainment. And
Oh,
it's
yeah.
driven by ratings.
Yeah. Well, it controls so much of us.
Yeah.
I just and as I was on Facebook, I hadn't been on Facebook a lot either, and all the news feeds that were coming up, I'm like, this is garbage. I could tell it was a sensational, headline. So I'd go back and I'd research it, and I'd find out it was satirical. And I'd go into the comments, and boy, they are really hashing it out. I mean, they're really fighting like it's real, and I'm typing in there, you guys know this is satirical, right? And, of course, I got called every name in the book, and I went, okay.
Yeah, it used to be that The Onion was the clear leader in satirical news.
Right.
And it was very obvious that it was satire and everything because that's what they did. But now there are other sites that are also satire news sites, and some of them run this edge of believability.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes, unfortunately, The Onion also hits that edge. It's like they'll come out with something outrageous, but because the world is just that crazy, it could be true.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
The mere fact that it's identified as The Onion lets you know that it's satirical. But with these new ones, that are doing just the same thing as The Onion, because they're new and you're not familiar with them, they look like real news sites.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Confusion.
Yeah, and their agendas are quite clear as well. This a friend of mine had sent me this a link that said, Michelle Obama's took down the picture of Abraham Lincoln to put up a picture of her dogs. And it just had these horrible racist undertones to it. And so I researched it, and the news, and I got the quotes here, the news people that did it were kind of like like old communist propaganda. It was like the People's Paper type of thing. And I explained to her that, you got to be careful, what you forward, because you're basically an accidental racist for these people. You're spreading their garbage. I said, look, every POTUS and their family has redecorated in some way, and so it's not a problem. All she had to do was move it, and they can say that was the truth, but it doesn't make her, what the article suggested was, oh, this African American woman is disrespecting the man who freed her, ancestors. And I'm like, that's so much garbage. And she says to me, well, I got the email from Ann Romney. And I said, sweetheart, do you know Ann Romney? And she goes, well, no. I said, well, and I think maybe it wasn't her.
Yeah. Snopes is a very good resource.
Yes.
Especially if you're gullible like I am.
Yeah, well, there's so I check out everything now, and now my friends all come to me and they go, okay, what about this? What about that? And I go, well, give me a couple days, because you got to dig, and you got to look for reliable sources. I don't know a quarter of what most people know, but I'm trying to get involved. I feel bad for being asleep at the wheel for so long.
Yeah, speaking of sources, I find it amazing that people like to knock Wikipedia so much because it's crowdsourced encyclopedia. But it has demonstrated empirically that it has fewer errors than the almighty Encyclopedia Britannica. And even if you don't trust the article, you can go down to the bottom of the page where they have the citations.
Yeah.
And go to and
Yeah.
find your way to the original research.
Yeah. Yeah. I found it to be fairly accurate, and it's been really, really convenient. You know, I start there, and then I kind of branch out and see where it leads me. Yeah, and we all know history can be just as inaccurate as anything else. I mean, we don't know that the person who wrote it was on the up and up. My latest thing that I'm completely like a dog with a bone on is this 1946 essay that Einstein wrote. Kind of an open letter to America. I don't know if you're familiar with it.
Not that
it's
particular period.
Well, and this is the thing. It was basically an open letter to the United States saying, "Hey, I'm paraphrasing because, of course, he speaks so much more eloquently than I do." But he's basically saying, "Yeah, I've been here for 10 years. I love the country, and clearly the white man rules." And I know that, and I'm perceived white, and don't believe what they tell you about why the blacks and the whites can't get along. It's a very short, to the point, open essay, but he was a huge civil rights activist 16 years before our people were even, marching, and yet between 1946 and 2007, 100 publications are written about Albert Einstein. And it's almost not even, it's almost non-existent, because they didn't publish it, and it's I'm still trying to figure out. I'm waiting for someone to say, "Oh, Carla, that's a fake," and I can't find it yet.
Yeah, I don't know the editorial you're referring to be honest, but I'll try.
Well, most people don't. I can't get. I don't even know anybody who knows it.
Yeah, I've never heard of that, but it would not surprise me because Einstein, he was Jewish. He escaped Europe because he.
Okay, well, first of all, well, about Albert Einstein. I mean, if you were going to talk about Albert Einstein, first of all, he was a plagiarist. First of all, like a lot of his theories he stole from other people. Yeah, he was Jewish, and he was a staunch Zionist as well. If
yeah.
Because I mean, obviously, which advocates the world domination of Jews running the world. Albert Einstein was right on board with that. He is not the genius that he's credited to be.
Yeah.
No, yeah. I mean, do your research. I mean, with all due respect, every time I come here and I say something about something, everybody goes, "Give me all this evidence." No, I'm not going to give anybody evidence. I'm just saying I'm giving you something to look into. When I say that Albert Einstein was a plagiarist, well, if you don't believe me, that's fine. I don't say that you should believe me, but do a little digging into that is what I'm saying. And when you'll kind of find that he really was a plagiarist, and he's not the genius that he's made out to be.
So let me ask you something. I have a question. I have a question for you. Being fairly new to all of this type of stuff, because I've been doing so much research, literally 20 hours a day. Tell me how I verify that, because I need to know these things. I mean, I need to know how to do those things. So when I'm verifying, when I'm looking stuff up, what am I looking for?
Yeah. The most I can say is
okay. Well, as far as verifying it, I mean, with all due respect, when we're talking about verification of anything, you either. Okay, I'm getting a massive echo, but just kind of really annoying.
Yeah, I really live by the rule that I don't pass anything on until I get it verified. Because I can understand if.
Okay, well, look. Here's the thing. I mean, like, if I make a statement, something like Albert Einstein was a plagiarist. Now, you can say, well, I'm full of shit. Okay, I don't know. Maybe I'm anti-Semitic or something. I don't know. Maybe you can make that decision. I don't know. Yes, absolutely. I am anti.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm anti.
That's fine.
Well, again, when you look at the rabbinical teachings of the Jews, they want to exterminate the white race. So yeah, I'm kind of against that because I'm white. So I'm kind of not liking that idea. But anyways,
Yeah, well, I mean, I can't judge everybody based on a religious doctrine that nobody follows consistently, not in any religion. So I got to judge the person as on the character. Their religious beliefs are not important to me because that's between them and their God.
Well,
But what I'm
depends what but when their religious belief says that they are the God's chosen people, and if you are not Jewish, and I don't know, maybe you are Jewish, I don't know, but if you are not Jewish, it doesn't matter if you're black, white, Asian, whatever. You're basically the religious ideology is that you are cattle, right? You are goyim. So I mean, this is like racist supremacism on a level that is far above anything that you would think the Nazis had going on. You know, so.
Here's my point: is that nobody follows their doctrine exactly the way the other person does. So those days are over. If we want to keep perpetuating that and hold everybody accountable,
I mean, okay, look, okay,
some old doctrine,
explain to me.
That's fine, but I won't.
Explain to me why, you know, in Israel, for example, the so-called Jewish illegal state of Israel that they robbed and stole from the Palestinians, but in the Jewish state, it's against the law for you to marry somebody that is not Jewish. I mean, this is not a racist doctrine. I mean, come on now. You know, people like want to make silly arguments.
Wait. How does this? How does this concern me in California? This is what I'm asking. I hear what you're saying.
I don't know. I'm asking you that if the law was passed in America that said whites are not allowed to marry anybody other than
but it's not.
people that are not white.
It's not. It's
not. Obviously, that's not the case. Obviously, I know that. However, in Israel, that is the case. In Israel, that is the case.
That's fine. I don't live in Israel. I don't live in Israel.
But that's not racism, right? So you pass a law that you can't marry somebody outside of your race, religion, etc. That's not racist or anything like that, right? But that's okay. That's not apartheid. Like I mean. Everybody got on South Africa because they had apartheid going on. So there was all this world boycott.
I have this feeling that you're out battling windmills just to battle, because what I'm seeing is an entire country and an entire world that just wants to hash over the same thing over and over again, when in fact that just keeps us distracted from really getting to know each other. Because you didn't hear what I said. I will not judge another human being based on a wide doctrine that nobody follows identically. So when you come at me with your doctrine and you act according to it, then I will judge you on it. But until then, I live in America. You're innocent until proven guilty. And 77% of my country identifies as Christian, which is statistically a lie, because there just aren't 77% Christians. So you can't judge everybody based on that, because there's so many different forms. It's the whole Muslim thing as well. They're not all what Fox News makes them out to be, and I refuse to perpetuate that kind of garbage on another human being. It's just not. It's wrong, and it's what we do every single day.
Fox out there, it's all of them. MSNBC does their own job too. CBS, NBC, they all say the same script. These people are stenographers for the government. Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry. They're not
news organizations. You really can't hold them to that standard. But Fox News is not the only culprit here. It's all of them. They're all spinners. If you want to know reality, you have to do your own research. You cannot depend on mainstream media to have an accurate concept of what's going on in the world. If you don't do your own research,
I agree 100%.
Yep.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Associated Press. Oh, sorry, Michael.
It's okay. I was just
going to say, it's real quick. Unfortunately, the Associated Press is not what they used to be. They used to be simply bad.
Oh, they're all bad.
Yeah, but they used to be good, and
Yes,
now not so much.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, I wouldn't even mind Fox News if they were just more polite. I can accept the fact that the world is different. I mean, I don't like it,
Well, I
and
can
if
tell
I
you,
were queen,
Mika
things would be
Brzezinski
different.
is not anybody I would hold out for for that kind of a thing either. I mean, seriously, you watch MSNBC and your
Yeah.
head will split. Those people
Oh,
are
I know. I mean,
as obnoxious and pompous, and she only got there because of her father,
sure. Yeah.
who is,
Yeah.
Mr. Evil incarnate.
You have to admit that Fox is on some other shit.
They're all bad. It just depends on what strikes your eye.
They're all bad.
There's no difference between MSNBC and Fox.
Oh,
Zero.
yes, there's significant.
Fox lies.
Have any of you seen the Outfoxed documentary from about 10 years ago by Brave New Films?
No.
Oh, go on YouTube, and it's called Outfox, and it's about Rupert Murdoch and his empire. It is sobering. And I found that this particular organization
Who do you think
does
owns
a pretty good
Reuters?
job.
Who do you
Oh,
think
they
owns
own.
Reuters?
I tweet Rupert Murdoch every day to tell him how much I despise his behavior, and I know I'm crazy, but
Who
I have
do
to
you
do it.
think owns Reuters?
Rupert Murdoch is big enough
The
to own
Jews are all
Reuters.
the media. Come on, guys. Reuters was bought up by the Jews probably about 100 plus years ago.
Enough of the Jews, R1. Enough of the Jews. I want
Why?
to know.
They own you. They own your ass. They run all your media. They have the entrance.
Who's
See, that's the way.
Who's got the bad echo? Can we lose that first?
I don't know.
How do we figure that out? Because that's brutal.
I echo.
You have the bad echo. Cut it out. You can't unmute yourself until you fix that.
Who is it, Ormeen? Do you know?
Bud Mutton.
Oh, Fudd.
Yeah, I know. It just started.
Yeah, I just won't even have any conversation that has any kind of ethnic, racial, or that is negative. I can't. I just won't participate.
Well, it's
That's
unnecessary.
It's unnecessary, and I won't be a part of the problem. Not one day. So
That's right.
if somebody wants to talk about it, that's fine. But
Well, it's only R1 you have to worry about. He's got the most extreme views.
He's our resident.
That's fine. I just made a decision that it was it wasn't worth it anymore. That I wasn't going to be part of that.
Good for you.
That is the only way to make it stop. So
that's right.
Well, hopefully.
Yep. One person at a time.
This is my first time in anything like this, so I've been chatting and on Facebook and writing these big diatribes that all my friends are like, "What is going on with you?" And I said,
"This is
what's
what
going on in the
happens
world."
when you wake up. It's very difficult
Yes,
when
and
you
that's
first
exactly.
become aware and you start telling people that you're aware of these things, and then they start to look at you like you're crazy, which is okay because their turn will come. We're
Right.
either the entire society is starting to wake up or we're all going crazy.
Well, what I notice is it's the same argument over and over again. People keep going in a circle, and that's why I've been the person to try and stop it. Like, well, wait a minute. We've talked about this. We've tried this. It's been gone over infinitum, for the last 3 decades.
I think those that are awakening are able to come out of our Stockholm syndrome. The rest of them cannot drop their beliefs. They absolutely cannot face the fear of what's coming. And they just sit in their little shell like the world is perfect. And they're just going to be the first to go. I don't know.
And what I've been trying to get across to people is, look, here we are in America, and maybe you should go back and read your Constitution, but what you're doing is not your freedom of speech. You're just rude, and you need to stop. And if you can you don't have to change your beliefs. I don't even care about that. Just be nice and live. Let's start with that. And then we'll move on. I mean, it's just baby steps, and I am not particularly overly educated at all. I'm just a regular person. But I don't know if you were in here earlier. I stopped watching the news for like 20 years. I worked on a paramedic.
Absolutely. I've stopped watching the news. I don't even turn the TV on. I refuse.
Oh, see,
If I
I
didn't,
just started again.
if I didn't, you know what it is? I challenge myself. I turn the TV on to see how long I last, and I just start laughing. I can't watch TV. It's like, what are you kidding me?
I get
You're
all
lucky.
my
I yell at the TV.
I get all my current events now from like YouTube and
Yeah.
the internet and stuff.
Exactly.
Whoever
I just can't watch any of it.
wherever I can get good, honest information. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't
But
watch
it's like
for like
you
20
said,
years. I've only
you
been
have to
watching.
hunt. You have to hunt and you have to dig for it. You know, no longer can you wake up in America, turn your TV on, and think you're being informed. You just can't do that anymore.
That documentary.
You literally have to go do your own legwork. You know, if you don't read the newspaper, they tell you you're uninformed. If you read the paper, you're now misinformed.
I guess you have a connection
That's
problem.
funny. That documentary I was telling you about, that Outfox, it kind of tells you about how this ticker tape type of 24-hour news that we have now started with like Desert Storm and any type of big disaster. It wasn't designed for, or maybe it was Jon Stewart that was talking about this. He had said it wasn't designed for just the regular news. And it's just like this Baltimore thing, 2 days of a 6-hour riot and the 11 hours of a peaceful march got almost no news at all.
No, the absolute end all was looking for that stupid plane for 2 months. I mean, they had to be kidding me with that shit.
Right. What was the Jon Stewart comment?
I mean, you guys. At least, I'm gonna leave. I don't want to stir up any shit.
Well, then don't. How about you just leave?
I just want to say something with anybody that's open-minded here. I mean, you cannot deny, if anyone here is dumb enough to deny, that your media, the media, especially in Western countries, is 100, pretty much 95% at least, bare minimum, 90 to 95% of the media is controlled and owned by Jewish interests.
Oh my gosh, who cares? That's as much as you want. I just won't participate, and that's fine. It doesn't matter. They're men like no other. So they're men. What they worship, it's not my problem.
Jon Stewart and Colbert Report, they gave some of the most, I think, best coverage of current events.
I agree.
I have seen, across the board.
But there's satire mixed in, so it's tough to tell.
Yeah, but I just think it's sad when comedy does the job of the news stations better than they do.
I used to hear that comedians would talk about that their comedy came from pain. And you think about the news is often painful, so it stands to reason that, I mean, Jon Stewart's proven himself as a pretty smart guy. And I don't think that their information is wrong. I know that Stephen Colbert is going to take the right-wing side, and Jon Stewart's going to take, the more democratic side, and that's the only thing I ever saw with it. I didn't see them
but there should be a
doing
place
the onion
where
on
you
it.
could go where right and left is taken out of it. I'm so sick and tired of fucking right and left.
And
people that are stuck on either right or either left are unbalanced. We don't need right and left. We need unity.
Yeah.
And if we continue to divide ourselves and give the newspaper people the division to work on, we just do this to ourselves.
I went through this period of where I'm thinking, how do we change this? How do you make this world kind of take notice? And
I
I'm
say
like,
we go stand outside every TV station and tell those assholes they're not allowed to lie. And I don't care if the government gave them permission to propagandize.
I know, you're right. Well, here's the thing. We don't even have to go after them. All we have to do is call their advertisers and say, hey, Tide, I'm not using your stuff anymore because you advertise on XYZ.
Well, I got to tell you, the airline industry has done nothing but allow us to be frisked and x-rayed to get onto their planes.
Oh,
They said nothing.
yeah, yeah, I know. You know, and then I thought, what unites us? I mean, there's so much division, and so I tagline everything. All life is sacred all the time. It
All
is the
life
one
is
thing that
sacred
unifies us
all the
all.
time, and we are
And
all equal. And so the people in the
exactly,
clown outfits have to get over themselves.
right. I learned that as a paramedic. Everybody draws their last breath exactly the same way.
Yeah, I used to like the Associated Press because it was strictly the facts. No commentary, nothing. Just this is what happened, where, when, how, or whatever. That's all they said. No commentary, nothing. And
Yeah, I just want the news. I don't want to know how to think about it.
Well, that's how I grew
now,
up, with just the facts.
yeah, but the AP has now gotten to adding commentary to their shit, which also, and because the AP is so powerful, you know, most of the news organizations basically lift the AP text and paste it right into their own, unchanged.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And that has ruined the news organization as a whole.
I saw a couple of articles. The last one I saw was on the Muslim people needed more halal food on their welfare, their food stamp program, and I thought to myself, well, that doesn't seem right. I know they have to have dietary, specialties for everybody. Why is this such a big deal? And then I went and I followed that article back, and it had been done 7 months before, and it did say Muslim, but it was a different kind of Muslim, and so they kept recycling it, just kind of giving it the slant for whatever freak out people were having that particular day, and I just that surprised me. But I've been asleep at the wheel, so everything surprises me.
Well, we were put to sleep, and now some of us are waking up, and those that wish to remain asleep need not attack us. They're going to thank us one day when the look gets on their face like the ones we had when we woke up. Do you think any of us wants this shit to be true?
Right. I say that all the time.
Out of their minds.
Yeah. I'd love to be wrong on this one is one of the things I say all the time.
How freaking about it. I'll tell you, sugar.
I just wish I was wrong.
I sure do too.
Oh my gosh, I wasn't sure that I would find any kindred spirits around here, and it's been a real nice.
Beware of some of the atheists. They'll slaughter you. Don't have an original thought.
And I ask a lot of questions, and that's how I combat it. And anytime you want to de-escalate remember, I'm used to arguing with crazy people. When you want to de-escalate something, start asking questions. Don't make statements. It completely puts them off, and it's the best way because they have to explain themselves.
Some of them just can't face reality, and some of them are part of the problem.
Sometimes we need a person like you here, sugar.
Speak up, Safi. I didn't hear you, honey.
I didn't quite hear.
Safi, did you
say
something?
Give me that Geordie accent.
What would you like us to see?
We didn't hear what you said, honey.
We can't hear you.
All right, sorry, sugar. Really bad short-term memory, so I can't even remember. Oh yeah, but could really do with somebody like you here if we so often.
That's nice. Well, actually, that's why I kind of came over to Google. Was I had about 8 blogs I wanted to start, and I don't really know how to do those things, so I've been putting those out, and that's when I came across this, and I thought, wow, I'd really like to try this myself, but I've got so much to learn from you all first. So, maybe someday, when I'm a big girl, I have my own channel. But for right now, I need your guidance.
There you go. Well, I'm new to it too. I'm only here a couple of months.
New to this anyway.
Yeah. Good.
Be prepared to get beaten up a little bit. It's not an easy forum out here. You got to put your big girl panties on.
I think.
But stick to your truth and don't take any shit.
In the last week.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I worked with men for. I'm sorry, Safi. Are we talking over you? I'm sorry.
No,
And how
it's
we
okay.
can't
We've
hear him.
got this lag thing going on with various users. Yeah, I've been.
Go ahead. I never shut up, honey. So you go ahead and say whatever you need to.
Okay. Basically, I've been using this for maybe just over a week or so now, and I've barely been away. It's so addictive.
Yeah.
So many really.
Yeah, it
I
is
can
addictive.
imagine.
Yeah, it's like crack cocaine. It's incredibly addictive.
Well, you know why? I think it's the human. It's
Oh,
the
sugar.
human
You
connection. It
mentioned
beats
the Scottish
TV.
accent
It beats
before.
radio.
Cal's just on the border.
Sorry, Safi. I can't hear you. Somebody's got to turn you
Oh,
up.
this is Sugar. She's in California.
Yeah, I'm in California. Sorry. Did you ask me something else?
Nope.
Oh, yeah, I agree. I'm doing like a 31-day piece on basically. I love this whole meme thing. All the meme, I call it meme therapy. You know, I take a meme and I write a blog on it, just basically expanding on it. And then Mother Teresa has always been one of my favorites, and so I'm taking 31 days and basically writing like this little book thing, kind of like life's lessons. And one of the things she talks about is loneliness being one of the great poverties. And I think it's very true.
Well, I think I'd rather have the interaction of other people from around the world than to listen to the radio or watch TV. I would much rather have this.
Absolutely.
I leave this running in the background when I go to work, or if I'm just walking around the house doing things.
Wow.
It's excellent. I've learned a tremendous lot. This is a great room. It's basically a religion kind of thing, atheist and theist kind of thing. Every now and again, you'll get current events and things like that. Some people are not interested in current events or what they consider to be a conspiracy theory. Some people are not happy if you test the government or if you try a little pushback, and they will push back, but they become self-evident early on. Pay no attention. You stick to your mission.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are a few people that come into this place that I think they should just be outright banned, to be perfectly honest, because they're just not useful at all. They're just coming in here to either preach or belittle or complain, and they're not actually wanting to have any kind of honest and open inquiry. But apart from that, I really can't complain too much about this room. It's a pretty decent bunch of folks that come in here, apart from 3 people that I've met that are just total and utter morons.
Absolutely.
I
concur.
There it goes.
Well, I know Nadia's style of moderation is not favored by everyone, but
yeah, but people need to moderate themselves. You know,
it's
she's
interesting.
not anybody's parent.
Yeah, she will let people hang themselves rather than tie the noose herself.
Yeah, true. I think whenever you've got G-Man or Christian Hillbilly or Veckel in the room, they kind of dominate the entire room, and especially Veckel. Veckel just drags it into ridiculously finite semantic arguments about certain Bible verses, and I don't necessarily have a problem with that, but there's a place for doing that, and that's called church. Or Bible study or scripture union like we have in the UK. Is I don't mind talking about Bible verses, but the thing is about these type of rooms is that there's a lot more people in here, and there's also people watching, and this is also how Nadia, potentially makes her living. So you got to try and keep it interesting. And I think it was yesterday. It was Veckel and David and some other person, and they just talked for about, I think it was an hour and a half about one Bible verse. And they couldn't come to a conclusion. They couldn't come to some kind of agreement. And even if they had, no one would be any smarter having come to an agreement. It was just pure.
I think I was listening to that.
Yeah, I was listening to it for a little bit. So I mean, I just there's something about Veckel that just rubs me the wrong way. I actually can't stand to be in the same room as him for anything more than about 10 seconds. I don't know what it is about Veckel, especially. I mean, I can tolerate G-Man for a little bit, but there's something about Veckel. I don't know what it is.
Well, for anybody that listened yesterday, I wanted to make my apologies for the participation in the anus hour.
Oh, that sounds like fun.
Oh, it was a day of anus yesterday, and I'm gonna beg for forgiveness today.
Oh, you would have to do something pretty
But it was funny.
pretty
It was all
incredible
of us.
to.
We got stuck on a topic, and it was kind of crazy. But for the most part, everybody's great here. The philosophical debates. I'm not a philosophical debater, but to get to listen to these people philosophize is really extraordinary. I'll tell you, when they get into some good stuff, you can't beat this in the world. And even people that I don't like, once they're off trying to slaughter people, and they get into what it is they know and their philosophies, it's an extraordinary place to go. It's like a human library here. People check in, and you get to read them, and it's awesome. It's really, really awesome. This room, and I'm only saying this too because I'm kind of new. Some of these people have been doing this for years.
Yeah.
This is really the only room I go to. I don't go to any of the other rooms. I'm not a debater. I've seemed to have found a little spot here. I like the people that come and go here. And she is like, O'Hare Airport. You got to stop through this room before you go further.
Yeah.
Everybody hits this room at one time or another. It's a great place.
Here, Michael Ann. I agree with you totally.
Yeah,
I
100%.
actually found this place because I am transgender, like Nadia is, and so
wonderful.
that's my connection to this room. But I also have gone through my own religious and spiritual battles, but most of that has been on my own, alone, just with YouTube and stuff, and just
Let
listening
me
to
ask you, Katie,
debates.
because you would be the perfect person to ask.
Mhm.
Nadia keeps looking for a job. She's beyond being employed. That's obvious. I believe that she has to offer, especially for people like you who are looking to make that transition, a world of information to help with. That she could be a counselor. She could set herself up. She has what to give to people who are transitioning.
Yeah,
The increase in children that are free now. My niece has, strangely enough, has been transgender since she was 3, and she knew that she was a she from a very, very young age. And I was lucky that my brother and sister-in-law were really on board, and never known her as anything other than who she is.
Nice.
But these children are a lot younger. Although I will tell you, Camille Paglia, who I'm not a big feminist person, even though I benefited from them, had mentioned that in 1965 she was the only out lesbian that she knew, and she said, "I'm glad I didn't know about transgender because I would have gone down that road, and it may not have been for me." So I think there's both sides to it. I am so grateful that people will not have to live like they had to live before. But on the other side of it, we do need to watch to make sure everybody gets well educated, that they get what's going on with them.
Well, let me ask Katie. Katie, would someone like Nadia been a benefit to you when you first started? I don't know how long you're into your transition or how you came to your story.
Well,
but would you, if you had found her early on, would that have been a blessing to you?
Well, I didn't
really good question.
even know what transgender was until I was like 18,
How old are you now?
like 21.
Okay.
So I've
Could you be gender fluid or and not transgender, or are you real positive where you're at?
I have put in, like, for the past 3 years, my brain has gone miles, and I've beaten this to death, and I've solidified my own identity within myself, and I would identify as female.
Would have had a buddy through this process helped you, especially someone like Nadia?
Yeah, one of the things that was really helpful in my journey was talking to other people and learning that the feelings that I had weren't just feelings that everybody had, that everyone just had to deal with. Like, growing up, I thought it was something everybody felt to wish to have breasts as a kid. And I thought that was like just a normal thing that kids thought, but just got over. And
Well, I never got over it, and I paid $7,000 for a nice pair, so you never get over it. Let me tell you.
yeah, and like there was no sort of information outside of my hometown. Like there was, I didn't know a single gay person up to senior year in high school. And
Whereabouts are you? I don't know if that's appropriate to ask those
no,
things,
you're
but
fine. I live in Frederick, Maryland. It's like a farm town called Walkersville.
Oh, you're near me. I have a
Yeah.
brother in Gaithersburg.
Oh, cool. Yeah, like I was pretty sheltered most of my life, and it would have been easier. Like, I also had a crazy home life. 2 siblings with disabilities, one with bipolar and Asperger's, who was ruled the house for years. So like, I never really had time to live my life. I lived everybody else's life because that's just how it was. And had I had access to talk to somebody like Nadia, it would have set so many things in motion so much earlier.
Yeah,
And
see, I really believe she needs to do this. She is wasting a golden opportunity to significantly help herself and others like you. And
like,
I think she could make a business from that. Not that she needs to make money
yeah,
off of people's things, but she has what to offer. She could be a counselor. This is something she could do.
yeah, she could easily market this or a different room or something to questioning people and put it out there for people to come in and talk about what they like a group therapy session in even Google Plus would be amazing. You can just come in here and talk about the things that you've experienced in your life that kind of raise flags.
just ask the
and then you'll be
questions
like,
that, ask her questions.
Yeah.
I think another thing as well that's really that makes Google Hangouts and these kind of, like you said, group therapies like sometimes more beneficial than actual counselling is because depending on what type of counsellor you've got, there's a concept within counselling called unconditional positive regard.
Yeah.
Which was developed by Carl Rogers, which I think is the biggest load of shit in the world. There are some people that need to be told that they're wrong or they're doing something wrong or they need to do something else. And unconditional positive regard kind of just takes that away. The good thing about here is that not only will you be able to speak openly and honestly and freely, but you're going to have people asking you questions that are going to make you think about why you're transgender, if you're transgender, the way that you're going down, and that's really important. That's super, super important. Being able to take criticism or even answer difficult questions is absolutely necessary for someone's journey in life, so to speak. And you don't achieve that, in my opinion, with certain styles of counselling. A counsellor sometimes is just a yes man. Just a kind of, oh wow, that's great, that's fantastic, oh wow, that's what you're doing. And that's good sometimes, but other times it's just as useless as an asshole on your elbow, you know.
Yeah. On the internet, that's usually referred to as hug boxing, where you'll go to a place and all it will be is just blind support.
Yeah.
Just telling you what you want to hear to make you feel better.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel?
Well, sometimes that feels good, but for the most part,
But like, there's a time and a place for it.
For about 10 minutes, and then you gotta go.
And I was really lucky enough.
There is a time and a place for it, but it is, but really, the unfortunate fact of life is that there are difficult questions that every single person, straight, gay, male, female, transgender, whatever, has to face. And if you don't face those difficult questions, that's a serious problem, because you just don't know why you are a certain way. A white, straight, Western raised man like myself still has to face very, very difficult questions about just being me. It's as simple as that. The role that men are supposed to play.
Yeah, there's an intellectual education that you get, but there's also an emotional one. You're going to learn to be a better human being here.
Yeah,
it's
and
going to be hard. There's going to be a little bleeding, but you will become a better human being.
Yeah, well, wounds have to be opened up and sewed back up and cauterized sometimes. It really sucks. It's not easy. You may shed a few tears, but it's just too bad. You just have to suck it up and get on with it.
It's a great space for the human experience.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And the good thing is as well is that it's that if we were all sitting in the same room together, then social cues and body language and that might restrict us from saying something that we normally wouldn't say. But in this room, you can just say anything you want, not anything you want. And though that's bad in some ways, it's really,
Well, you
really
can
good.
say anything you want, but you got to get ready for the pushback.
Yeah, you got to get ready for
Yeah.
you got to get ready to deal with a shitstorm coming your way if you say something really stupid or offensive. But the reason that the reason that this is so good is because I can just flip my laptop over and just go away if I don't want to talk anymore. Being surrounded in a kind of community, you just can't escape your friends and family and community sometimes, and that can be just an absolute fucking nightmare. But with this, it's like, okay, good, I've got some friends, but I can also just say, okay, I'm good. I'm good for this week. I'm just going to go away and meditate under a waterfall or whatever it is you do in your spare time, you know.
Yeah, it gives you that mental space that you wouldn't be able to get in a community of people that you're always going to be around.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Nobody
definitely
in
want
my
to have
family. Nobody in my
opinions.
family.
Oops, sorry, dear.
Sorry.
I was going to say, yeah, I definitely prefer opinions from around the world, and it's like a different mirror.
Yeah.
Perspective. This is another one of my things. Perspective is the greatest teacher of all. It
Oh,
gives
yeah.
you so much depth. You know, I mean, I grew up fairly affluent, and when I went on the ambulance for the first time, we went to these projects, like government housing or whatever, and I knew what poor was, or at least I thought I did, but I had no idea about the black poor experience until I, was there, and I tell you,
There
it
are really
shaped me quick.
that really kind of give you that culture shock feeling, like like before, like 10th grade in high school, like I really like never went on the internet. Most of my life was just within my own little town, and once I was able to learn unfiltered from location restrictions, and my whole world changed. And my mom doesn't like it because she thinks I've changed into a horrible person. But like,
Aw.
I respect myself so much more for being able to just ask the important questions that you need to ask yourself. And it was a big help, especially when I became really depressed in high school. I had a lot of questions to ask. And the internet was a great tool for me to really find my own way back.
Good for you.
Katie,
Yeah, good for you. Yeah, good for you,
can I
man.
ask you a question, Katie?
Yeah, sure.
That's huge.
So your family dynamic,
Oh.
your mom, is she? You say she's not happy about this. Is she accepting at all of your decision, or of your realization? I should say.
She's not happy about it, but she's not standing in the way.
Good.
Emotionally,
Well, she'll
she's
come
standing
around.
in the way, but
Does she
physically, won't.
understand?
She has said a few times that she thinks that I'm wrong. She thinks that I'm going to regret this decision down the road. And one of the things that hurts the most is that
What does she think would prompt you to want to make this change? What does she think your reason is?
she blames my dad. Because
I was going to say this is a parental guilt issue.
Oh,
She's
yeah,
questioning, what did I do? What did your dad do?
Yeah, there's
Don't fall
a
for it.
lot of deep-rooted issues in my family. Like, I could write a book about everything. Like, it's legit crazy. And so, again, like, she's not physically standing in the way. Like, she wouldn't stop me, but emotionally, she has done some damage, at least to our relationship. And it has been hard, but I mean,
yeah,
day by day.
Sounds like
Yeah,
she's got a
well,
lot on her plate. I think I'd cut her some slack, and time will help her with
yeah,
that.
like I don't hold it against her.
I agree.
Uh, even before I was born, my only biological brother stopped breathing like a few days after he was born, and so like due to doctor negligence, just not paying attention, he went blue and had brain damage and has had cerebral palsy all his life, and he's been completely dependent, and that has put a lot of strain on my mom, and I recognize that, and I understand that her whole world has been shaped by these things that have happened to her, and I recognize that that's how she sees things. It still hurts, but
Yeah.
I don't hold it against her.
Yeah, she's at maximum capacity.
Oh
She's
yeah,
barely
and
got
some.
room for this.
Yeah, and then some.
Yeah, Katie, I've got to say, man, I've got to say, you've got the healthiest attitude, and you seem incredibly positive for being in what is, to be quite honest, a fairly shitty situation. There's not many 21-year-olds that would be able to deal with what you're dealing with and still kind of sound positive. So yeah, I give you a slap on the back, friend. You're doing a good job.
Yep,
Thank you.
thumbs up.
I really
Yeah.
agree.
That.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
no, it's
has
true.
been.
Honestly, I wouldn't say it just to pander you.
No, I appreciate that. I really do. It
Yeah.
means a lot.
Yeah, no
It
problem.
has been. It has definitely been a journey, an emotional one, from everything that I've learned, that I've questioned. Um, like I used to think a pretty devout Catholic. Like when I was a little kid, I would ask my mom super philosophical question like where did the world come from, all those sorts of things. And my mom was like, I don't have the answers to these questions, so she put me in church to have the church kind of guide me that way. And
Yikes.
And then you realize they don't have the answers either.
yeah, like once I started to become a teenager, I was like, I really don't know if I can believe these things based on just being surrounded by them. And so I kind of had to break down what I had already known and build back up my own.
Exactly.
And asking questions really is the best way to build that foundation.
Yep.
See, that's
But
what
you
I'm
have to
saying.
ask the questions to the right people,
Yeah.
and that's why I think someone like Nadia, in her age and
Could I just
wisdom.
add something about my gender identity issues?
Oh, sure. Sorry, Safi. Go ahead.
I went to a doctor. This might only apply to England, maybe the whole of the UK. About the counselling thing. I saw a doctor maybe February or March of last year, and it takes 8 months for the first session.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Like maybe say if I should start hormones or something. A few weeks ago, I received this. I'm reading it in my hand now. I don't have as it has on here. The content of this letter is confidential and may not be disclosed without the consent of the writer. But stuff it. I didn't write it, but
I
you know,
won't
I can get this off my chest.
You tell them.
Right, where should I start? The Northern Region Gender Dysphoria Service has a lengthy waiting list at the present time. This means most patients are likely to wait for many months, before being offered a first appointment of the service. Something to do with lack of staff and high demand, but it's still going on. It must be well over a year now, and I still haven't received the first appointment. And even then, I have to travel all the way into Newcastle from the coast where I am now in South Shields, all the way up to Benfield House or something.
I didn't know you were. Are you in the process?
Ongoing. I can't even see if I can get hormones, and then even within
I didn't know
this
you were in the process, Safi. Are you in the process of transgendering?
lost the thought track now.
Oh,
I
I'm
guess
sorry.
basically it's like
Can't hear me.
6 months of counselling before they even allow you to have any hormones.
Yeah, it definitely is a lot more difficult than it should be for the people to get their help, where months can save lives. Like,
I didn't know you were transitioning, Safi. Are you transitioning?
Well, that's the main reason that I requested the counselling to start with, to find out, because I'm like, I've got the male organs with a feminine body structure, and I don't think I sound anything like a 31-year-old man, and I've always liked girly things. I used to have jealousy of the girls when I was in school.
Yeah.
And it's just something I've always felt like.
How old are you?
31.
And how long have you felt this way? Are you the same as Katie May and Nadia? Early in your in childhood?
Yeah, very early. I think I was about 5 when I thought, hold on, there's something not right here. My birth name is Stephen, and I hate people calling me that. I feel like it's somebody else now.
So I have a question, if I may, and Katie probably will be able to answer this. Is there something that you can do in the interim until you get to the doctor? And excuse me if I'm ignorant. I'm sorry, but I mean, do you start growing your hair? Do you start dressing? I mean, what's something that he can do or she can do? I'm sorry, to bridge that gap for her.
Yeah, there are a lot of things. Like, for me, over time, like the internal pressure would build up, and so it would get to the point where like I was losing my mind and I had to go buy nail polish because I was just gonna go crazy and I was not in a good place, and I would paint my nails and I'd feel so much better and I'd be fine for a few weeks, and then it would be not enough, and the pain would come back and I would need something else to sate it, and that only works for so long, until you really.
So, Katie, if you were looking at this gap of having to wait, what advice would you give her to fill that time?
This is where I think someone like Nadia could come in, because you have a place to go to release your thoughts, your energy. You could go shopping together. It's like a buddy system.
And really, the internet has. It's gonna sound corny, but the internet has saved my life numerous times. Like, if I didn't have this outlet, I would have been so lost so many times. I would have not
for this.
Yeah, I wouldn't have had anyone to turn to.
Mm-hmm.
And
because there are no role models. There's nowhere to go. I mean, the hole for this is huge for support.
It's really sad how many people go without that support, and how hard it is to even get that support for.
Well, sure, if you can't get it in your family, your friends aren't going to support you. Where do you go? The internet would be your only lifeline.
Yeah, and then you have some parents who like restrict kids' internet to the point where, like, if they think that the internet is making them trans, quote unquote,
yeah, they would never find it.
Yeah, they would censor them from the internet, and they would lose that option to have that lifeline.
Well, that's
and
so
the other thing is as well. The other thing is as well is that if anyone finds themselves in that position where their parents are completely just not supportive and are actually condemning someone's actions, whatever the actions may be, that just leads to runaway teenagers.
Yeah, well,
here's
the deal: you got to go for self-preservation. If your parents can't handle it, God bless them, and you got to go find your own way.
Exactly, and that's why you get 15-year-olds on the streets, basically, because they just can't stand stay at home. And you've got a 15-year-old transgender kid on the streets. Yeah, okay. Good luck.
It's genuinely terrifying to really have that kind of shock of you're living this okay life, and then you realize what has been eating away, and then in trying to fix that, everything can be taken away in an instant, and you can just be left so helpless, and it's a terrifying feeling.
It's taken my breath away just listening to you describe it.
Like, I hadn't talked to my dad in years,
Oh.
and I was worried that my mom was literally going to kick me out of the house. So I had to reach out to my dad to be like, hey, my mom might kick me out. I need to know that I can have a place to live. And I was like, I'm sorry that I haven't talked to you, and I know this is really shitty to be like, hey, sorry for not talking, take me in. But like,
Don't forget, parents are people too, and they're growing at the same time. So
Yeah.
you know, we tend to put them on pedestals, like they're supposed to know so much more, but often they don't, and that's okay.
yeah, and again, like I don't hate my mom. I don't like she has her own battles that she has fought, and like I get that, but that's still like it doesn't relieve any pressure still.
Yeah, one thing I'll say to that is that, like, though you've got a healthy attitude towards that, one of the responsibilities of being a parent is being able to be there for your kids despite all the shit that everyone else has to wade through, including parents. Because I've got two kids myself.
Yes.
I've got a 7-year-old and a 4-year-old, and I've dropped the ball sometimes. There's no doubt about it. I've done things that I regret. I've done things that I'm going to carry a lot of guilt for. But you don't want to make too much excuses for parents, so to speak. Like you've got a good balance between the two, Kay. But the one thing that I would say is that don't let your mum off the hook too much. Remember that she has been through a lot of stuff, but one of the points of being a parent is you go through stuff, you're still there for your kids, and you're still there to be able to provide for them emotionally, financially, and everything else.
And one of the big things that I brought up with my mom during a fight was how if she wasn't going to be able to be there for their child literally for anything, then why did she have me? And like that's a heavy question, and that's a heavy thing to think about. And
It's so funny that you say that. It's so funny.
Well,
When
this
you're done,
was
I
what
have
our
something to
conversation
interject.
was yesterday. You know, if your mother had a test beforehand and knew that this was going to happen to you, would you have preferred her to have taken care of that?
No, this is a slippery slope.
No, I'm asking Mary Kay.
No,
This is what
yeah.
this is what Nadia was
Mhm.
asking yesterday. That
Yeah.
if we could find a way, in utero or even in vitro, to weed this out, so that people did not suffer to the extent that Katie May and Nadia describe. Would he have wanted to not be here, or would he have preferred the struggle and glad to be here?
Well, you know how
I
I
mean, we
feel.
all have a struggle, but this is
all
a
life
big
is
one.
sacred all the time.
Oh, I know, but I'm
Yeah.
asking Mary Kay.
Yeah.
Katie May.
yeah, this is where I have conflicting feelings. The objective part of me is
Like, can you deal with this if the rest of the world could, or is it the struggle? It's just because I got to deal with this and the rest of the world. I think it would be quite a very difficult thing.
yeah. I mean,
But I don't know that I could
You know,
ever say
if I
I
can.
wouldn't want to live. I don't know that I could
So
say
my
that.
mother had me very young. She was just 17, and she was sent to a home for unwed mothers. And my grandmother offered to fly her to Mexico to abort me, and she did not. And from the time I was 5 years old, everything was fine until then. She has despised me and everything I have represented. And I have never had a mother, and I am her only child. And the rejection I have felt, I can only imagine is he's got, Katie has got it many times over. So I really can identify this on almost a lateral level. And I've asked myself that a million times. If she despised me so much, why didn't she do that? And I could never say I wish I hadn't been born, because I think intrinsically I've always just loved life.
Yeah.
And I think that I would absolutely never support any kind of in vitro testing that would say you're gay, straight, transgender, whatever, because that's kind of Mangala, if you ask me. You know, this life is valuable. You know, Katie's life is valuable. Safi's life is valuable, no matter
Well, that's what I see.
their
I'm a registered
sexuality.
nurse.
Yeah.
Everybody's valuable.
So
Everybody.
there you go.
All men are equal, and we need to fight for ourselves and others as if we were ourselves.
Yes.
My thoughts on this have two sides. There is a part of me, the super objective part, looks at the whole world through the lens of evolution, and how, and it's a very cynical way of looking at the world, and I recognize that, and that's why it's separate from the way I rationalize things. I keep that as like a separate way to look at the world, but then I also have my own personal emotions, and there have been times where I had resented my mother for having given birth to me. The pain was much. It would have been much better off not having to face this pain, and that was a product of most likely depression and the chemicals fucking up in my brain. But there have been times where I felt that, and on the question of if my mother could know that if I was trans before I was born, I
Say no. Say no. Choose life.
I can't say that I would want her. Well, I wouldn't want her to get rid of me, of course. If there was a way that like she could make it so I wasn't trans and that I would have been content being a male, I can't say that I would have preferred that. I am thankful for who I am in every way. Everything that I've gone through has led me to be the person who I am today, and I am thankful for that part of me. Now,
if you could jump forward and you're a 70-year-old lady sitting there on the porch, what are you saying to yourself, do you think? Holy shit, what a ride?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you imagine what it's going to be like then?
Yeah, it's like as depressing as this sounds, I have already come to terms with my own mortality, and it has given me such a different outlook on life, and it has made me appreciate some things so much more, and it has made me realize that a lot of things really aren't that important in the world. And
Perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing. Sorry, I'm slurring a speech, but one of the things that I am incapable of processing is the fact that there will come a time when I cease to exist, and my brain just won't deal with it.
I don't think that we're designed to deal with it.
Yeah.
And
It's
that's
the
where I
uncertainty
think
of it all, isn't it? It's the uncertainty of it all, because we just don't, because we
Yeah.
can believe in an afterlife, we can not believe in an afterlife, we can believe in reincarnation or whatever, but no one really actually has the slightest idea of what happens after we die. We can put a lot of faith in it, or not, but I think that's really where it comes down to. I think if we actually knew, like if someone could actually say, yes, there is 100% definitely an afterlife, then I think it would be easy to just deal with it. Just be like, okay. It's the uncertainty of the thing that I think it makes it really hard for human beings' brains to deal with. The thought of just not existing anymore, it's a difficult one to get your head around.
Well, I've had to think
difficult
about
concept
this
to
because
grasp.
last year I had a heart attack and they had to put 2 stents in. I clearly remember being on the table talking to the doctors. I could feel the chest pain. They could not relieve it. As soon as he put those stents in, it was like, ah. And at the end of that breath was nothing. Absolutely nothing. The next thing I remember was a huge shock. Now, I don't know how long I was out. I don't know if I was truly dead. They call it clinically dead. I think it was too short a period of time to power down an entire body. I have no recollection of anything. There were no lights. There were no anything. It was just nothing. And then the zap came, and I'm telling you, instantaneously, I was speaking and saying, "What the fuck was that?" So I wonder what happens, because I was told I was dead, and there was nothing on that side of the fence. I don't know if I was. I think Fudd, you're reverbing there. Sorry, there.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. So I don't know. It was really a bizarre feeling. At no time was I upset or fearful or anything. It was just kind of like a process. And I had chest pain 1 minute. The instant it was relieved, I was gone. Lights out. After the shock, boom, full lights on, fully functioning.
After seeing enough people die, is that me? I stopped fearing death because I saw it so many times, but I realize it's the pre-death experience that frightens me. It's that moment before death that I think I don't want to deal with.
If it's not tragic or in an accident, I mean, I had been walking around for an hour with my chest, and I was just in pain. I had no fear, and I find this to be fascinating for myself. I was not afraid. The thought that I would die didn't even occur to me. I just thought, this is a pain in the ass. They'll fix it, and I'll be out of here in an hour. And
if
sure enough, that's
$1 for everybody I had to talk into.
But I see people languish horrible deaths every day. I mean, that's my profession. There's a way to go and there's a way not to go. And I pray to God, if he calls my ass again, that's the method he chooses, because that was whistle sweet. That was as easy as turning off a light switch. No pain, no problems, no fear, gone.
I think Fudd has been wanting to get a word in, so...
He's got to change his microphone somehow. Go ahead.
It's not my microphone, it's Chrome. But at any rate... in a way I agree with you, because when I had my broken arm set, the gas literally took me out, and the next memory I had was heavy weight on my chest. Oh, I hope that's not me echoing through you. That would really suck. But anyway, it's a weird thing, because my early childhood night terrors all had to do with me realizing that my life was finite and I would cease to exist someday. And not something I can come to terms with. And
I don't think that
it's
humans are capable of really grasping that completely, because having, like, one of the things that I had thought about at one point was, again, I'm a huge evolutionist, and this is where my mind goes, but at some point in early history of humans being able to rationalize and ask questions, there had to have been a point where you have some people who ask that question and the answer scares them so much that they can't bring themselves to keep going. And that's where I think religion came in, and religion really shaped that kind of thinking for us, I would say. how that the thought of an afterlife is really a mechanism to keep us from going crazy over thinking about this. How you can it's a tough thing to come to terms with, and one of the things that that always kind of makes me think is, do I want to go out on my own terms, or do I want to go out on not my own terms?
No,
And
no. Well, let me ask you something. When you say you want to go out on your own terms, are you talking about earlier, and or are you talking about hospice at the end of an illness?
like, I would gladly shave off 20 years of my life to be able to
Okay,
have
so let
that
me
power over
let me
myself.
ask you. Let me ask you this. Because I have lost over 35 coworkers in the last 24 years, and over a third of them have been to suicide. This is a really tender issue for me.
Oh yeah,
and I want to ask you if you can go into your mind and say what the day after you do that, what that looks like to the people that are left behind.
Oh yeah. No, I recognize the ripple effect that it would cause.
Because none of us have control over anything. I mean,
Right.
it's and that's the beauty of it. There is no control. And whether there is a God or isn't a God, or whether you believe or you don't believe, the fact is we all live our life exactly in that same human experience.
Like, the way I do picture it, of if I were to take control of that for myself, that just like having a funeral after someone dies, you have everyone come together and celebrate that person's life. I would like to have that as kind of like a farewell. And
so how do you know when 20 years before is? Since none of us know when we're going to go, how do you know when 20 years is?
That's one of the things that I might not even be able to take that into my own hands. The world has way more control over me than I do, and do
you believe that?
Yeah, there's very little.
I've had a lot of challenges in my life, and I haven't had it easy. So I'm challenging you because I think it's important for you to believe so much in yourself, and I think I've probably felt quite a bit like that before. That my mother or other people had huge control, and I think at 50 years old now, I think I don't believe that as much, and I would just encourage you to try it out.
Yeah.
To maybe test that theory.
There are a lot of things that I can control within myself. Like, I am happy that I have the ability to be able to sit in complete silence and be just with my thoughts and be happy and just be content with life. And in that moment,
that's
be at
huge.
peace.
Yeah,
a lot of
I
people
can't do that.
ever.
Yeah, that's one of the things that has really given me the sense that I do have control over myself, that I have the ability to conquer my own mind in that sense and truly be at peace. And in that sense, I do have way more control over myself than anybody ever does.
There you
But
go.
the thing that I don't have control over is when my time is up, and that is scary. And like, again, like, I don't know when 20 years before is going to be. I just, like, I don't, maybe there'll be a day where, like, I've lived a full life. I've done everything I can do.
I think that's the whole concept of really getting firm with yourself, really falling in love with yourself. That's kind of the thing I'm doing right now because I've had such a crazy transition. Is just, I love to care for people, and I love, that is the thing. But I did not love me. I did not take care of me, and now I'm falling apart. And I'm a brand new grandmother for 4 weeks, and I can barely leave my room. So, I need to love me. That's so
that's the
important.
first thing. Never take your personal worth from someone else's opinion of you, ever.
Yeah.
I tell people all the time, if someone came up to you and called you, a fat redhead, well, you're neither fat nor a redhead. Why would you let that bother you? So other people's opinions really do not matter and should not shape your own.
And you can't help yourself.
I used to have my niece look into the mirror every morning if I had her, and we'd go to the mirror and we'd sing the "I Love Me" song. And that wasn't to make her conceited. It was to make her understand she needed to love herself first, and it would be easy to love others then.
Yeah, because if you can't help yourself, it's going to be really tough to help other people.
Yes.
And by helping your own self,
we all have these strange family upbringings. I was brought up with 3 brothers. It was like Marine basic training in my house. There were no Barbie dolls, and it was obvious that being a male in the family was the way to go. And it being the only female, and I'm the only female on my family's side. There's nothing but men. And they even chose to name the only female Michael.
Michael.
So, these people got a problem. So you get born into people with guts, the problem, and you try not to have a problem as you move forward.
Michael, are you Italian?
Irish.
Irish, nice.
Yeah, no huggy feelies.
Yes.
There'll be none of that.
I have the Italian family, and of course we can go screaming at each other 1 second and kissing the next.
You guys are like face pinchers and huggers and kissers and very demonstrative. Irish people are not.
Not my Italian. Well, I'm part Italian. I'm part Italian, part Irish, and I didn't get the huggy, feely Italian side, unfortunately. So I feel you.
But the Italian has to be your mother.
Yes. Yeah, I'm actually Italian, Greek, Mexican, and Scot-Irish. So
there you go.
Oh, powder keg. Yeah. I feel like a lot of your struggles, Katie, are just the same struggles that we are, and I'm not downplaying your situation. You're swimming an uphill battle for sure, but I want you to feel maybe a sense of normalcy, that what you're feeling is not the things that you may think are out of control. Every human being.
Well, as you grow up, your parents are your entire world, and your family is your entire world. And now you come to find out that they're actually only 1/4 of the world. Now you got the rest of the world to go.
And my world was so sheltered that for me, that transition was like 1/100th to 100.
I can only imagine.
Because, like, my mom wanted to protect me from everything because she almost lost her first son, so she wasn't going to let a damn thing happen to me, which, I mean, is a good thing in a lot of respects, but going too far can really shelter you. And so that jump from my small little town of Walkersville to the entire world as seen through the internet was a huge shock. And my only real fear in my life is the fear that I am crazy. It's a weird fear.
We can eliminate that one right here and now.
Let
me assure you, Katie.
But there are definitely times, like, when I'm arguing with my mom, and she just drills it home that everything I'm thinking is wrong, and there are deeper-rooted issues in my mind that I can't understand.
You can understand her perception, but it's not your reality.
Yeah. And
welcome to the human experience.
I take a step back, and I look at everything, and I can breathe that sigh of relief to know that I am content in my head, and
Nice.
but it is still something that terrifies me, the possibility that I am crazy, because then I lose everything. I literally lose everything that I hold dear, and that's what terrifies me.
Well,
Here's
on
You
the
know that
scale
old
of
adage,
1 to
crazy
10 of
people,
batshit
crazy people don't.
give you about a 2.
Yeah,
Not even.
and Michael can tell you the same way I can in healthcare. The crazy people rarely ask if they're crazy. Just
Exactly.
so you know.
Yeah.
If you're wondering about the existence of crazy, you ain't crazy.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense,
That's
actually.
that's
I've
what
seen
I was going to
crazy,
say.
even close.
Yeah.
Yeah, crazy people do not know that they're crazy. Sane people may question their sanity, but the fact that they're questioning their sanity means that they are actually sane.
That can only solidify their sanity further.
Right.
Well,
as much as I know you kids love to suffer now, you and your emo ways, the kids are. You're normal. Just deal with it. You're just like us.
Yeah.
That's right.
You're normal,
You
just like
think it's
everyone
difficult
else.
being young to deal with this shit? Try being old.
Yeah. That's a really good point that you make, Michael, because lately a lot of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, LGBT, I can never remember because we only said gay when I was coming up, and we were huge supporters, my family was, so I've never known anything other than supporting. And I see that now these new generations don't quite understand what the people of the 70s, when PFLAG first came out, what they went through. And I think that's important to remember that there were those that had it a lot worse, and that's that perspective that I love so much. And sometimes that kind of, I think, can put things into adjustment, for people to remember to pay it forward, basically. I mean, eventually you're going to have that opportunity, Katie, to mentor another a woman who, or a male, depending on where they identify.
That is
and,
my dream, is to become a gender therapist, and
there you go.
That's why I think that Nadi is
those
missing the
questions.
boat. I really think she has a tremendous amount of support, information, care, the whole 9 yards. It's all in one package, and this is exploding. It's now on TV.
Yeah.
It's everywhere. This niche needs to be filled. And, what better way than those that are walking the walk?
Yeah.
It's like the buddy system. You got to buddy up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Nadia can definitely talk about the downsides and bring awareness so that perhaps in the future people don't.
Yeah. There are so many things that are so easily prevented, and so much hardship that is totally unnecessary, that in order for that to change,
all we need to do is talk about it. We need to open ourselves up and give ourselves the opportunity to declare, here's the deal. This is me. This is what I need. This is what I got to do.
Yeah.
And
if you're
unfortunately, for
try
people
to help.
to
If you're
learn
not,
that pain exists, somebody has to experience that pain.
You're right, and
Yeah.
just like that gentleman that was here earlier that wanted to spew his anti-Semitism, and I proudly said, I refuse.
Yeah.
And as long as we all start saying, I refuse to participate in anything like that, it gets better.
We don't give R1 too much latitude, but you have to understand, people like him are in pain, just like the same amount of pain that Katie may be in, but his pain, he chooses to remain ugly with it. He can't even get beyond being a human being, for God's sakes. I mean,
The
that's
first
pretty
step
low functioning.
is acceptance, and he can't even come to terms with why what he says is so out there.
Well, you know what? It shows to the extent that you were able to survive your damage, where I don't believe he has.
Yeah.
That's not a human being that walks around speaking like that. Listen, if you want to hate the Jews, hate the
transgender?
Jews. He just is.
What's his issue?
He's really damaged.
Is he of a conflicting ethnicity that has been?
Who knows? He just hates. He hates hard, and he's generally drunk. This is not a man that can deal with reality.
And that's
There
the
you
kind
go.
of person who can't be at peace with themselves.
Exactly. Can you imagine what it must be like to be him?
Internal
Michael,
turmoil
you're the
day
best.
in and day out.
Yeah, he's a separatist, and I do not understand that particular mentality because I'm one of those people, like I think most people are, that, enjoy diversity.
I think he's so filled with hate that he needs to release a hate valve every now and again because he can't handle it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I bet he's been taught that.
But on occasion, at least, on one
You
occasion,
generally repeat what you know unless you can understand it and change it, cognitively.
Right.
This is why you have people that have alcoholic parents that say, "I won't be an alcoholic."
Yeah.
Right.
And then you end up being an alcoholic yourself.
Yeah,
Or just some other drug
what? And you can have that alcoholic personality and not even be drinking. You know what I mean? It's insidious behavior. It's the environment that's created. And really, you can only blame your parents for like the first 20 years. After that, it's on you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
100%. Sorry.
But yeah, it's.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know really how to describe our one's case.
Yeah.
The only time I've really taken action was.
We're losing you,
basically-
Bud. You're kind of jumping in and out there, dear. We didn't catch that last one.
Oh, I'm sorry. The only time I took was basically encroaching on YouTube's terms of service. That is, no hate speech towards groups and what have you. And I had to act to protect Nadia's channel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, well I don't listen to that for 10 minutes. I wouldn't entertain R1 for 5 minutes. How he still gets to pop up is beyond me. But I think he's beginning to get the message.
Yeah, he seemed to recognize that his views were just disregarded for good reason. I mean, like.
Yes.
And he just wanted to kind of, like, as he was leaving,
I think
he could have
he's
just
surprised
left.
every time we let him in the room.
What?
I said I think he's surprised every time he gets let into the room.
Like, and he easily could have left, but he had to throw that in there just to kind of,
Get a kick in.
Yeah.
I don't understand the pleasure some people gain at the behest of others. I really, I just, that psychopathy is tough for me to swallow.
One thing.
Yeah. Pleasure in someone else's pain, that just does not compute for me.
The only parallel I can draw to it is, I was used to working a lot of hours and being high stressed all the time, and when I got done and I retired, it was very difficult for me to be at, 55 miles an hour. And I'm wondering if it's the same thing when you live with hate and when you're around people that give you that same thing. When you're then gone from it, do you feel the need to go to what's normal or what feels normal to you?
And one thing. All right, so just before I go into this, is the topic of Chris Kyle going to be emotional for anybody?
Who's Chris Kyle?
He was that American Sniper.
Oh, no. What's going with
Okay.
me?
I don't know anything about him.
Okay, well, there was a lot of controversy around him, and he would brag about how many kills he had, and he one time lied and said that he was on top of the Superdome during Hurricane Katrina shooting looters, which didn't happen.
Well, he wasn't, because I was there for an entire month, and he wasn't there doing that.
Yeah.
And so I can guarantee you that he wasn't there.
One of the phenomenons that really, really fascinates me is how, like, we had this war, And
there's a fine line. There's a fine line between madness and genius at times.
yeah, and
He
we
was a
sent
great
this
shot.
man to go overseas to do something, and we told him that what you're doing is right and just.
Right.
And then when he comes home, to tell him that, by the way, we were wrong. Everything that you did was not just.
That's every American soldier.
Yeah, and that
Every American
internal
soldier.
Everybody with you.
conflict is so unbearable for some people, where they cannot come to terms with what they did being not okay.
You walk through the halls of the Veterans Hospital and your world will change about the military and how the
I'm
military
sure.
protects their own.
Yeah.
It's got to be terrifying, and you can't. That would break you to really like come to terms with everything that he did on an objective level. Like he says the things he says and he acts the way he acts.
PTSD on the highest order.
Yeah, as a defense mechanism from becoming so broken from coming to terms with it all. And
Well,
go ahead.
yeah, I don't know the details, but Jesse Ventura successfully sued his estate based on his autobiography, and I'm assuming that that's going to also affect the proceeds from the movie based on that book. And of course, the real irony with Chris
Is this the guy that
Kyle,
got accidentally shot on a gun range and he's the number one sniper in the world?
Yeah.
Oh, he was
that's pretty
murdered.
suspicious.
He was murdered by a friend that is a guest of his at the gun range.
Yeah.
And a gun range
Is
is
this like another
normally
kind of a Cheney incident?
kind of, but you got to figure, I mean, the reality is a gun range is pretty much the safest place you can be, because there's no criminal that's going to come in there and try and kill you, because
Even if you're doing
everybody
live fire
has.
downrange, that's I find I don't know anything about him, but I do know that I thought his death was pretty suspicious. It's hard to die on a gun range, really hard.
It is hard,
Especially
because
people who know what they're doing with guns.
Yeah.
very strict rules and regulations regarding the safety issues of a gun range, because a gun range only needs one incident to put them out of business forever. And so, everyone is really, 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 really serious. Quite honestly, a gun range is the place you can be, because you're surrounded by armed people who will not allow someone to come on and commit, criminal
Exactly.
acts.
You have people that are watching you at all times. You make a wrong move, and they're standing in front of you, removing your gun, and asking you to leave the range. You just can't.
Yeah.
Trust me, that shit does not happen.
Yeah, the gun range that I belong to has a one-strike violation and you're out for life rule.
Yeah, they don't mess around. It is no joke. And if they see that you're new and you're likely to make a mistake, they don't leave your side. You don't move an inch with that gun. It pointed in the wrong direction anywhere. They're all over you.
Absolutely.
And it's tight quarters.
Yeah, the particular gun range that I belong to, when at the orienteering speech, when they were giving the rules, they basically said, you only get one warning. This was it. And you do forfeit your membership fees and everything if you're kicked out, and you will never get back in. Not ever. And they have a very nice facility. So there is.
Where do you go, Fudd? I go to Target Master.
Oh, you go to on 202?
Oh yeah, that's where I was. That's where I was trained. That's where I go.
Holy crap! You drive right past me.
There you go. Grab your guns. Let's go.
Small world.
Let's go do some shooting.
I'll tell you what. If you're interested at a 500-meter range or a 100-meter range, I'd be happy to arrange it because I'm allowed to take one guest.
We'll be thinking about
now,
that.
It's out at ATLAH. It's an outdoor range.
Nice. Well, I belong to Brandywine Field and Stream.
Not familiar with them.
They have everything from black powder to handgun, indoor, outdoor, trap, skeet, archery. It's awesome. It has everything.
Yeah, ATLAH has all the...
It's awesome. I can't believe you don't know about Brandywine.
It's a
private gun club. It's beautiful.
Well, ATLAH's private too. It's owned by its own membership.
Yeah, I think this might be too. It's right near Linville Orchards.
Linville Orchards. That's a weather reporting station. Holy crap, that's close to me.
Linville, right? The Orchards, right? The Apple Place. It's all right there.
Wow.
Yep. Huge facility. Very nice.
But yeah, anyway, ATLAH has a 500-meter range. So
I didn't mean to derail the conversation with guns, but that's also another solution, Katie. Get yourself a gun. And they do come in pink.
Yeah, that's right. They do make. Yeah, Glock makes various colors, and so
you could get an AK in pink.
I would love to just learn how to fire like a bow,
ATLAH
that's very cool.
Yeah,
ATLAH brings a bow hunt all the time. They love it.
I find it so fascinating.
Yeah, ATLAH
It's
has
awesome.
a bow range,
It's a very cool
trap
thing.
range. Yeah, bow, trap.
The Hello Kitty
handgun.
AR-15.
Oh, Hello Kitty AR-15 is not hard to manage. All
Seriously.
you need to do is get the thing painted. I mean, just buy your
And the
lower
best thing in the
receiver.
world is there's a holster bra.
Love it.
You know, some guy comes down the alleyway and he wants a little something. You can show him a little something. You lift your shirt up, you pull out your 380, and you change his
Look
day.
at my little friend.
Oh, you know what will change someone's mind from requesting financial assistance from you in the city of Philadelphia, even if they're armed? I'll tell you what'll change their mind very, very quickly.
Snub-nosed 38?
No.
Sawed off. And they even have handbags where there's a special place where you can just slide your gun into. So you're just walking around with your handbag, no big deal. Somebody wants your handbag, you tell him he can have the handbag. You put your hand in, grab the gun, let him have the bag, and shoot the bastard and take your bag back. Keep going.
Well, I've never had to shoot the bastard, but he came within about an ounce of trigger force before turning and running.
Seawater!
The strategy I would use is to have a money clip so that if it really came down to it, it's like pull out the money clip, the side, take it, and during that period of distraction, you can pull from your strong arm hip holster.
I never carried a gun. All the guys that I worked with, they all carried a gun in the rig, but I always had big men around me, so I guess
Well,
I was a
I
little
just
spoiled.
became concealed carry certified. I've carried a shotgun for years because I shoot skeet and trap all the time. I never liked handguns. I still don't like handguns. But I felt the need for protection because you can't, in the way my home is constructed, a shotgun is not feasible as a personal protection.
Yes, same
so
here.
I got myself a little 380, and I am trained for concealed carry. And I also, at least monthly, will go and shoot 100 rounds. So that
wow,
I'm
where are you getting the ammo?
familiar. But I would not carry my gun unless I was camping. Otherwise, I have the shotgun for downstairs. The 2 dogs are to stop you at the door, give me time to grab the gun. They remain loaded. And if you get in and pass the dogs and I'm upstairs, you're going to have a bad day.
Oh, yeah.
Unless
Yeah,
you
get
ring the
past any of these
doorbell
dogs.
and you're invited, I hope.
Oh, that's no
Oh, the
problem.
doorbell.
I
The
can't say
doorbell
that
just freaks my
my
dogs out.
poodles are going to be any better, but the guns will at least be away.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about a situation that is not the kind of, home invasion scenario.
Yeah.
Not interested in that sort of activity, but
Mhm.
I'm very,
Yeah.
very prepared for that activity to happen to me.
As I pray to God I never have to use it, because I can't. We had to watch these films, especially when they started to get into the legal aspects of when you can and cannot shoot. And when it's, if you shoot somebody, you're likely to go to jail if you don't do it right. There are rules and regulations for when you can shoot somebody.
And you're going to
And
get sued regardless of whether it's a good shoot or not.
yeah, and it's not, you got to be, careful when you pull out a gun, because likely people are going to be shooting back. So these films were so brutal, I couldn't watch it. I can't, and I'm the same way with surgery. I cannot watch the initial incision. After that, I'm good to go. I can go deep down, look at the organs, pull them out, the whole night. But for some reason, that initial incision just makes me hit the deck.
You know what's really funny that you mentioned that, Michael? I've seen bodies in every condition, but suturing, I start getting wobbly, and I have no idea why.
Yeah, I would hit the deck in
never had to
virtually
come
every
upon like a
situation.
decapitation. Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah. I mean, literally, I have seen all that. I've carried limbs down the freeway and everything in between, but I was in the ER and the doc's doing a little whip stitch or something like that, and I was just like, oh, I got to sit down.
Yes,
I don't know
even
why.
the ER, that was like controlled chaos. That was no big
Right.
deal. You know what I mean? We were going to handle whatever came through the door.
Sure.
I can't watch films. I just watched this thing, I don't know, it was a 14th century film about knights and all this Templar shit and whatever. Holy Christ, these guys were savage between the surgeries that they did and, chopping limbs, and, these films are so realistic. I'm like, I cannot watch this. We just have to skip past the war, because I can't be doing the dead bodies.
Yeah. Here, let me
Brutal.
give you a hand.
Well, there's a whole field in science called, or in medicine, called psychoneuroimmunology. What you see affects your internal environment, and a lot of times can even attack your immune system.
Well, in my case, it'll give me a
PTSD.
fucking nasty panic attack.
Yeah.
The medication helps, but you know what? There are certain situations that overwhelm even that.
Well, for
I
me,
would have
it's
been the
mucus
last
and
person that
initial
I would have been
incision. Sorry, sugar.
I'm the last person that anybody would have ever suspected would have, had PTSD, and I started having panic attacks. Nothing scared me. It was just such a surprise, and it was really, really hard to come to grips with, because I all of a sudden felt unsafe everywhere I was at, and I didn't know how to deal with it. I actually was, when they told me, oh, you have PTSD, first I was ashamed, because I thought only soldiers, got that. Because in my day, you just didn't cry about it, especially being a woman. And then it came around that I had to retire. I didn't leave the house for 5 months.
Oh boy.
Not for 5 whole months. It was ridiculous. But you're exactly right. Everything you see, these young kids, the young medics, all they want is trauma, trauma, trauma. And I look at them and I go, pace yourself. It's all going to come to you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's
careful.
no doubt.
And then,
I don't think the girls in the OR suffer like the girls in the ER. But again, these are the adrenaline junkies. This is the shit that floats their boat. They're the same thing as people who seek to climb Mount Everest. You know, they're looking for that rush. And you can't do that forever. I think the turnover in an emergency room is unreal. And if anybody is staying long, they're more on the administrative end.
Yeah. What gets me, though, I mean, it really gets me and offends me terribly, is that so much of society at large ignores the psychological disorders. They think they're just, oh, you know, just pull yourself together. You know, it's like, you know, all right, okay, let me break your arm, or better yet, amputate it, and have you pull yourself together. Because really, there's no difference.
These are the people that you'll see in a traumatic event, and they are stoic, professional, they're on their game, they're working like a clock, nothing phases them, and then 10 minutes after the event is over, you find them in the closet having a cigarette, crying, and just shaking in their boots.
Yeah, we would have night after night of shooting after shooting, and then, like I said, 30 plus of my coworkers passed early. That's a lot in 24 years, and sometimes you got advised of that right before you hit the street, or, and you didn't have time to grieve, and it builds up, and it's the strangest thing. I never would have figured.
Yeah, my situation in Philadelphia was kind of like that in a way. It's like, the 45 in the face worked.
Yeah.
But in the 20 minutes it took me to get to my car, the adrenaline hit, and I could not drive for shit. I couldn't even get my key in the. Was shaking like a leaf in a hurricane.
Yeah, I can't imagine.
It was,
it was
horrifying. It was, because at the time I was, on my game. I was like, wait a minute, this guy's not right. It's like, oh, he's pulling a weapon on me, and he vacated, so I didn't have to pull the trigger. But that.
Sorry for the cat.
But I was, after the fact, when everything just, the brain starts realizing what happened and all that, not good. Not good at all.
There's that brain chemistry that goes on, that the amygdala is, stimulated in that frontal cortex thing, and, the increased stress that we're all under, it causes us to overreact, and, that's the simplest way. When I started looking at it like that from a chemical standpoint, how my body's responding, I was, for me, able to kind of put a fence around it.
Well, let me ask you, Sugar, and Katie May, and even Safi, if you're listening, if at a very young age a 3-year-old has said to you, Mommy, I want to be a boy, or Mommy, I want to be a girl, obviously opposite from what they are, regular children, and I don't mean to say regular children, people without that issue would wake up, and you wouldn't say, I want to be a boy, if you really didn't want to be a boy. Does it make sense to transgender those children the earliest as possible, which I think would make sense, because it does seem to be the smoothest way ever.
I watched a video about this, about a little kid who was trans, and a couple things come into play. There are times when, like, it is possible for a child that is not trans to say something to the effect of, I want to be the opposite gender.
But they're usually transient. They're not as consistent, don't you think?
Yeah, it could be just like a passing thing, and it's just kind of like they're jealous that they get to, I don't know, like just silly things that aren't really related to gender, but like,
right.
It is possible for that to come up, and so
for Sabrina, it was an ongoing thing that she constantly
No, I mean, I can understand there's sometimes you want to be a boy or sometimes you want to be a girl, but really for those that you say to yourself, okay, I got to transition this child.
Then there goes through a process where they do talk to professionals and they are able to get in that process early of building their identity from like that perspective of, hey, I might be the wrong gender. But they really don't like to do anything hormonal until puberty.
Right,
Yeah,
you got to
Sabrina,
jump. You got to
they
jump
didn't
that
even
shark.
discuss it. Yeah.
Yeah, they won't do anything until puberty.
But they did bring her to therapy, and she did a lot of play therapy for a long time.
Yeah.
It wasn't even really addressed. They just kept her in a healthy mindset and nurtured whatever healthy thoughts and that she was having.
And I can't imagine how
And
much
she always
good
knew.
that has done for her.
I know it. We all know. Our whole family, not one person wavered. Not one.
That's amazing.
It was amazing.
To know that there are actually people out there who can have that experience. But yeah, they won't like. Hey, go ahead.
No, and you will be a part of that. To pass that on to people. When there's a parent that comes in and doesn't understand how to deal with their child, that's the bit of wisdom that you can hand to them and say,
Hey, Jennifer.
Look what you're saving your child. If this is truly their path.
And the thing they don't like to do.
I think you can pass on.
Yeah, they don't like to do hormones before puberty.
Yeah.
Because there is so much that could go on. And before puberty, it's not like the child is going to become more masculinized or whatever. Like, there are no real effects going on that are irreversible in terms of outward appearance. But once you start hitting puberty, that's when the physical changes really start to set in. And if you can get them on blockers to block puberty, it can do a lot even without being on the other hormone. Just to subside the effects of becoming what you don't want to become.
I will say that there is a very good positive that most people don't think about, because you were saying, outward appearance, there are no effects until puberty as far as outward appearance goes. But one of the main things I struggle with most is when I'm trying to socialize with people and reminiscing about my childhood. There are a lot of things that are socially boy-related that I can't really speak of without outing myself, which I don't always, want to do in a certain situation.
Is it not acceptable to just be a tomboy? I mean, would that fit in that area? Could you?
Well, there are. I mean, I'm kind of talking. I'm talking about things that are not necessarily tomboyish, but more actually, physically related. Like I know what it feels like to get kicked in the nuts. You can't exactly say that to someone because then they're like, oh, So I mean, that's an extreme example, but something similar to that. That there really is no tomboyish alternative to it. So in my opinion, the sooner you get someone started living the gender that they want to be, and you make sure that they're getting their psychiatric evaluation to make sure that it is gender what do they call it now, gender dysphoria, gender identity disorder, whatever it's called now.
One of the main things I struggled with my identity was that growing up I had all male friends, and that was really something that I struggled with, about how, like, my mom would always say, oh, if you were really a girl, you would have had girlfriends in school. And it's like...
Well, that's not always true.
Yeah, I don't think that's... I wouldn't think that's true.
But, like, it still is something that gives me pause, and, like, it makes me wish that I could have, had a different experience growing up. And it was even more
I have
tricky
a
for me.
question for you in a second.
Yeah, it was even more tricky for me because I was also attracted to girls. So I would have the weird issue of, hey, I find you attractive and would really want to be with you, but the other half of me would be, I just want to be you. Everything about you would make me so happy to have for myself. And
That's
that's
why
a
I asked you if you
weird.
were gender fluid. If you
Yeah.
had explored that gender fluid, I just learned about it, so I don't really know a whole lot about it.
Yeah, I do know a few people that are gender fluid.
So Sabrina, my
That's a
niece,
new term for
isn't.
me.
Yeah. There's gender fluid, gender queer, pan something or other. I
Gender
couldn't keep up with.
queer? What's gender
Yes.
queer?
You know what? I tried to get it straight in my head, but it was when your outward appearance is one thing, how you feel inside is another, and how you sexually identify is another. And it's when all three are jumbled.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
Yeah, genderqueer is kind of like when everything is just kind of like a
That's
mess
gotta be a
all over.
nightmare.
It's got to be hard to deal with.
So they're all on different axes in a graph.
Yeah.
Wow.
There's some stuff I think on YouTube about it. But I have a question for you. It's not a bad thing, but since Sabrina was 3, she went into kindergarten as a girl, and now she's a teenager, and she's in drama, and she's a great actress. And I remember the night that she was the leading lady, and she got to be kissed, and that other boy did not know the extent of the circumstance. So I just want your opinion. I don't even know how to ask the question.
I would have to say that there was nothing to know. He was kissing a girl.
Good. That's exactly how that was what I came to. But in the beginning, I was like, what's the right, what's the right way? But that is the right way. You're
I
exactly
don't know
right.
if my niece came to me and wanted to be a boy, or my nephew came to me and wanted to be a girl. I don't think I'd really care. I just love that I could still love them. You know what I mean? It just is like that's like not even on the radar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
same for our family.
Michael Ann, you're a wonderful person.
Well, I wouldn't go
Just
that
the
far.
way you are.
I love the human race. I love people. I don't care what you look like, what you sound like, what direction you want to go in. I don't care what you want to do. As long as you don't hurt yourself or others, I'm your buddy.
That's why we're in
Those things that you
healthcare.
mentioned, like going into kindergarten as a girl and being like the lead role as a female in a play, like those are things that kind of make my heart jump.
Like total validation.
Yeah, like
Sabrina's like Safi had described. She's very slight. She's very feminine. I mean, she will need virtually no plastic surgery because she's just she is who she is.
And it's like those things that that make me know that I'm not crazy in this whole thing. It's like those kind of experiences would make my heart jump out of my chest with happiness to be able to go back and experience life like that.
Well, here's the deal. You might have had it in the past, but that doesn't mean to say it isn't in the future. I mean, if you get to live a little longer, you're going to get to see there are times in career, whatever career you pick, times in a marriage, whatever kind of marriage you pick. There are days where you just sit down and say to yourself, this is the pinnacle of what I have come to achieve.
Yeah, and
you get
I haven't yet gotten to that point, and I do know that will come eventually. But looking back, I'll always the music I listen to will talk about high school romances and how a lot of things are romanticized and they're not actually like that in real life. But imagining myself.
Trust me, there are more bad prom stories than there are good prom stories.
Yeah. And I just imagine going back in my life and living the stereotypical romanticized high school experiences, like going down to a lake with a bunch of friends and just hanging out. And how
I'm still pissed off. I'm still pissed off at the Brady Bunch. So You know, you're not getting a lot of sympathy over here.
Yeah,
Actually,
Leave It to Beaver wasn't all that cracked up to be.
There you go. There you go. I
uh,
think Jennifer
Je-
had something to say.
actually, I wanted to ask Jennifer a question, if she doesn't mind answering.
Yeah, let me just say what I was going to say real quick. I would say we were talking about the drama thing with was it your niece?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I would say worst case scenario, even if they knew of her past and had an issue with it. I know 16 in high school drama is kind of, not real, well, I get it's real acting, but it's, that's kind of the biz, you do the role or else, you're replaced with someone who will.
And
And
people in drama are most likely fluid to begin with anyway.
yeah,
Right. She's in a really advanced. She goes to
The
acting
perfect
camp
milieu.
and all that stuff. So yeah, no, this was like I think she was 15 actually. It was 2 years ago because she's 16 or 17 now. But yeah, she's amazing and gorgeous. Child just had all the luck in the world. Good parents.
How early
whole
did
thing.
you know, Jennifer?
I knew that I was not like other boys. I didn't know necessarily that I was trans when I was about 5. But I knew I was different than other boys because unlike the situation that was given earlier, I was actually friends with a lot of girls. I didn't really care to hang around with boys, and I related better to girls. And even though they made me play, daddy, I was still better off playing with girls in my mind. So, but yeah, I knew something was different when I was 5. Started dressing when I was 8. Started my transition when I didn't get a chance to start my transition until I was 21, 22, somewhere around there. So.
Wow.
But anyway, if you want to ask your question.
Good morning, Nadia.
Good morning, Nadia.
Morning.
I don't know where he went.
Oh, Fudd?
Yeah.
No one has any idea. And then turns his camera on.
Nadia, what age did you know you wanted to transition?
My childhood memories start late enough. It's I have to go by other kinds of evidence, like the kinds of things I could show to other people.
I've been trying to talk while muted. You know how difficult that is?
We were wondering where you were.
Yeah, that's pretty
Yeah, Jennifer, I wanted to ask you a question if you're willing to answer, and that is...
I'm an open book, so go ahead.
Okay. In your early teens, at the point, where one generally starts becoming attracted to the opposite sex, were you attracted to girls, men, or girls, boys, or what?
Well, let me correct you in saying where people are normally attracted to the opposite sex, because it's not always the case. But I'm pansexual. I was attracted to both men and women, and eventually became less concerned about gender of the person, and more about the actual person themselves.
Pansexual. That's
Okay.
the one I was trying to think of. Yeah.
Is that another word for bisexual, or...
No, bisexual is where, I guess the difference between them is pansexual is more of a gender doesn't matter. Gender doesn't even factor into who I pick as a partner. Whereas
She could have a straight male, a gay male, a straight woman, or a gay woman, right?
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me.
Or
As long as,
another transgender.
And
yeah,
anywhere
another
in
trans
between.
person, yeah. It's space alien. I don't care. It's
yeah.
It's quote unquote all inclusive, where bisexual kind of implies the binary of you either are attracted to a stereotypical guy or a stereotypical girl. But like people can
Well,
still
I
be
couldn't handle all the
bisexual.
confusion. I would be crazy. So what do? You see a handsome guy coming down the street and a handsome woman and a gorgeous woman coming down the street. Which way do you go?
Whoever's richer or whoever's nicer,
There you
depends
go.
on what you need.
I would go for the girl.
Depends
on the mood.
I certainly didn't. I've dated people with a lot of money, but I certainly didn't marry for money.
Neither did I.
My ex-wife, she was 18 at the time. Of course, I was still living as a male at the time as well. But yeah, she was just out of high school and got kicked out of her mom's house, and so I gave her a place to stay, and eventually we kind of fell in love, so to speak. And so that's how that happened. And she didn't even have a job at the time, and it really didn't matter to me. But and then, of course, now that I'm married to a male, he's in the Navy, so obviously he doesn't have any money. So.
It's unfortunate.
I've been married 4 times, and every time for love. So I gotta go with the love every time.
If there was a gorgeous guy and a gorgeous girl, I'd go for the girl every time.
So, Jennifer, can I assume that? Well, I don't want to ask. Can I? Well, what? I assume that the U.S. military no longer has issues with the various LGBT issues that obviously crop up. I mean,
Yeah,
your husband is still in the Navy. You were in the Marines. I mean,
yeah. Back when I was in the Marine Corps, they had the don't ask, don't tell policies. So that's one of the reasons why I didn't transition earlier. I had to wait until I got out, and then also my religious beliefs were another reason why I didn't transition. So yeah, but now that the Don't Ask, Don't Tell has repealed, they've repealed that. I think it was in 2012 or 2013, something like that. But,
Obama's order, huh?
Well, I think it started out with, actually it started out with.
Well, I know
Clinton's the one.
initiated
Yeah, Clinton's the one.
Don't Ask, Don't Tell. I don't think Bush changed it. But
Yeah, I don't know if it was something that was in the process or if it was Obama's doing or whatever, but yeah, it was a stupid rule anyway. So.
Well, yeah, but commanders in chief. It's not like they've often served combat.
I had the ambulance that she was transgender, and she also read her Bible quite a bit. And I said, "How do you make the distinction?" She goes, "The God that hates is not my God. The God that is my God is the one that made me exactly the way I am." And that's how she rectified it, and I thought it was beautiful. I mean, it worked for her.
That works.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, the issue I had with that is in trying to conform God to what I thought was good for me, I knew that I was doing what most people do, and that's creating their own God. And I knew that was against the Bible's teachings. And at the time, I was a Bible thumper, so I believed God hated me because of who I was, and that God hated most people, and that most people were going to hell. And even though I was going to hell, it was still my duty to try to save people, and that's kind of where I was at with that whole thing.
That sounds kind of awkward.
Yeah, it was not pleasant for my mental well-being, to put it lightly.
I can imagine. So, being pansexual, then, regardless of your gender, your own personal gender identification, it's who you love rather than their own gender.
Yes, sexuality, like who you're attracted to and who you sleep with, is not directly attached to what your gender is. So it's like we have, there are guys who like guys, there are guys who like girls, there are guys who like both, and there are girls who like guys, girls who like girls, girls who like both, girls who like space aliens like me. I don't know.
I remember a time in Key West which absolutely made me bust a gut was when the MC at a strip club in Key West. There's this place called Upstairs on Duval Street. There at Rum Runners, and the MC basically said, "Bisexual women fucking rule."
Yeah, but they always want us to be with another woman in front of them, and any good bisexual won't do it.
Yeah, that's
I know. I won't.
That's always the funny thing. It's like when guys watch porn, they see two guys screwing each other. They're like, "Oh, that's disgusting." But when they see two women doing it, it's the fucking hottest thing in the world. And I'm like, "You're a bunch of fucking hypocrites,"
Yeah. Well, we are. And a guy in my opinion would love nothing more than to have two girls on him at one time.
It never works out. It's never as good as it is in the mind, ever.
I will attest to that. I've been there, done that, and the funny thing is that it was totally not worth it for all the drama that came afterwards, because
agreed.
One of the girls got jealous that I was spending more time with her and with the other girl, and then they started fighting against each other and saying, "Oh no, you can't do that to him," blah 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 blah. And it was just a mess.
Yeah, I know of one polyamory marriage type situation that worked out. That is, two women were married to their respective husbands, but they each lived with the other person. So that was the situation until one of them died of cancer.
So
which was quite tragic.
Can I ask a question? Did the guy sleep with the other guy, or did the girl sleep with the other girl, or was it just like they switched partners?
They switched partners.
Then that's not polyamory.
And they stayed that way.
It's not polyamory though. That's just two couples swinging on a regular basis. That's all it is. If the guy's not in love with the other guy and the girl's not in love with the other girl, then it's not polyamory.
Well, actually, they were in love, and that is, the marriage situation worked out fine until one of the guys died.
Mm-hmm. I live in a area of California that's a farming area. It's like the closest to the country that you're going to get, and it's kind of rural. And there are a lot of churches out here. Like when I moved this one small town, there was like 6,000 people. They had 23 churches. I mean, they took Jesus mighty seriously. They had the biggest swinger population that I had ever seen. I was like, wow, so much for God and whatever they're believing in. But
yeah, there's actually a quote unquote church that actually is a swing club. So.
Nice. Yeah, there's a hotel on the next town over that's Thursday nights is their big swing night.
Yeah, they're tax exempt for their swingers club. It's kind of funny.
That's awesome.
Else to bring to the party to trade, that would be the church for me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mean to sound like I treat the other opposite sex as property or anything like that. Quite the opposite, in fact. I'm very appreciative of any girl that pays attention to me.
Yeah, don't lie, Fudd. You're just a misogynist.
I was going to say, oh man, come on.
No, I am not a misogynist. I do not do anything half-ass. I am a full-out misanthrope.
Well, I may be needing husband number 5, at some point, so keep yourself available. No, I can't make that mistake again.
I have another little defect thing. I like girls in their 20s.
Oh, sorry. 30 years too late on me.
Oh, the funny thing is that I would never have gotten married again. I think marriage is stupid. To me, it's a dumb thing. But unfortunately, like I said, my husband's in the Navy, and in order for me to come with him and live with him, I had to be married. So.
Yeah, wonderful.
Like I knew I wanted to be with him, and I would have been with him, on a regular basis if it wasn't for his job and their stupid roles. So.
Yeah. Well, I'm shooting
middle son's
myself.
going into the Navy.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'm shooting myself in the foot too because 20-year-old girls usually like to be with 20-year-old guys.
Not always.
Not
Got those
always.
girls that- yeah.
But
Yeah, I've dated outside my age range when I was younger.
I absolutely love 30-year-old men. 25 if I can get them. Hell, I'll take 2 25-year-olds. That's 50, right?
Yeah, so you're exactly like I am, except you're a girl and I'm a guy.
There you go.
I don't
It's all
think
good.
she was just limiting it to the 20s, though.
No, you're right, I wasn't.
Well,
Horrible.
There's always older guys.
There are
Right.
actually 30-plus-year-old girls that I am exceedingly attracted to, and
Yeah.
even some in the 40 range.
Yeah.
Definitely. 40's good.
I've been on these dating sites, and I'm looking at men that are 50 and 55, and they don't look like they're anywhere close to my age, and I'm having a very difficult time. It's been very difficult, and I'm not attracted to, well, these guys. I've seen other men that looked older that I've been very attracted to, but they're not here and they're not single. So
I'd probably recommend about 33 for you.
33, yeah. As long as they don't want.
33, just past the mid-age thing,
Yeah,
So
yeah,
then
as long
not
as
too
they don't.
stressed out about it, but still fit.
And
Yeah,
the product of 2 prime numbers.
Well, as long as they don't have crazy ex-wives or, I'm good with that.
No, that's just par for the course.
I was going to say that my husband's 29 and he loves older women, but then you said the crazy ex-wives, and that's kind of screwed it up. So.
Yeah, I've had 3 of those. So 2 crazy ex-wives that came with the ex-husband. But
It's a rite of passage, isn't it?
I play nice in the sandbox. I'm good to everybody. I don't cause trouble.
Cool.
Unless you allow us to both stay married, and then I won't be the crazy ex. But
There you go. Hey, I'm equal opportunity. I just dating at 50 years old is just not where I want to be. That's for sure.
It's
Tell me
bloody
about it.
difficult when you're starting to get into that range.
But in
Especially
some
if your
ways-
preferences
some
are
ways
for
it
the
should be-
younger people.
In some ways, it should be easier because at least we're past the point of hot flushes and
Yeah.
tongue-twisted
Yeah.
sentences and that kind of thing.
I think that.
Go ahead, Sugar.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Jennifer. I've been talking all night, honey. You go ahead.
Somebody says you only get a good 10 years in a marriage, so I'm thinking by about 75, I'll need me a good 10 years.
There you go.
My
You've
grandparents.
got to date younger guys.
Saying that I always thought that as I got older, I would be attracted to older people, but that's not the case, and I find myself getting older and still attracted to like the 22, 24, 26-year-olds.
The problem is that when you get to be 60, the 22-year-olds won't be looking at you the same. You'll still be thinking that way, but you won't be looking that way.
I know, that's exactly. They don't even do that to me at
Life is
33.
cruel.
Yeah.
Some of them will.
Yeah.
Some of them will. I've always gone for older women.
Well, I totally
And
understand where.
Now I'm 50. That's a real problem.
Yeah, I totally
Yeah.
understand Jennifer's point of view, though. I mean, because that's basically how I am.
So, Simon, you're looking for a 90-year-old?
Well, this is the issue I'm getting now.
Oh, my God. Can you imagine being 90 and saying, I need to get me a piece of something? Who's
Yeah.
left?
Well,
There's a couple of shows about that. They're like extreme cougar grannies or something like that.
Yeah,
Imagine your nan going out and
I don't want to
Getting a
have to
piece.
gouge out my mind's eye with a spork, but
Well, I
about
will
the
tell you,
person.
one of the funniest office visits I ever had. Nowadays, if you have there's always a nurse in the room whenever there's going to be a physical. Male or female, doesn't matter anymore. You just have to be there. So we had a guy who came. He called in. I answered the phone. He was very reluctant to tell me what he wanted. And, we have to know what to tell doctor before the patient walks in, and he just was not giving it up. So no problem. I went in and I said, gentleman's coming. He was very reluctant to discuss why, but he'll be here too. So We get in there, and of course he's very upset, and he doesn't want to say any of these things in front of him because apparently the equipment is non-functioning anymore for him, and he's beside himself. And at one point he looks up, and the doctor's trying to coach him through, what to do, where to do, get creative, whatever, and he just blurts out in the middle of everything, and he's like, "Doctor, I did not expect to outlive my dick."
Oh wow!
Oh my God! The doctor looked at me because I have turned my face to the wall so that I didn't have to show my face. I could not believe, but that was his deal. He outlived his dick. Didn't know what to do with himself.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yep. I did not expect to outlive my dick.
Some of my favorite calls were when Viagra first came out, and the
oh my God.
you have an erection lasting for more than 4 hours, please contact your doctor. Oh, those were the greatest calls.
No. If you've got an erection lasting more than 4 hours, you better call your friends. Call everybody you fucking know.
Oh, this one woman calls, and she's. Go ahead.
Sorry, there's actually a T-shirt about that. It's like, if you have an erection that lasts more than 4 hours, call me.
This one woman called in, and she says, "We've tried everything. We've done it every way we can." She says, "He's a big black man," and all I could say was, "Good for you."
Really?
I didn't know what to say.
Kudos.
I was trying not to laugh, but it was funny. Yeah, it doesn't happen as much anymore, thankfully.
Yeah.
They've figured out how it works now.
Well, you walk in, and of course you want to see the injury. That's your usual thing when you walk into, when you're on an ambulance. And when you walk into this call, it's like, I don't want to see it. Just put it away. Put that thing away before you put somebody's eye out.
Unless it's a third leg where the putting it away is not an option.
Oh, that's wishful thinking.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, for me too. I'm what you would call average.
Oh, everybody's average.
Yeah.
Except for a few select
no,
people.
if you ask everyone, they'll say they're above average.
Yeah.
Well, I have to tell you another funny story. I just went to our 40th reunion, and one of the guys that hung around in our group comes up to me and says, "Did I sleep with you?" And I'm like, "Rich, no, you did not sleep with me, and God damn it, if you did, you'd have remembered, even if it was 40 years ago. You gotta be kidding me." I said, "Are you actually walking around asking everybody if they slept with you?" He said, "No, just the ones I can't remember." I'm telling you, it's a sin what God did to men.
I agree.
That's why I'm an atheist.
When I was doing massages, I always got a little more of a peek than I wanted to of certain areas of the body on men that totally not their fault because it does happen, but some men get so relaxed that they end up erect, and it's hard to keep your cool, like when you're massaging someone and they've got like this huge literal tent of the covers with a little pole sticking there, and you're like massaging their leg, and it's like, okay, are they doing this because they're relaxed, or are they doing this because they're turned on? And all these things are going through your head, and so like it's just crazy.
Well, unless you're really good at thinking of things that are pretty nasty, it does tend to be involuntary.
It moved. It moved, Jerry. It moved.
I remember that episode.
George Costanza. It
I think it
moved.
It lives, Jim.
I gotta go to New York. Sorry?
Oh, man.
Oh, this has been good, you guys. I can't thank you all enough. This is my first night in one of these, and you have completely made me so happy. I gotta tell you.
We have restored your faith in humanity.
Yeah,
would you mind if I added
would.
a figure?
Oh, please do. I would.
Excellent, thanks.
Yeah,
are you religious at all?
You know what? I never tell anybody because
cool.
I am this. I am a. Well, here's the thing. I'm that person that can see all sides. I read the Torah, I read the Bible, I read the Quran, and I just don't tell.
In the
Because
beginning, God or no God?
It does. Sorry.
That's a joke. In the beginning, God or no God?
Don't know. You know,
Well, there's
That's the right answer. That's
I'm
the
going to
right
let
answer.
you in on a secret, Sugar. That's a little joke. There's a gentleman by the name of Roy Montero, and it's his favorite famous question. So I had to newly baptize you with the question.
Awesome. Yeah, I thought about that because I don't, you know, when I'm putting my little blog things out, I often will get that kickback from people that think I'm taking one side or another. And I go, make no mistake, I'm presenting both sides of the story. But where I stand is between me and where I stand. And it's, you know, and you're okay standing where you stand. I'm trying to get people to realize that you can entertain somebody else's idea without changing your own beliefs and just acting like a fucking human being. And don't be such a jerk, you know. Just let it be, you know. That's all I'm trying to get across.
I mean, a lot of people will. A lot of people. Hang on a sec, Fred. A lot of people will. You know, will after asking you that question, instead of going, "Oh, that's okay, whatever you like," will actually start labeling you.
Oh, it's already happened.
Oh, is it? Oh,
oh yeah. Well, I mean, I've been on some of these comment boards and stuff like that, and yeah, I get all kinds of stuff. I get Muslim sympathizer. I mean, right-wing freako, leftist commie. I mean, I get it all. So, and I go, whatever you think.
Yeah, no, I tick most of those boxes.
Yeah, all of the above. I don't know what to say, you know, to people that. It's just like I just tell them, look, I really don't care about this. What label you give me? What about the issue? Because they're arguing over and over, and I go, yeah, we've heard this a million times. Now, what are you doing about it? And they go, what? I go, well, you're arguing about the same thing you were last week. What are you going to do about it? And they do nothing. So.
Yeah.
But I think the world is so Yeah, Jennifer, I think the world is so overwhelming to a lot of people that they don't know anything else other than to spin. You know, and truly, if all of us just did a little bit, and took care of our own little space, we could then together, we would all be occupying one big space. But, you know, that's the narrative we have to get out. You know.
Yeah, I can entertain an idea for the sake of argument, but that does not. It's simply a method of entertaining the idea and seeing how it holds up.
I didn't hear everything that you said, so I want to make sure I understand what you said because you kind of faded in and out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I can entertain an idea for the purpose of argument without believing that idea.
Good. And I wonder, since I'm still kind of reintroducing myself into the world, because I've been, you know, checked out into rescue land for 20 whatever years, I don't have a gauge yet as to who feels what. You know, it's my thought that more people are more progressive than the media would have us think. But that's just an opinion I have. I don't know whether that's true or not.
I have no idea.
A lot to do with the self-selection of Google Plus as well. But Nadia can talk about that quite well.
Well, you know, the Indiana thing that with the pizza and the, you know, not catering to the wedding. I was so upset that they were attacked the way they were because honestly it was a hypothetical question and these people never have kicked anybody out or they're not the hateful type. And I was really concerned that is this really the way our country is going? And then when $800,000 was raised in 48 hours for these people, I said, you know, by people from all communities, I kind of felt like, okay, this is a narrative that
right is
Fox
always
News or
right.
whoever.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah. My recollection is they were willing to make the cake, just not to cater the event.
Yeah, and you know what? I had to sit and think about that because I was brought up. I mean, I was going to the first gay pride parades with my parents, and my children went, and now my granddaughter will go. next year. And so I couldn't imagine life any other way, but I understood that their issue was, look, we'll do anything else, but please don't make us sit and watch. And you know what? If the only thing that they wanted was to not have to watch, but they were willing to let them live their life, well then, compromise. I don't know. That's just how I feel. I don't know what everybody else thinks. You know, no, not everybody agrees with the fact that I've had 4 husbands. So what's the difference?
Yeah, I've kind of get to the point where my responses have been more more to the point where it's getting, I don't want to say apathetic, but kind of like, you know, this whole arguing is pointless. Like,
yeah.
Why are you saying the same stuff? Because there's the same refutation, and then there's the same argument to that refutation, and then there's the same refutation to that argument, and then there's, it's just going back and forth until you come back around to the same argument that you were arguing a couple weeks ago, and then you go through the cycle all again. It's like, you're not going to change their mind. They're not going to change your mind. Just learn to live with it, you know.
Yeah, it's very circular. Oh, as to the question in the beginning, God or no God, according to the inclusive OR operator, you can just say yes.
There you go.
Well, true or false is true.
Yeah. You're right.
I just want to comment on that, the GoFundMe thing that raised however much money, like $800,000 for that company or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, it bugs me because there are so many people and groups and organizations that could have used that money so much more, and it would have been so easy. It was so easy to raise that money for that place. It would be that easy to raise money for anything, but people,
you know, one of my coworkers had her cat got sick, and she put her cat on GoFundMe, and she got $1,500 in about 4 days. So I don't even know. I don't know much about it other than these 2 cases.
Yeah,
Seems like.
But like, not even just GoFundMe, like charity and research and food that could all go to seriously needy people that are like on the brink of death every day, like are much more deserving of that money than some family that would potentially refuse service or not cater or whatever the situation was. I don't remember. But like the backlash was wrong. The hatred and all that was wrong on both sides. I mean, not the group or not the restaurant or whatever it was, but like the people that were defending them. Like on both sides, there was bad, and all of that was funneled into giving money to that group, where they can't come together for something good equally as well, and that's what bugs me.
I was really surprised at the LGBT community. I still can't get used to that, but that's when I realized that the younger kids that were coming up didn't know the struggle that, you know, they had. Like 72 when PFLAG came out. I remember that, and I remember our friends that were the first to join. You know, and they don't know the struggle. So, you know, I was really talking to some of my friends saying, hey, you know, this is your community's issue. You got to educate the kids. There's got to be a way to get that information out there, because they're so much more free than they were when I was a kid. You know.
I don't want to sound like I'm arguing for the sake of arguing, but
please do.
I kind of disagree with Katie May, in the sense that I don't think that the side saying that, you know, they were wrong for not wanting to cater the business, or for the, you know, the business that wanted to cater, that wouldn't cater the wedding, was wrong. I don't think that they were. I think it's, their business. They can do with it as they wish. But also expect there to be repercussions, which is why I don't think that the side that was arguing that they shouldn't boycott this company because of their beliefs, which they actually absolutely have the right to do. I believe that both sides have the right to do both things.
Yeah, and that's not what I was having an issue with.
Jennifer, here's the thing that I think that everybody has forgotten. This family has never, ever done anything to anybody. They've never kicked anybody out. They've never refused service. They're not that outward homophobe, hate monger, right? They were approached by a journalist that asked a hypothetical question. That was it. And she sat and thought. And she was a very soft-spoken woman. And she said, I think we might, not want to do that. It was a hypothetical. And from that hypothetical question, they just, well, first of all, it was published one time. This was bringing it back up again. It was published again. And they just sensationalized it. And that's what this was about.
Fine. Yeah,
but
that's fine. Go ahead, Katie. Me.
I don't have, and I don't have an issue with the people that were upset with the people that were boycotting, but there were obvious extreme cases with death threats and all those sorts of things, which those things are the things that I didn't like. I'm fine with protesting and all that kind of stuff.
And I'll agree with you there.
What were people protesting about? Because somebody gave their opinion in the United States where they have freedom of speech? I mean,
exactly. But that's the thing. Even if it were, misconstrued and taken out of proportion, they still have the right to protest. I mean, it's.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Whether it's
peaceful,
like you said, it was sensationalized. That's I get it. I understand that. That's why I don't really have a comment on it one way or another.
If it was
because both sides are peaceful. But the thing is that if someone wants to take see a sensationalized story and run with it, they have that right. Yeah. It's not smart and it's not logical to me, but they have the right. If no one had the right to be illogical, then friggin' hey, we'd all be in jail. So right. I mean, we're all illogical at some points in our lives. No one is completely rational all the time. But I would also disagree with the whole. While I don't disagree that the money could have been used for better purposes, I also think that it's their money and it's their right to appropriate it to wherever they feel is necessary.
Yeah. And I wouldn't ever deny that right.
Katie, let's look at it this way. Yeah. Let's just look at it from a financial standpoint. So say they make, just for the sake of numbers, $100,000 a year on that restaurant, right? And this comes out and they're falsely accused and people overreact and they now make $25,000 a year. And they have houses and mortgages and kids and all these things to support, and now that's been taken away from them. So I think, and they did have to go into hiding and all this stuff, and there were death threats, and so there was a cost associated with that. So I know it seems like an exorbitant amount of money, and absolutely there are people starving. But I think it was appropriate for when you destroy an entire family's life and reputation, which for some they'll never get that back. You accuse a man of being a pedophile, and he's not. It's going to be a long time before anybody forgets that. You speak those words.
Well, so I feel like the whole movement, the peaceful side of that movement, I would say didn't cause the irreparable damage that the non-peaceful ones did. And
I would even disagree with that. I think it was the media.
Yeah, it really. I have to give the media this one, and then the people who hate, they took it and started tweeting with it. That one teacher got fired because she tweeted, "Hey, who wants to burn down a pizza place?" And let's go to Indiana or whatever she said. I mean, how stupid do you have to be to do that?
Yeah, and like it's the bad that caused the bad, and I.
But see, there was good going on, and the news didn't want to report that because we don't.
Yeah,
Nobody,
the news
we only went to
really
Jerry Springer.
fucked up with it, but like, I mean, if see, I'm not like a strict capitalist. I definitely have more communist leanings personally, but like from a capitalist perspective, if you hold those beliefs, then the market will adjust accordingly and will push you out of the market. And
Girl, I
that's
adore you so much. You are so cute. I cannot wait till you're 50. You're going to be so phenomenal. You have no idea. The
Thank
fact that
you.
your mind works this way already, you're just keep it going.
Thank you.
Just keep it going. Don't let the world get you down. I let the world get me down too many times, and I didn't have the challenges. And you just stay positive in the face of all of it. There is, again, when all life is sacred, you answer that call first every day.
I
That's
concur.
it. Yeah. When in doubt, ask yourself, well, is all life sacred? Well, yes. Okay, well, then I know how to act. There is a great responsibility and sense of pride that I've taken in being the steward of fellow human beings. That gift to be able to sit near somebody when they're sick or dying or when they've passed. And
I
as sad as it
personally feel
is,
robbed when somebody does not meet their full potential, whatever it is.
yeah.
That's the real crime.
Yeah,
And
it's true.
I agree with Sugar. The fact that you've got this covered so far, Katie, honestly, rip off the rear view, honey. You got no need to look behind you because what's in front of you, you're going to need sunglasses for.
Well, and I don't want to dismiss. I don't want to dismiss what you're going through because I realize that your situation is unique to most people. But honestly, what I hear from you is no different than anybody who doesn't have a gender identity challenge. You're normal.
It's all
honey.
relative.
Deal with it. Deal with it. You're normal.
Yeah.
I think it comes from the attitude that I think a lot of people, when they come across a transsexual or a transgender person, they're like, oh, there's that transgender person so-and-so, where it should be like, oh, well, there's so-and-so.
Yes.
They just happen to be transgender. It's like, and a lot of, I noticed, I don't know if how long you've been on Katie May, but back when I first started YouTube about 6 or 7 years ago, there was actually a community of transsexuals and transgenders that were pretty big on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
And they, it got to the point where there was a bunch of infighting and blah, 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 blah. But it seemed a lot of the people that were on their claim to fame was being transsexual. Like me, I just wanted to get my ideas out there, and I just happened to be transsexual. And I caught a lot of grief for that because it turns out that I wasn't transsexual enough for most people or something like that. Like I wasn't
sensational enough.
Yeah, there's the whole trannier than thou mentality that a lot of them.
I definitely have. I haven't personally experienced it because the group that I fell into on the internet was a group of trans lesbians, and so the group was called Transbians, and so they had the issues of like the strict transgender people who say that if you're trans, then you should be attracted to the opposite sex, and then like, that's a small part of them, but like there would still be that negative backlash, and then you'd have the cisgender lesbians push them out, and so it was like it's like such a tiny percentage of people, and
yeah, I know a lot of females out there who or a lot of males too who will say that a trans lesbian is only doing that because they couldn't get girls as a guy, so now they're going to try it as a girl. And
Right.
that's just so freaking absurd. I'm
And that
like,
goes back to the whole
ridiculous.
not trans enough, quote unquote, and that is a common theme in the community.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, I grew up just outside. I was born in San Francisco, so you know, and I lived just outside of San Francisco, so you know, I've seen it all. I've yet to come across anybody. I've never even heard that story. They couldn't get. Oh, come on.
Yeah.
That's a lie told by a homophobic.
yeah, it's
That's
funny
crazy.
because a lot of the videos I did when I was, you know, like I said, back in the day when I used to get, I actually had quite a few subscribers. I lost a lot of them when I stopped making videos, but when I used to get, you know, 3,000 to 6,000, sometimes 10,000 to 12,000 views on my videos, a lot of it was people coming just to hate or to say, oh, well, this girl's, you know, she's a trans. Don't, you know, it's a trap kind of thing. And it's like, it has nothing to do with the topic of the video. Like, why don't you listen to the video and state your, you know, opinions on the topics?
Yeah.
Rather
And it's a
than
shame
what
because those people are having their own issues.
Yeah.
Probably for other people.
Yeah.
Like, it's just so unnecessary.
I was listening to Tommy. I was checking in all the rooms today, since this is my first day, and there's this Tommy Sotomayor that's on here.
Oh,
And he
that's
and
what
another,
you used to talk about.
Yeah.
yeah, so he and another friend were talking about black women and all this stuff, and they were discussing that exact same thing, that they did a thing about light-skinned women and dark-skinned women, and that they said that light-skinned women were prettier. That was what the heading said, but yet the entire broadcast was exactly the opposite. They were amazed at how many people just made comments based on the title itself and didn't even bother to listen to the whole thing.
Yeah, I made it's funny that you say that because I made a video that was titled Why Do They Hate Us? Or Why Do People Hate Us? And I meant us as in transsexuals, and it was a joke video. It was, you know, it was stupid, absurd things like, you know, women hate us because, you know, they're afraid we're going to steal their man or something like that, and stupid shit like that. And there are so many comments on there that people read, why do people hate us? And they read it as, why do people hate US? And so I got a bunch of political, like, we hate the US because you guys are freaking, you know, pompous, da 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 da. And it's like, it had nothing to do with the fucking video. It's like, oh my God, the one time they don't criticize me for being trans, they totally misconstrue the video. And I'm like, fucking retards.
Yeah, people don't listen. I know.
Well, yeah, also that's, you know, ungrammatical if it's the US.
Yeah, it's true. And you would know because
that's another thing. It's why do people hate us, not why do people hate the us.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm running on no sleep right now, so I think I'm gonna try to get a rest in.
Thank you for staying up.
It was very nice to meet you, Sugar.
You too,
Sweet
honey.
dreams, Katie Mae.
All right.
Bye.
Take care, everybody.
Take care.
Aw, that's just so sweet.
I remember when I was that young and innocent.
That's so cute.
No, she is too cute for words.
Yeah. Yeah, I hate the fact that she doesn't know how normal she is, but then again, that's awesome, you know.
Well, she's open to it, so that's the bright spot. She's walking towards the light. It's a good thing.
That'll be wonderful. I got no worries for that one. Yeah. It's a hard road, no matter what you're towing, you know.
Can't even imagine.
Yep, I've always had this thought that, you know, your struggles may not be the same as mine, but they're all struggles, and we all handle them in different ways. And, you know, your little struggle might be a big thing to you, and I have no right to say that my struggle's worse or easier or anything else than yours. So
I used to weigh 300 pounds at one point. Actually, for 17 years, I weighed 300 pounds, and I lost all of it, obviously. And women would, that needed to lose 30 pounds would say, "Oh, I know it's just 30 pounds." I go, "Yeah, but have you?" "Oh." I go, "Well, then it's heavy for you. It's the same as my 300
Very few
pounds.
people are thrilled with the mirror. Very few.
Yeah, well, yeah.
The mirror
And now I'm
sucks.
not even thrilled with the mirror because I'm too skinny now. I'm like a beanpole. I got no shape. If I didn't buy these boobs, I'd be a 12-year-old boy. Tell you what, you can't win.
Yeah, most men hate their bodies as well.
Happy. I mean, I
Well,
don't
when
I
they
don't
get
complain.
when they get past 45, anyway.
Yeah. Well, you're right. It is all relative. People would make a big deal out of my job, and I go, "Well, what do you do?" And they would say, "Oh, I do this or that." And I go, "Well, forecast that out. How does it affect the rest of the world? Your job's important too. I couldn't sit on a desk any more than you could, be elbow deep in whatever. We're all important,
Yeah, I've had that issue with my two jobs too, for different reasons. Like the massage thing, most people think, oh, well, that's just a bunch of hooey.
That's a lesbian job. We all know that.
Well, they're like, oh, it's a bunch of hooey, or it doesn't work, or it's not medical. It's just for relaxation. Da 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 da. And I'm like, yeah, if you can, if you want to think that, that's fine. And it's been proven that there are medical benefits to massage. They may not be like, oh, I'm going to cure your cancer benefits, but there are benefits to it. And if I can provide those benefits to people and they want that as a service, then I'm able to provide that for them. But it's there are always those people that look down upon me because I'm a massage therapist, and oh, you're not part of the medical community. I'm like, well, technically I'm listed under the medical community. I may not be a doctor or a nurse or anything like that in the sense that, like, technically, yeah, I don't provide medical treatment, but I'm still listed under medical services. And when you go and get your license from the health, whatever, you have to do all these stupid little things that they have you do. But then there's the whole, you're a prostitute, and that goes a totally different way. So
plenty of those as well, but there's always.
I've always told people, I've always told people that if you walk in and your massage therapist is wearing high heels, then you're in the wrong place for a massage.
Or the right place.
Yeah, right. Or the
I'll
right,
tell you
yeah.
that I would absolutely kill for a proper massage.
Yeah.
I mean, just any money. My back. Oh, please.
Seriously,
I'll be right over.
It only rivals a pedicure. Massage is integral.
Simon.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to put something in the side chat for you that may help your back, okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
Yay. Yeah, actually, Jennifer, I went to massage school for about 6 months. Really nice school, Reiki and all the rest of the stuff that went along with it. And I'm too all over the place. I can't. But, yeah, I was like a wet noodle. But
Yeah, and then of course, there's my other job as a cam model. There's, nobody sees any.
do you do that?
They don't see any. What's the word I'm looking for?
Naughty bits.
Well, no, I'm thinking help to the community, any services provided, anything other than entertainment and blah 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 blah.
Oh, I think that's wrong. I think that's wrong. You know what I remember, speaking of that you say that, I remember learning very young, Simon, I don't know if you remember this. Wasn't there a time in the UK where there were not allowed to have guns on the TV, like the 18, there was no shooting? Maybe Simon's not there anymore.
Yeah, sorry, I was just checking out the video. What was the question?
Wasn't there a time in the UK where you couldn't have gunfire on the TV? I mean, like back in like the 70s and
That had to
80s
be
type.
No, I don't think so. I mean, we had.
Sorry?
No, I don't think so. I mean, there were lots of war films with gunfire in and
'Cause
stuff like that
what
from the
I had
40s, 50s.
I remember hearing that where the Brits didn't have violence on their TV, you know, you had your page 3 girls and you had
Oh,
nudity a lot more, and that had a lesser effect on violent sexual crimes. So I think what Jennifer's saying, to me, I believe that stuff. Give men safe outlets, or women, whatever, safe outlets. You know, we're sexual beings. It's, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah. I think
forget
you're
it
talking
as.
about. I think you're talking about the Watershed, which was like a period where you know, there was no bad language, violence, or sexual scenes before 9 o'clock at night.
Yeah. Well, now I've got Jimmy Carr and Mr. Blobby to make me happy, and
I love Jimmy Carr.
oh, me too. It's funny. I watch nothing but British television, so
Cool.
on my Twitter is Mr. Blobby, and every day I start off laughing with that.
I'm not so keen on Mr. Blobby.
Well, only the one that when he was on with Jack White or Jack, the comedian. He was on my Big Fat Quiz show. Yeah.
I remember I had company and I was watching a show where it was about a woman who was poor, but she was trying to present herself as a rich person. I can't remember the name of the show.
Hyacinth Bouquet.
Bouquet, yeah.
Bouquet, yeah. Was she like really proper, an older woman, and her sisters were a little more trampy? Daisy.
Oh yeah, big stuff.
Right?
Yeah,
I
big stuff.
can't remember the show. I just remember being in her house and she was like, she had all this stuff that a poor person really shouldn't have. Like, I don't know, it's just weird. Like she was so intent on it was like kind of like keeping up with the Kardashians for poor people or some shit like that.
That's awesome. Yeah, the only thing I haven't seen is Coronation Street. Never seen not one episode of it, but I think I've seen everything else.
I hate Coronation Street. It's just filled, jam-packed with arguments, just like Emmerdale and EastEnders.
Yeah.
Worst for me, EastEnders.
I loved EastEnders.
Simon?
Sorry.
I threw my TV out the window after watching EastEnders for 3 years.
Yeah. I haven't watched it in a long time. I'm stuck on the chat shows, Alan Carr and, you know, the rest of them. I just love to laugh. I love the way you all get to speak. I'm a huge Anglophile. I just all day long. I just sit and I'm saving my money. I'm coming. I'm coming to the UK.
Okay.
You can't stop me.
That's cool. That's cool. Very welcome.
Yeah. I love that TV. It's 5:22 in the morning, y'all. For me.
An all-nighter.
What are you in California?
Yes, sir. Yep. Yep. Well, this is my first time on here, and I was, been waiting, and I was watching all day long to see, and I loved this room. It was the most interesting, I thought. Seemed like it had the most sane people in it, which, that spoke to me.
Wow.
We had a couple of really funny hangouts today. Everybody's been in a very good mood.
Good.
Lots of laughing.
Good. Yeah, I love it. So, how often do y'all meet?
Every damn day.
Seriously.
Serious.
Yeah, we'll see you when you wake up.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've got an addictive personality. Heaven help me.
Oh, so addictive. G+ is so addictive.
Yeah.
Well, if Annabelle stops coming, there's definitely
Sorry, what was that?
I said this is the land of misfit toys. All the best people.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if Annabelle doesn't come back, there's a slot open.
I'll wait my turn. I will pay my dues and wait my turn. I'll just, make me slum it over at, wherever.
If you want to get in, if you want to get into something, you can always message me and I can drop out. No worries. I'm rarely on full ball.
I appreciate it, but like I said, I definitely wait my turn, and I will just I'll double dutch in. I'll just wait there on the outside, weaving and bobbing, waiting to come in.
Well, sometimes it can be really frustrating if there's a topic that you really want to talk on.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
Well,
and it's like,
you know, what's
I know
funny is-
something about that. I know something about that. I've got to get in to say it. And then by the time you finally get in, the topic's over.
You say that.
Say again, Michael.
I found on Sotomayor's when he was. Sorry.
No worries. I'm just jumping
When
in
he
my
was talking, and they had
Connected.
some.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I just wanted to say I'm in my car, so if we get disconnected, I didn't jump out on you all. I would never do that. But I will take you with me to work.
How are you in your car? How is that?
I'm in my car on my cell phone.
It's like magic. I swear.
I know.
I'm so late coming to this technology party.
There you go. Can you see my dashboard?
Oh my gosh.
No. This is the 21st century, kids.
Mm-mm.
You guys are fantastic.
Hey, Simon.
Hi, William.
You like David Gilmour?
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay, check that bottom link. I found it yesterday and have been entertaining myself with it for hours. I thought I would just throw that to you.
Is it called the
You and
Farm
Sam.
Jam?
Huh?
Perchance? Is it called the Farm and the Barn Jam?
No, it's not.
Oh, okay. Cool.
It's for guitarists only. I mean, anyone else is gonna be like, that's some boring shit.
I found the name of that TV show. It's called Keeping Up Appearances.
Yeah, that was it. Hyacinth. Her name was Hyacinth Bucket, but she would pronounce it Bouquet.
Yeah.
That's great. I love that show.
It's Hyacinth Bucket.
Yeah, and her sister Daisy, and the one with it's the rich one. Oh, the one with the pool or something.
Oh.
Has
Partners' names at all.
Has Ermine already started cooking? Because I didn't want to miss the cooking show.
I'm not cooking. Well, actually, I probably will later.
You had better cook. I came to see the cooking show. Come on. I got to get some tips. I've been burning bread in the toaster lately. It's just sad. Sad. It's because of Google, though. It's because of these Hangouts. I start something, I burn eggs, everything else. I'm in here trying to run my mouth and forgetting that I'm cooking.
Oh my God! I can bring you into the kitchen with me. Oh. Okay, guys, we got to take a shower, so I'm going to take you in with me right now.
Alrighty then.
Oh. Oh, the views have just gone up.
I'm a big kid.
We got 100 extra viewers. Okay.
It wouldn't be once you get there. It's yeah. I'm going to have to get a smaller computer. That's for sure.
Okay, there's a link for you there, William. Just as an appreciation. I'll be playing along
I
to
am
that.
on it.
I'll be playing along to that track tomorrow.
Wait a minute. Now, can I click onto those, or will I be disturbing
Yeah.
something if I do it? Yeah.
No, you're perfectly welcome to. They're Pink Floyd.
One is a backing track, and the other is actually David Gilmour.
We're live on air. Just make sure that the music doesn't play.
Oh yeah, you have to mute yourself when you play it. Yeah.
Got it.
Or maybe some strategic duct tape on the.
I love when someone says strategic duct tape.
Okay, so then muting myself. Now, see, I haven't had to do that all night. So if I mute myself,
there you go.
Where do I go? Figure it out. Mute wherever you are.
Yeah.
Go to the top of the screen.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Copy. Thank you.
Yeah, Simon, when I found that, I was like, that's exactly what I want to do with the rest of my day. I sat there and played those backing tracks and jammed until, yeah, it was so much fun. For a minute, I thought I was David Gilmour. Yeah, I can hear you, Ermine.
You still hear me?
Yeah, Ermine.
No, I didn't say that.
Sorry.
Sugar.
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 Sugar. Yes, dear.
Oh,
honey.
You are my candy girl, and you got
boy.
me wanting you.
Hey, don't spoil me.
There you go.
I'm a monster when you spoil me. Yeah, like that's ever happened. I gotta figure out. I'm so embarrassed that I can't figure out this technology.
Where's the echo coming from?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I know, there's nothing worse than saying goodbye to the room and can't figure out how to get out of it.
Thank you.
It's like trying to leave for 20 minutes.
Good morning, Nadia.
Morning.
Yeah, I was making sure you were still speaking to me.
Yeah. Why wouldn't I?
I don't know. It depends on the day. Some days I come off as an asshole, and sometimes I'm just a twit. Either way, I can understand. What's that?
When philosophy and Christian hillbilly, you don't have a whole lot to worry about.
Are we in the car somehow?
Michael Allen here.
Was that me? Sorry, I'll mute. I don't want you to hear me as I hit pedestrians.
No, I want to hear you swear at other people driving.
Unfortunately, we're
out of the way.
I don't do road rage anymore.
Oh, you should. It's the best way to get, woken
Yeah,
up.
you have the perfect car for it. Good grief.
What do you got?
He has a Ferrari.
It's an urban assault vehicle.
Okay, what is it?
It's just a Murano.
Oh, okay. I used to have a Bronco that was like that. I didn't care. If you tried to come over and get over on me, I'd just stay there. I'm like, yeah, go ahead, hit me. You will not hurt my paint. I just do it. Hit me.
If you're trying to show us your, view on the way, we can't see it. Your camera's on.
Oh, I know, because I don't know how to do the view on the way thing like Airmean does. I have this special attachment that sits it on my dashboard for me, so I can't use the other way camera.
Okay. Well, who knows?
I would have to hold it up and show you as I drove. We're coming to the office as we speak. I'll give you a tour of my office.
Cool.
I have a very prestigious pediatric neurosurgeon who comes in every weekend. She brings her son to me. She's at Harvard. And Sundays are the only days. Let me see if I can put the camera on. Hold on a second. Okay, can you see now?
Yeah, we see.
Yeah.
Okay, so this will be like my point of view. So I have to get the keys out to the office. I have a coin guy that works in the office. Let's see if we can get the keys here.
Oh, I'm getting dizzy.
Hold on, I'll try not to make you dizzy.
Oh, that was beautiful, William. Thank you.
Yeah, it's motion sickness, sorry.
Okay, so here we are. As you first come in, there's the bathroom. Everybody needs the bathroom.
Dear God, look at all the bodies.
Yeah, right. That's where I hide the bodies. So this is my little entrance table. And as you come in, this is like my little sitting room. Usually come in and turn my lights on. That's the article. I don't know if you can see it. that was written about me in the Philadelphia Inquirer, and their tag was revisiting cancer. Vitamin C is a cancer cure. I don't know if you can see that.
Isn't that what everyone accuses you of, that you're not advocating?
Oh, that's what they accused me of, but I didn't write it. They wrote it about me. And it was a very good article, I might add. So this is my little curio of licenses and training and things and stuff that I've done. This is a serious infusion pump. This is what I threaten my patients with if they don't pay attention to their bodies. They're going to end up on one of these machines. Can you see that?
Yeah.
So this is my infusion room, and I have seats for everybody. I have a nice fireplace when my recipe menu isn't up. So people have a choice to sit in a nice little comfy room. That's another picture of me. So this is one infusion room that I have. If I need to, I have a second room in case I need to sequester patients. Some of them are too sick to be with others. So I have a second room that they can come in and sit and enjoy, and a second little desk area for me. And then there's my main office, and I have to get the keys out for that. And see, I do work with a physician. Can you see his name?
Thomas Wind.
Yeah. And this is my office.
Now that she's passed Win, she's in her office.
This is where I rule the world.
Cool.
So we try to make your insides match your outsides, nutritionally anyway.
Oh.
So that's that.
That's awesome. That's great. How many square feet is that? 2,000?
Just under.
And what is the purpose of the clinic?
This is an intravenous nutritional center. So I feed people. I tell them it's not a doctor's office or a center. This is a funny-looking restaurant, and all I'm doing is feeding you. There are patients that can't eat to meet their needs, so we have to assist them nutritionally. So instead of having to go to an emergency room and sit there all day for someone to hang a quick bag on you, you can come to a nice, friendly, home-like setting where you can get the same services, but in a retail setting.
Very cool.
Yeah, I kind of made my own niche. I've been doing it now for, I don't know, possibly 25 plus years.
Very awesome, Michael Ann.
There we go. So it's not just hangover, huh?
I started it with one room and $1,000. I brought a business to a physician in New Jersey, and she started to get a little greedy. And we came to heads one day, and she was viewing me as an employee, and I said, I am not an employee. We're partners here, Chief. I brought this to you, and if this is the way you want to go, I will be out of here by Wednesday. I'll have an office by Friday, and I'll be hanging by Monday, and I'm going to blow your ass out of the water in this business. And I did exactly that.
Wow. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I didn't have a business plan. I didn't have anything, and I run a very weird business. I mean, not a lot of people know you need this or can get this. How I stay in business is beyond me. The good Lord takes care of me. I know that. But I made a bargain with the Lord. I had melanoma, and 16 years ago, I was already doing this, and a doctor told me to go home and get my affairs in order. And I didn't think I was dying, and I think he was right. And I had already worked for the top docs who were doing amazing things by keeping cancer at bay, especially melanoma. And so I had no fear, and I sat down with the Lord, and I said, here's the deal. You take care of me, and I'll take care of everybody that walks across my path. He has not disappointed me, and I'm not going to disappoint him.
You know, this was just on our local news today. It was about actually home health care nurses that come to your house and give you a banana bag after you've had a hangover. And they were talking about how this is the new thing. They were talking exactly about what you do.
Spa or salon in California not see these fusions hung. The elites are doing it. The athletes are doing it.
Yep.
Everybody's doing it. It's just nutrition. You know, just like you would drink Gatorade. Imagine an IV that's equivalent to 3 months worth of a macrobiotic diet in a half an hour. What your body would do.
William's laughing at me about banana bag. You know, when I was young on the ambulance, and we'd come in after a weekend of just being completely pissed drunk the entire time, we were all hanging bags on each other because it was the only way to, you know,
that's right.
finish the shift without.
Doctors who have full RV rooms converted into infusion suites. One's called Hangover Heaven, and he's out of Florida, and there's one out of Vegas. But everybody's doing it. I'm trying to get it into our near students.
They don't do infusions.
I'd like to do that out here.
Needle exchanges in New York instead of RVs.
Yeah. We had medics in Oakland that started that needle exchange years and years ago, too. I think it's a wonderful program.
They use RVs for that, too?
No, actually they were handing them out through the fence because the ambulance company was in this really shoddy section of town. And there was just a lot of users that were there that needed it, and they'd come to the fence, and we'd just hand them through the fence. You know, that was in the early days.
Oh, that's what I actually saw. It was out by. Oh shoot! I remember the name of the street. It's out by the St. Vincent de Paul. Like MLK and 21st, something like that.
I'm not hearing. I'm not hearing.
What's going on?
Did you come through? Or am I echoing? Yeah, when some people echo, other people's echo cancellation cuts them out.
Yeah, I'm learning all this technology today.
Yeah, well, if you hear somebody echoing and you're cutting out, well, that can be the issue.
Nadia, where are you? Are you on the East Coast or the West Coast, or?
Well, I was in East Harlem till September 2013. I got 3 interviews out of Oakland, got turned down for all 3. And, well, basically got starved out of Oakland too. So now
What years were you in Oakland?
Oh, sorry?
What years were you in Oakland?
September 2013.
What years?
2015.
Oh, okay. So you just recently. Yeah, I left in 2012. Yeah.
Yeah, no job.
Cool
so
town.
All that.
Yeah, that's what I hear. I have a girlfriend of mine that was trying to get some work out there as well. She could only last for a little while, and she went back down to LA. Yeah, well, now I'm looking for a job, so now I have to be something else now after being something. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm hoping I can do this all day. Do nothing else.
There's nothing going. I mean, people's patience will run out, and then, oh, that's the end.
Sugar, you saw the reaction you got when you said you're going to take a shower. You know what you can do.
You know, it's really funny that you say that because I was looking at that 2 nights ago, and you know, I've got 2 options. I'll be the foot fetish girl, or I'll be the dominatrix that does nothing sexual. That I could do that. I can yell at you all day, or you can look at my feet, or I could be a virtual girlfriend. I'll talk to you and pretend like I care and deny you sex, just like any good girlfriend.
Oh, they call that the girlfriend experience.
Yeah. Actually, my daughter and I were talking about it. She just had a baby, my granddaughter, and I said, "Well, what are we going to do? How are we going to stay home and take care of this baby?" And her husband said, "Why don't you be a cam girl?" I'm like, ugh. Yeah, that's all I need at 50 years old. But yeah, as long as I don't have to do anything, and I don't have a problem with anybody doing anything sexual. I really don't. It's just that's just not me.
Yeah, it's not for everyone, but yeah, I was joking, adjusting, and sort of. I mean, it's a possibility. I'm not saying you couldn't do it, but I was not suggesting.
What I don't know. Oh no, I'm not. Don't worry, I'm
Are
not.
there cam guys?
Sorry?
Are there cam guys? I don't even know what a cam girl is. What is a cam girl? I'm assuming you're doing sexual things, right?
Well, yeah, but there are some women that won't do sexual things or don't do sexual things. Am I right, Jennifer?
You mean like any ever?
The documentary I saw, there was one girl that just did her feet. She was there for foot fetish guys, and so it was just stuff on her feet, pouring food on her feet and all kinds of stuff. And then there was another woman that was a dominatrix, and she just sat there like this and just yelled at him like, "Hey, piece of crap, do this," and they just love it. So that I can
there
handle.
are different niches out there, niches, however you want to pronounce it, that different women fulfill. Some go the sexual route. Some go, like you said, dominatrix, foot fetish. There's all kinds of things out there. I actually had a guy who wanted me to do exercises until I sweat, and then zoom in on the sweat beads on my forehead.
What? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So there's
everybody likes something, man.
There's fetishes out there that you wouldn't believe.
Okay.
There you go.
So
we'll talk about
They
that.
didn't want you to send them to sweat, did they? They like, put that in a Ziploc bag for me.
No. I wouldn't have done that.
There are, unfortunately, market forces out there working everything. Not everything.
What was that?
I said there are, unfortunately, market forces that work on all those things. And there are things that you, or plenty of people shut into things they can't live off of.
Yeah, true. I've been just trying to figure out, what I'm gonna do. What do I want? Really hard for me to think about a regular kind of job, but I guess I'm gonna have to suck it up and do it. Negotiating this LinkedIn.
The skills that you have, Sugar. This infusion thing is really huge. You could walk into any store and tell them you could, put some infusions in, and you'd be good to go. You'd be contract.
Well, we don't
contract out your skill.
Where I am in the Central Valley, we don't have any of that stuff. We're like 20 years behind the city.
There wasn't anything on the East Coast that does what I do, but they're doing it now. You could be the start.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking for. I'm also a licensed esthetician, which I did. I'm a horrible workaholic, so I of course went to esthetician school. At the same time, I was losing all this weight and blah blah blah.
Man, are you in the right place with the right two skill sets? People are kidding for me to come and start infusions in their salons. They're falling over themselves. I can't tell you what they're offering me.
Wow.
Hello.
Well, let me ask around. Yeah. I worked for a salon. Actually, I had my own salon for a while. Some of the girls that I was in esthetician school with, they came with me. And then I lived in this small town. And then the two ladies that cut hair, they said, "Hey, we're building a big salon. Come over and be our, we've heard good things about you. Come over and be our skincare." So I took the girls over there, and I was working on the ambulance at the time, so they did most of the stuff. And yeah, it's still there. It's a huge salon as well. We built quite a business. So I'll talk to the girls, see what see if they're interested.
Website. I'm going to send you a link.
Yeah, but Jennifer, on that note, I would like to ask you some questions though, because I have some curiosities. I feel I need to blog on that experience of exploring that, and I'd love to get some of your truths about the industry if you have the time.
Oh, absolutely. Anytime you want. Just let me know.
Just I don't know how to circle me or whatever. Can I do that by just clicking on you, or I don't know how to do any of this
Yeah,
stuff.
you just click on the profile in the upper right-hand corner of my window.
Okay.
And it should pull up like profile, and then you can pull up my profile and then circle me there.
Cool. All right. It's so, I'm so used to being comfortable everywhere I'm at, and just I feel like a fish out of water trying to figure this out. But I find a way. I watched people today do crafts and cook, and I mean, I watched all kinds of stuff today. I thought, how long has this been going on that I didn't know about it? Kicking somebody's butt over there.
Sorry about that. I had my volume on, and I didn't mean to. I was killing a bug.
Oh, that's nice. What did that bug ever do to you?
I don't normally kill them, but this one was a flying one, so therefore it was hard
Oh.
for me to catch. And rather than
How'd it
try to
go?
shoo them out in the middle of the night, because it's almost 11 p.m. here.
Yeah, we hate flight in our insects.
Yeah, in-flight ones, usually I'm a little more apt to give up and kill them rather than shooing them out. But most of the other ones, like the like the other bugs, like roaches and stuff like that, I'll shoo them out. And the lizards that we get here are, I pretty much just let them chill in my house because they eat other bugs. So.
And
Spiders.
where are you again, Jennifer?
I live in Guam.
Oh,
Have you?
wow.
You would not
But
want
yeah.
me to kill anything.
Yeah, spiders
Sorry.
I shoo out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just
Yeah, my husband hates spiders. He's a big, strong man, but he runs from spiders like a wee girl.
I don't know, those rodents are out. No rodentia, no reptilia. I'll take the bugs.
Yeah, the spiders I shoo out. Roaches I shoo out. Even big rodents like we got things called voles here. I don't know if you've ever heard of them.
Oh, is it
Voles?
big
Yeah.
by a brown flute?
I know what a
So
vole is.
I had 2 of those in my garage, and I had to shoo them out the door. So those are always fun.
Voles. Yeah. Yeah, I just they don't bother me. I don't know why. Not a big. Don't really care for snakes. But you know.
Yeah, we have the brown tree snakes here, and what they call banana spiders that are pretty prevalent.
Those are those big ones, aren't they?
Yeah, they're like black and yellow. They're
Oh.
pretty big. They're probably about the size of the old school silver dollars.
Oh, okay. All right.
My husband hates spiders too, so I'm the one that has
Spider
to rid the
killer.
house of them. Yeah. Well, I don't kill them. I shoo them out.
Yeah.
He kills them. He takes a friggin' can of Raid to him if he sees them first. So I try to, for any of the spiders in the house, I try to tell him, like, better make sure I catch you first, because otherwise you're gonna be dead.
Yeah, and the black widows. We do have black widows here. Those are scary.
Well, the brown
For
recluse
sure.
is just as bad.
Yes, that's what I've heard.
Okay, I got a
Oh.
question. Because we're just talking about pests and spiders and stuff like that. This is a little off the subject. Do any of y'all follow the debate circuits, especially about the what is the great discussion, the great debate?
The current one, you mean?
Yeah, it's normally the does God exist debate that goes around. Chris Hitchens used to be a big part of it before he died.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are any of you familiar with William Lane Craig?
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay, this
Not
is
me.
not about his beliefs. This is about his debate style. Okay, I'm not talking about what he believes, but if you've seen him before, do you get a robot feeling from that guy? Not that he's really a robot, but do you get that he's just like a one-track debate machine?
What I get from him is he likes to list off a crap load of arguments, and hopefully his opponent can't argue them all, and therefore he wins by default kind of style. That's what I get from him.
He reminds me of a 1930s bad Hollywood actor. Don't know why.
William Lane Craig.
I said he looks like a ventriloquist dummy. Okay.
Yeah,
He does look a little, especially with the weird. He's got that defect in his hand, so he's always doing kind of like a quasi peace sign with his right hand. He looks like he's about to grab a pen at all times. Right. But no, I don't find that he's all over the place. I think when he responds, he's very to the point, and he stays like he just keeps nailing that one point. In my opinion, from what I've seen.
Seamus brought in some of his videos to make his point, and you know they're just terrible arguments, really. Will.
Really?
They really are. They've got so many holes in them you wouldn't believe. Nadia, did you want to say something?
I'm just glad there are fewer bed bugs out here.
Oh, me too.
My arms are like finally healing a bit.
You've had bed bugs. That's tough. Was it on the mattress itself?
William.
It was everywhere.
No. Look, I used to work in pest control. You can put them in, and you can wrap them in like black plastic, and put them outside on like for 2 hot days, and it will kill them. Because you can't get a mattress in the freezer. That's the only other way to get rid of bed bugs.
Oh, that's interesting.
When I was at Hurricane Katrina, they had these things called chiggers or something.
Yeah, red bugs.
I have no idea. They're just these little tiny things that got under your skin.
Yeah.
And which didn't scare me as much as that Class 5 hurricane that was coming down on us. So. Oh, and the fact that we were staying at Jimmy Swiggert's compound, and I thought, well,
what?
I hope he. That's where they housed us. It was amazing.
Wow.
When you walked into this one room.
Want to strike? It'll strike there.
Yeah, exactly. I said, well, I looked up and I went, well, I don't know if anybody's there or not, but if you are there, no, because I got to take both sides. I hope you made peace with whoever. So, but every day we get the Brother Swigert says, Brother Swigert would like you. I got tired of Brother Swigert. So, it was interesting though, being in the South after living your whole life in California. It's
what's it like?
It's different. Well, you take for granted your political correctness because they laughed at me for saying African American or Middle Eastern, American or whatever. Yeah, they had a field day with that.
Yeah, we don't do political correctness. We don't do that here.
and those of us that have been born and bred in California, we just don't know any different. I mean, unless you've had the exposure.
I know it's so. I know this is bad, but this is an admission. We actually do enjoy, like, when somebody from the West Coast comes over and starts hanging out with us, and the first time they're trying to discuss something about black people, because the word black cannot come out. It will not come out. So we just kind of, we try and, like, see how long it takes them to be able to say the word black without feeling like they've insulted someone.
Right.
I felt exactly that.
Yeah. I found it funny. I mean, of course, by the first week I was over it, but the first week I was completely horrified that, that they would just, how could you talk that way?
There's my neighbors up here that are black. If you were to call them African American, they quickly tell you, I'm not African. Have you seen Africa? I'm not African. I'm an American. And I'm like, whoa, sorry. Hey, I was just trying to, hey.
Yeah. I've changed a lot of my own dialogue for all kinds of things. I try to keep all of those describers out of it. You are a person, or you're a this, or you're a that, but I don't need to, qualify it with a color or religion or even a gender these days. You just are what you are. You're either nice or you're not, in my book.
It's always funny because there's that whole argument of, if someone robs you, how are you going to describe them? Oh, that person, they were wearing those clothes.
How people are.
They had, that hair.
Right. Yeah. Well, on the day that I get robbed, then I'll remember on that day. But unless I'm getting robbed every day, I don't need to use that language every day, right?
I know that's just a silly argument. I agree. As
It's
soon as we
not
can drop
silly.
the
It's not a silly argument. You
No.
have to be able to describe.
well, it is when you're
Well, and
relating
also,
it to the certain context that it's not appropriate. Like, yeah,
Well,
there's one
what
context where labels are
also for
appropriate. There's
also
not.
for stories and stuff from your past. I mean, it could be apposite. I mean,
Well,
you
I
know what
think
I
it just
mean?
depends on the. I don't know. You know, I mean, part of me says don't get too crazy over the whole thing, and then another part of me says no, we need to get a little crazy because we're too far on the other side when hate
No,
takes over this much.
people get butthurt too easy over words. I mean, you don't have a right to not be offended. That's just part of
Well,
life. You know, you don't want to offend anybody, but at the same time, you don't. People are going to use descriptive words. They're going to say things that you don't appreciate. But I'm offended by political correctness. I'm offended with people trying to, I don't know, pretend like that there's no differences between anybody when there are differences, and the differences should likely be
so let me
celebrated.
ask you something.
Yeah.
Very good point, William.
Let me ask you something. So, and there's parts of what you're saying that I absolutely agree on. So we've had this discussion so many times. I mean, in other places. So then, how do we heal those who are hurt, and how do we yank the hate from those who have learned it, and how do we all come together so we can be at a point where we
That's
can
a lot of
make a joke or laugh? I mean,
That's a lot of
that's what I want to know.
Can we take
It's
those
a
one
lot
at
of
a
pushing.
time? Can we do those one at a time?
Yeah, you can. You can take it any way, however you want. I'll
Give me the
listen.
first one. Give me the first one.
The first one, you know, it can be encompassed by one thing. How do we all get on the same page? That's all I need to know. Is how do we get on the same page?
I like
You don't.
I like the how to remove the hate from these people.
Yeah.
That's
But
the
you,
real
you
that's the
don't
central question.
remove the hate by telling them how to speak. You let them speak and be corrected by the people around them when they, hey, I'm fucking offended by your language, and if you keep that up, we're gonna have problems. But you don't tiptoe around. You let them address real life with real people, and
And you know, I agree with you because I'm not one of these people that says, give the kids all a participation trophy. You either win or you don't.
Exactly.
Right? But not everybody raises their children that way. Not everybody has a logical mind. Not everybody has kindness in their heart. So how do we compensate?
You're never going to get everyone to have kindness in their heart. That's never going to happen. Whether they're pretending,
I got that.
Whether they're pretending, which is where they're the most dangerous, because they're hiding amongst you, blending in, using your languages, your soft language. But then again, when you leave them alone to speak their own mind, they're easy to identify, and people go, "Yeah, stay the fuck away from that dude." He's going to hurt somebody because listen to him talk. But if you train them that these are words that you don't say unless you want to be identified as such and such, then you can keep that racism or help me out, not just racism, but discrimination, hatred. Hatred. They can keep that, and they can just let it simmer and bubble, and you don't do that. You let people just speak, and if you don't like it, look, I tell you what, I'm gonna use a term. You can let somebody use the word fag if they want to, and eventually somebody's going to be offended by it and bust their fucking ass. Mm-hmm. It's going to happen, and it won't even be a homosexual. It'll be some other dude whose son is gay, and he's just going to get smashed out thinking that he was in a safe environment to say it. You don't have to correct it. Someone else is going to correct it.
And I don't know if you and I have met yet, but just so it's something you know about me is just because I take a devil's advocate approach, doesn't necessarily mean that I feel that way, inside, but I try and get all sides of it, and I get what you're saying, I just we all live in different areas and we all are brought up differently, and yeah, I know we're never going to get everybody, but we got to get to a point where we all get on some kind of a same page, and I absolutely refuse to go the negative way and say it can't be done. I know
William,
it's not 100%.
I have a question for you, William. If everyone were to take that mentality that someone else will correct them, if everyone were to had that mentality, would they ever get corrected?
No, I'm saying that like if you're the homosexual, okay, and somebody's calling you fag, even if you don't feel like I'm not going to get in here, or this guy's bigger than me or whatever, I shouldn't jump this. I mean, you don't call the police because someone called you a name, right? You just realize deep down that this shit catches up with people. If you've got this kind of hatred, and say, I believe in God, so I feel very positively that God puts these sons of bitches right in these situations where they get their asses handed to them for running that mouth. It happened
See,
to me a long time ago.
I like that. I like that, and let me tell you why. Because one of the things that I find that people that believe certain doctrines forget is that their God promises them something, and everybody wants to do their God's work for them when, they don't need to if their God's truly omnipotent, right?
Yeah, you call it karma if you want to. I just say that God, He'll try and say, this is not good. People will come up to you and go, why are you being an asshole? But if you still keep going, that gentle persuasion is going to stop, and somebody's going to run you over with a car. And God's going to be like, hey, man, you had it coming. I tried to tell you. All these people I sent to you saying, you're being a dick.
Yeah, I would like to see people, hold each other a little more accountable, for stuff like that. Because, again, I don't believe anybody has to believe the way I do. All I feel is that you need to be polite. I think the Southerners have it, right. And when people are offensive to me, I always look at them and go, you kiss your mama with that mouth?
They ought to get a Southerner every time. Either that, or is this
exactly?
This is how you get any religious Southerner. You say, "Is this what you want to be doing when Jesus comes back?" And they'll stop.
No.
It's like freeze. Oh man, you're right. But no, I don't think that you shouldn't shield people from reality. And I'll tell you another reason that Southerners tend to be more polite. We all own guns, and there's a lot of drinking that goes on in the South, so you don't want to leave somebody with this bad impression where they go home and get drunk and shoot you in the middle of the night.
Right. Well, it also wasn't too long ago that y'all were doing cotillions and finishing school and,
It's been a little while.
Yeah, but not as long as us, not as long as the West Coast people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah, polite society is important in certain parts of the South, and in other parts it's not important at all. I mean, it depends on where you go. I'm in the mountains.
Let me ask you a question then, if I may. And I don't know if this is an off topic or not, but one of the things that I seem to, because I didn't watch the news for about 20 years, and now I'm back into it, and so I'm still learning a lot. So please excuse any ignorance. No, I'm awake. That's all I can say. My question is, am I the only one who takes a look at things and says nobody here understands our Constitution at all? And does that matter to anybody anymore?
I definitely agree.
No, okay. Because I don't know where anybody stands on that one. I'm just wondering.
I concur. Amen.
Yeah. Yeah. I just
they have no
I've
idea
done a lot.
what their rights are, and they wouldn't know if they were taken from them.
Right.
In China.
It's like the Bill of Rights is something foreign to them, and they don't realize it applies to them.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they're so easily willing to give away freedoms for the perceived safety of themselves. It's pretty sad.
Exactly.
Okay, good.
Okay.
So I got it.
Wait, Nadia, you type that in the side chat, but that's one that needs to be right out in the open. I want you to say that for everybody to hear.
Oh, wait, let me look.
Hands off at arm's length, or how everyone kills me.
Okay, you got to explain that to me.
Yeah. Teach me.
Because I think the only reason we're hands off with you is because we're with the internet. I talk to you more than I do my family.
Yeah, the internet. No one believes it's real life, so they can stop those resources.
Okay.
There goes. Well, nothing to them, but yeah, that was the roof over my head, that refrigerator to keep my medicine so I don't die. That job that would give me that medicine.
Okay, so the employers are hands off, and there's a lot of people that are hands off, but your friends that maybe through the internet, we're hearts on. I mean, we're like, I don't know another way to be more involved in your life without being nosy. You know, I'm as involved as I can get without being a nuisance.
Oh. These are what friends are, and friends don't matter.
My noise in here.
Right? I mean, where is he, well, over my head. That medicine that, I can't even show you all the needles on camera because it flagged my channel.
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
that's not heroin. That's stuff that keeps me from dropping dead in 48 hours. I mean, I don't have extensive experience with the IV machines enough to actually operate them myself from being a medical professional. That's from, yeah, getting hauled into ICUs and being on the.
What would make you feel like we were more hands-on, more?
The agony of death 100 times over myself. Right.
I'm asking you though, what can we do? What could we do to be more hands-on or any more involved in your life?
You yourselves are helpless.
All right. Okay, well, I was just looking at the question and making sure that you weren't, you know, because we really want to help any way we can. Maybe I'm speaking out of place, but I know I do.
Well, the intersection of the willing and the able is always null. Right.
Okay. Well, I just didn't want you to think that we would brush over something like that in the side chat and not bring it to the front.
Yeah, anyone able wouldn't show up here to begin with.
I don't know. What's his name? Cecil Seawater? I don't know. He seemed pretty interested in meeting you.
He's trying, but he will be thwarted.
Hold on, I wanna click so I can see if you blush when I talk about Cecil.
I've had more serious attempts.
You will be thwarted.
I've had more serious attempts to do international migration over the years than Cecil's capable of.
I've got so much to learn.
What do you mean?
This is my first day being in here, and you guys have this whole world. I have so much to learn. You guys know so much more than me. I'm taking a lot of pride in learning all this stuff and learning from everybody, which is why I end up asking a lot of questions.
I didn't mean to interrupt your other statement about the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. I would be very anxious to hear more about that because you're right up my alley with that.
I'm sorry. That's why I kept it in the side chat.
No, don't worry. Don't worry about it. You guys can tell me to shut up anytime. I will change subjects at any time. I'm not married to it.
Sugar,
So, you know, there's always time to talk.
Well, hands off and arm's length.
Yeah.
I mean, you think in the Oakland or San Francisco Bay Area, like Oakland, my status alone is something the well, whatever, I guess openly ever explicitly discriminated on the basis of. Well, no. I mean, I had to have like it whitewashed through damage to my work history. Never actually have it, you know, deemed a valid basis. I mean, there's always that sort of whitewashing and everything else that things go through. And speaking of bed bugs, I cured a few with me.
Uh-oh. Get
See if I
them.
can. I think I actually lost sight of it on the wall. Just like crawling up the wall.
Are they that big? I don't think I've ever seen a bed bug.
Yeah, I'd show you one if I could actually find it anymore. I grabbed the napkin and smashed it with me. It disappeared.
I'm quite sheltered. I've never seen a bed bug. How silly am I?
Not to be.
I wouldn't kill them until they're actually alive, so. Can you still see?
You should have seen that fish and chips I made the other day. Sorry.
Do any of the marks on my arm show on camera?
Speaking. I can barely see him.
Yeah. They used to be like
On your elbow.
up, show up on camera. They've lightened up
Like
a
on your
little.
elbow. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it disappeared.
It'll show up.
The plan for Bob is ultimately to let this camper freeze in winter. So it'll clean that out then.
That'll take care of the bed bugs once they freeze? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah, they're resistant as hell to chemicals, but they'll you heat them and freeze them, and they pretty much pop one way or the other.
Yeah, I heard that. I think they do that out here with the kids with lice. They say to stick all the clothes in a big bag and do that. I don't know. I guess I've been pretty bug sheltered. What's the next topic? Talk to me, people.
Oh yeah. Yeah, all hands off at arm's length shows up when.
I'll remember that.
Yeah, when you actually do get put on the street, like I have been. And all the standing idly by and looking away. Well, it's exactly what was on there.
Okay. I got to get myself up to speed with what everybody's doing. I think I'm getting tired. Been up way too long.
Well, if William Lane Craig sounds like a ventriloquist dummy, I don't know. Sounds like a voice synthesizer or something. But
That's funny that you just said that. I was just looking at it.
you were just thinking that, yeah.
No, I was looking at it just now, just as you said that. I was looking at that because I've never heard of the man. So interesting.
Later, Jen.
Oh, here's this Christopher Hitchens you all were talking about.
Yes. That was a great debate between the two of them.
Who is he?
Who's who? Chris Hitchens? Did we lose you? Hello, anyone?
I'm here.
Okay, all right. Hermine, did you say something about Chris Hitchens?
I'm just.
Who's Christopher Hitchens? I know. Oh, sorry.
I'm just saying who's asking.
I guess I can look at. Oh, it's Sugar. Just asking. I'm just looking at. I'm looking at the William Lane Craig, my Kindle, and there's a picture of Hutchins that you guys were talking about.
Yeah, they had a great debate that was built up really good. I thought it was an amazing debate. Both of them did extremely well in their own style. I mean, no one can take anything away from Hitchens' suave charisma. That dude, I mean, he was a rock star in his own right.
He's no longer alive. Is that correct?
That's correct. He died of cancer.
Oh, okay.
And
right.
although he represents the exact opposite of my beliefs most of the time concerning God, I miss him because I really enjoyed watching his debates. I may not agree on him in much, but he was a masterful and extremely articulate man. Just he was a force.
I love that kind of stuff too. It's nice to hear other people appreciate that kind of stuff because you know.
Sugar, I'd like to introduce you to Seawater Seth.
It's that.
Seawater.
You have to say, but I will. Who's that?
Seawater.
Hi.
Hi.
He also responds to Mr. 5 Meters.
Mr. 5 meters.
No, I don't.
That
No,
Uh,
that's a lot of
Hi,
horse
Cecil.
shit, and William knows that.
Hi, Cecil. Good to see
I
you.
love you, Cecil.
But I
Oh,
think
I
I
think
was
you.
here.
Yeah,
I was
you were
here.
here earlier.
Yeah, I was. You forgot about me?
Yeah. No, I remember you. How can I forget somebody with water coming out of their head? Hey, so can you guys tell me how I do that? How do I put it? I mean, not that I want to, because I feel like I would be talking to nobody. The fact that my own head moves back and forth, and I can see that I know that you're all there. But how is it that you put up a stationary picture?
Well, firstly,
Yeah.
at the top of
They
your
turn
screen,
off their camera.
Yeah.
They configure it to either profile picture and then just turn off their camera.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
then someone's
Most of
you'll
the
have to
time-
send me the directions.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
I said most of the time it's pretty lonely because there's so few people who show their faces.
Oh, that's too bad. I
Well,
enjoy seeing all of you.
No, you wouldn't. I'm a hideous monster. I have horns.
I'm not an animal.
I
I'm
drool
a
frequently.
human
I drool
With a,
frequently. And
with a
make.
voice like that, William, it makes no difference.
Oh, see, listen at you.
Simon, you are Mick Jagger.
It used to be back in 2012 or so that people actually used the video conferencing as video conferencing, but once the YouTube people came in, well, it was all over. And
No, Safi, he rarely covers up there.
what?
I said Safi rarely covers up. This has been kind of a new thing to see Safi with the background. Normally I see Safi.
Because some YouTube t-shirt.
Right.
Got a few weeks ago.
Because of what?
A video about it actually.
Cool.
I'm trying to get a link.
I'm going to expect to see all your faces when I'm in the room. I want to see everybody's face. I do what you want. I don't care.
I'll get my camera on later.
Say again.
Well, I asked you answer.
I just said I'll get my camera on later.
Yeah, come
I
on,
joke
everybody.
a lot, so hopefully.
Everybody, cameras on. Let's see how many we can get on at one go.
As my makeup fades, it gets worse as the makeup goes. And my camera's really behind, but I don't care. I'm happy.
Nadia.
You all have made me very happy.
That's good to know. Yeah, just a quick question. You got my link?
What link?
Hang on.
Was it an email or?
No worries. I'll just put it here. It'll be easy this way.
Yeah, I think I've seen that. Yeah.
Scott.
There you go.
I guess I should probably mute myself if I'm going to giggle like a girl. Yeah, I got the same problem with the NSA, William.
Did you say something you weren't supposed to say too?
No, I probably sent too many booby pictures and they're just uploading them like
Oh,
crazy.
wait, whoa. Hey.
Hang on a minute.
You got to get on the list. I said some bad things.
Prove it.
It's a joke. Yeah, I know. I can't. I'm all talk. This Craig dude is an interesting looking bloke. Huh. Looks like Mr. Rogers, sort of, and the guy from Quantum Leap.
Well, yeah, I
had
can
a
see
child.
that. I can see that actually. I can totally see that.
Looks like a hell of a guy, though.
Just be careful. William Lane Craig is one of my heroes, man. I really like him a lot.
You're rarely going to hear me slam anybody but Rupert Murdoch. So that's about it.
I respect anybody that has the balls to debate. Rupert Murdoch. Jesus Christ, that's not even in the same ballpark. Jeez, that's just a whole arena of douchebaggery that guy is. Okay, sorry.
Exactly.
I'll calm down now. I was getting a little worked up.
William,
Yeah, baby.
We'll do a little jam with that song, no problem.
Okay, cool.
And
Did you like it?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, it's cool. I have heard of them before. I'll get you a link in a second to another band, just as a return. What was I going to say? Yeah, no, we can go through some of those William Lane Craig arguments if you want.
Okay, but before we go on to that, with the song we were talking about, I was thinking maybe I could learn the bass line for the guitar, and then you could do the rhythm, and we could share the vocals on it.
Yeah, that sounds great. Yeah,
All right,
give it a go.
Cool.
I'll do the top vocal.
Just randomly, whatever. I still can't believe I got the serum estradiol number of the beast.
Look at that. That is amazing.
Yeah.
I was just looking at that.
Beastie.
You beastie, you.
It's a tad high, but not really dangerous.
What's the name
Yeah.
of the female one? Surbicus?
What are you talking about? A female beast?
Yeah. There's a special name for the female beast.
Yeah. Sugar, I think is how you pronounce it.
Succubus is what you're trying to think of.
Thank you very much, Nadia. Thank you very
It
much.
sounds dirty.
Yeah, it does.
And then Incubus just sounds like a band I can't seem to listen to in public anymore without people staring at me.
Well, don't
I like
people
them.
already stare at you?
No, they don't. They don't. I stopped wearing the Speedos and flip-flops.
And
she-
California thanks you. California thanks you.
What the fuck does California have to do with it? I'm on the East Coast. Y'all can't see me.
We can see you. We're watching everybody.
My bad. My bad. So I'm sorry. I should have trimmed back
not
that chest hair before I went out like that on my moped.
So what, you're not a lion?
What's that?
So you're not a lion?
Oh, I'm quite the lion.
He's a lion and a fibbing.
Hey, I'm human, right?
Yeah, me too. Sorry, I got to stop with the jokes. I don't have a rim shot going along, so it doesn't sound half as funny.
A great joke. I'm a human.
William is Katy Perry.
Did you say I was Katy Perry?
Yeah. You know that.
Don't talk about that. Don't talk about that woman. She hurt my Russell Brand.
How did she do that?
I don't know, but I just sure love Russell Brand.
I just meant Katy Perry's song. Is it just called Raw or something?
Yeah.
What?
Whole thing?
Yeah.
I haven't even heard it yet. The last thing I heard her do was that Dark Horse thing. You know what I'm talking about?
I like that song, Roar. It's good.
Well,
Roar is old. Roar is like 3 years old.
Still haven't
Yeah.
heard it.
I just learned about Macklemore 3 weeks ago, so I'm way behind with the times.
Who's
Yeah.
Macklemore?
He's like an Eminem, a new Eminem. Him and Ryan Lewis.
You can't.
Hopefully,
I honestly
They're really
don't even
good.
know who this is that we're talking about.
I love him myself, but
And there's only one Eminem. There's one Marshall
Yeah.
Mathers. There is
well,
no.
but you know what? Marshall Mathers, Eminem actually talked about Dan Haggerty, which is Macklemore, and said he was the next generation. You know, I mean, Eminem really loves him.
No comment.
He's really good. Yeah, I think my daughter, who's 21, she hates him, but I think he's fabulous. But you know,
Hey, William.
teach his own. Yeah.
Who's the rap artist, William, in this room?
Oh, sorry, that's Safi. Safi is the rap artist in this room. Give him something, Saf.
Really?
Give it to him.
I'm busy trying to get this link.
You brought it up, man. You brought it up. I thought you was ready. I thought because you knew I was gonna call you. I was gonna be like, do it.
You know I've got to get in the flow. I tried something the other day, but
Well, get in your flow, man. Go.
Who can beatbox? Come on.
That was me.
I can't.
I'm not spitting on my computer for anybody.
I just half spat on it. I'm going to have to mute so I can get this video.
Yeah, but when you spit hot fire.
Yeah, I'm more of a lounge singer myself.
Croon for us, Cecil. Croon.
I can't sing at
I'm
all.
just a vagabond lover.
The hell is Croon?
You don't know? You've never heard of Rudy Valley?
Roomy Valley?
Oh Jesus. No, never mind. No, Rudy Valley. It's old 1930s music. I know. You have to really be interested in music to know who Rudy Valley was.
Rudy Valley. I remember Frankie Valley, Four Seasons.
Well, Frankie Valley, that's old, but we're talking older.
You're talking Rudy Valens?
I'll put up a link.
I don't. Jeez, Judas H. Priest. Looking it up.
Well, I remember various things in the 20s. No, 30 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah?
I better find another headline.
I don't even know what I'm looking.
All right, there's your damn link right there. That's Rudy Valley, and I'm gonna cry tonight on my pillow that nobody else in this room besides me even knows who that guy is. This was rock and roll before rock and roll.
What? I'm gonna scream.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Little Rascals intro, though. Honestly.
William? Oh,
Yes, Simon.
sorry, hang on. You got to check out the link 2 above.
Okay. All right.
The Blues
Sappy
Traveler
threw-
running around.
Okay. Blues Traveler, and then Safi just gave me one too, so I'll get on those.
Make sure you do, because that's a sing one that if you can learn it, it's really easy chords.
Okay.
I'm
gonna
amazing vocal.
All right, I'm on it right now. I'm gonna put it in its own file.
The heart leads you back.
No, I love that was the one I was trying to think of. Do you know what that track's called? It's not called Heart Leads You Back though, is it?
I think so.
Heart Brings You Back, yeah. That is a fantastic track.
Or is it the heart brings you back? I think it's leads.
Yeah.
Lost you.
Yeah, Heart Brings You Back, yeah.
Brings, okay.
And typical, it's not in the list.
I'm out. Oh, here, wait. I'm back.
Seawater's here.
That's pretty. That's pretty good, Simon.
Oh, buddy, you've got no idea about this band.
Apparently, the Republican National Committee's spring meeting was spoken at by Bill Koenig of World Watch Daily, who apparently blamed California's drought on gays.
Because of the bathhouses, damn it.
Yeah, absolutely.
What was that again?
Bill Koenig of World Watch Daily addressed the Arizona spring meeting of the Republican National Convention, and he's known for having blamed California's drought on gays and various disasters in George W. Bush's and Bill Clinton's term on their, I guess, mistreatment of Israel.
No. My brain is still out on that one. I'm still doing my history research. Everybody wants to tell me who's right and who's wrong, and I'm like, I don't want to hear it. I want to read it for myself, and I don't care if you discuss it, but I don't know where to think.
Oh, Scott.
Who knows?
UKIP members like that. Have you dredged up Matthew Richardson? Well, I guess calling us she-males. He's party secretary of the United Kingdom Independence Party.
Gmail. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, how many seats did I have now? It's a handful, but it's not zero. Just one? They probably have more MEPs than. Yeah, they're with sugar. Odds are bandwidth. Or I guess I maybe turn the conversation in a bad direction.
Simon, I've just checked out that rap track. From what I've heard so far, about 15-20 seconds. Yeah, I could get into that. Slightly slower than I'd prefer, but sounds good. Thing is, with the word essence in the title of that video, my DJ name, like with hardstyle dance music, euphoric hardstyle stuff, is actually DJ Rave and Essence. Like the essence of a raven, but also rave music and essence. I don't know, it kind of stuck with me, but I haven't been DJing for quite a while now. I still play the hardstyle music from Holland, Australia, and wherever the venue Tomorrowland is. I don't know if that's America. Somewhere anyway. That's yet another type of music that I'm heavily into. I got my own mixes and things in an external hard drive, just across the room from here, but I'm having issues uploading it into YouTube. Can't find the right file format thing, whatever it's called. Like multiple times last year, and I just can't create a video. I might give it another shot later today. But whenever I'm bored, I play my own mix, because I'm not proud of it. So my Q Dance climax in the Netherlands happens at least once a year, and I always miss it. It goes on in the Netherlands, like Holland, whatever, wherever. I think it's 10 at night till 7 in the morning. I don't know how people can rave hardcore dance music and stuff for so many hours. I'd probably pass out after 5 minutes. It sounds so good to me. There's a hardstyle DJ in these hangouts the other day, actually. That's when, remember Nadia, when you suddenly jumped off your bed? It's like, oh, you can't do that. And I told you it's no problem, there's no copyright on it. It was the guy's own music. What do you mean, Simon?
Simon, are you blushing? Simon's blushing.
Like a girl. No, just kidding.
His face is a little flushed. Ooh.
He's muted and doesn't know it.
Jello shots is bragging now.
Okay, apparently there are two of them. Koenig and Wiles. Yeah, Rick Wiles says, God is sending drought and famine to punish us for gay marriage and legal abortion. And Bill Koenig says, gays and gay marriage, I guess, are oh no, it's both same-sex marriage and abortion rights.
At least that makes more sense. I was like, how could gays be the fault of the drought? Oh, because they're gay. Got it.
Yeah, well, he's also linking it to financial collapse. It's not yet happened yet. Yeah, it says further judgment could come in a financial collapse at the end of 2015. Yes. Someone says Pope Francis is turning the Catholic Church into the Whore of Babylon. Right. Apparently, Rick Wiles, who also made a claim regarding gays bringing a drought upon California, says he called Obama an uncircumcised Philistine for making a joke about Michelle Bachmann. Apparently, 1/3 of Republicans think Obama wants to invade Texas.
No, I just want them to go away quietly.
Yeah.
Is he really uncircumcised?
And there's apparently a claim that sexuality was a factor in the Amtrak crash.
Now I'm curious about Obama's penis. That's weird.
It's your fault.
What?
My fault? How is it my fault?
You brought it up.
No, I didn't. No, Nadia clearly just said that. That wasn't me.
Why would anyone bring up Obama's penis? Gross.
She said he was an uncircumcised Philistine, and now I gotta know. What is he cut? Is he cut or not?
I didn't say it. Rick Wiles did.
Oh, for Christ's sakes, that wasn't me either. I'm not either one of those people. It wasn't me.
Okay, I'll put together a quick.
Maybe there's a list somewhere where politicians have volunteered all that information, like the political penis site. You can go and check and see who's circumcised and who's not.
Well, the real important question would be how long is their pubic hair?
Gordon Roberts.
That is true. That is a very important question.
That's disgusting.
I'm never gonna sleep again. There are questions that will not be answered, and it's gonna bother me for the rest of my damn life. This is horrible.
Well, you know, we could just go and ask Obama. Maybe he'd be courteous and just tell us.
Gordon Robertson says the passport microchip.
I want to be clear. I just want to whip it out and let you be clear about it.
Gordon Robertson says the passport microchip is the mark of the beast. Wow, they're like some really off the wall people.
You searched this. You searched that shit out though, Nadia.
I've heard that before. Alex Jones was saying that a few years ago, when they were chipping people, that would be, you know, the mark of the beast and whatever that Revelation stuff means.
Well, the chip is for a beast. I mean, it's designed for like your dogs and stuff, right? I can understand wanting to keep track of your property, but I'm not property. I'm not getting a fucking chip for that principle alone.
Okay. Blaming the California drought on gays is like usual, like that's pretty nice stuff.
Feels like Lincolnmania today in the side chat. William, I've got something for you. I'm pretty sure you'll have heard of this Evanescence track. Just going after mute. I'm sick of mute or mute.
Okay, Rick Wiles said that God was using the bird flu and other viruses along with the California drought to punish America until it decides to ban same-sex marriage and criminalize abortion. There we go.
Sounds legit.
Well, I want to know, does he specify, are like the gays responsible for the drought, or the lesbians are responsible for the bird fires, or he doesn't really specify which same-sex relationships are a cause of what.
Well, it would be God getting pissed off, wouldn't it? God doesn't like us because we're, you know, even those of us that aren't gay, we're what's the term that those Phelps assholes use? Fag enablers. Fag enablers. That's no, those of us that are pro gay marriage are not advocates. We are fag enablers. That's what they call it.
Well, what about the people who don't support gay men, or those who are just indifferent to the whole thing?
Well, in their eyes, you're living in America. You are okay with the way things are going, and you're still a fag enabler. That's what they call you.
Yeah,
That's,
but we're talking about such a small group of people in the Westboro Baptist Church that would even say something that asinine.
Sure. And it's not just them though. There's a few other assholes that are very limited in potential that will talk like this. Yeah.
If I had like the, I guess, I don't know, socioeconomic resources, I'd be the biggest fag enabler ever. I'd like be organizing like gay orgies and gangbangs and.
Well, we know you do that now, yeah.
Mass gay weddings.
Oh yeah, and I could be the priest to solemnly tell the people to kiss their beloved ones. You see, I played a priest in in an opera once, so I'm qualified.
Well, I'm an ordained minister. I can lynch people or hook. I said it wrong. I said it wrong.
Wow. Well, you still said it. You can lynch people.
I meant hitch. I meant hitch. I said lynch. It's and in my opinion, there's not a lot of difference, but that's not it. It was a slight mistake. It was a little verbal mishap. That's all it was.
You know, anytime someone says lynch, black people get scared.
No, you said you're a prime minister, so you could lynch people. You know, there's a general idea of what that means. Not that, well, of course, not that I'm saying you would lynch anyone, but you're saying that shit, people might get the right idea.
That was funny. That was a funny slip of the tongue. I was hardly listening. Then I heard that. I was like, wide awake.
But you already are a prime minister, Jello.
Just an ordained one. I can marry people, and I'd be proud to marry a gay couple.
Oh, you'd go and marry someone Nadia is getting married to?
I would conduct a ceremony, right? Like I wouldn't. Yeah. It's weird when you say I would marry someone, right? There's a.
Ah, right. Well, no. You know what I meant.
I hope so. Yeah. No, I would totally. I would conduct a ceremony. I would do that. I've never done it before. Kind of, stage fright and whatnot. But I'd be willing to. That'd be dope.
Yeah. Well, there's nothing much to it other than you have a book in your hand. You look at the two fuckers and tell them to smooch, to put the ring on, but you have the speech.
Word.
It doesn't say anywhere in the Bible that homosexuals can't, get married or whatever. Doesn't really have an opinion on that part.
Yeah, it doesn't. It just talks about man shouldn't lay with another man.
That's right. It does say that.
But other than that.
But it doesn't say you should, if you follow me, you should go get your nose in everybody's business and, try and make judgments about their lifestyle. I mean, I think that I don't think he empowers Christians to do anything about alternative lifestyles. I think he expresses an opinion on his design and does not, I don't think, express any compelling action for Christians to do concerning this at all.
Oh, so homosexuality is a lifestyle.
Was that you're supposed to be laying with many other men?
That doesn't specify about the number either.
Oh yeah, Mormons have multiple.
Yep. I mean, gigantic. I don't know, just like hundreds, thousands, even millions of just really buffed, cut, hung, naked men.
A conga line marriage. You'd be marrying to one. Ba 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 da ba. Kiss 'em. Ba 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 da ba. Kiss 'em. You're all. You wouldn't even have time to have the separate speech. You would just have to go and marry one dude after another. It'd have to be a straight line of people, and people would have to be there entire. It would have to last weeks, depending on how many people you were thinking, Nadia? 50, 25, how did?
Maybe like 30 million. I don't know.
3 million. You couldn't go for 3 million on one.
Yeah, the more the merrier.
Definitely.
Bye,
And of course,
Simon.
all of them have to be hung.
See you later, brother.
5 meters.
And and nothing less, right?
The 5 meters.
My 5-meter penis flapping around.
You can't ride a bicycle because it gets caught in the spokes.
Yes, actually a song from the Game Grumps. I don't know how many people have seen that. And it was actually, he was talking about a 5-inch penis. It's a slight difference.
Well, in the amount of flapping and, yeah, obviously.
If I can't use his penis as a stripper pole, he's not hung enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see fissures in your future.
Oh, I see lube.
You betcha.
Oh wait, what? Did I do it? No, never mind. I was thinking if in the heat of the moment you could just have a stick of butter and let that melt, and you wouldn't need lube.
How did we get here? How did we get here?
Well, hey, Jello talked about lynching people and being a prime minister. It's only a lot.
That's
I
how
was
we got
just objectifying men.
There you go, Nadia.
You're allowed.
Do it back. Give it back to him. That's your job. Give it back to him.
You betcha.
Well, that includes you.
That's all right. I'm a male. My snout's showing. That shit happens. I had a girlfriend that used to say that to me every now and then. I would say something rude or obnoxious, and she'd be like, "Daddy, your snout's showing," and I'd look down and zip up or whatever.
Oh wait, you're. Never mind. I thought you meant something else, and I'm not gonna say that. Otherwise, we're gonna start talking about 10-meter dicks, and that'd be twice as dick.
Be twice as impossible.
And twice as lovely.
10. Wait, and not just because it's the American measurement system. Meter. That's a meter stick, right? It's like 4 foot, 3 foot, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and then you're talking about 5, and then you said 10. That's stupid. That's stupid.
It's the size of a school.
That's a whale.
Yeah. I mean, okay. Well, we're talking about length at this point, but I think girth is an issue that should be brought up.
I don't think we need to bring.
Well, whatever exactly. What kind of diameter are we talking about? This is, it's an issue. This is something to be considered.
I don't know if I want to be in this conversation.
Well, you see, you have a diagram which has an x-axis and the y-axis, and what you have is 2 points that interject with one another in order to create a point where they meet. And
hey, they have draw tools on here, Cecil. You could actually demonstrate with a graph.
I think we need a diagram. I think we need more visual.
You could draw dick pictures on here, and we'll seem real mature.
All right. Somebody has to teach me how to do that. Hang on.
What we really need is someone to get on camera so we can draw dicks on their face.
Negative.
But I mean, it's having dicks on camera is not nearly as impressive as drawing them on people's faces. Am I right? Can I get a what?
What?
Okay, is it just anywhere on their face, or is it like on the cheek pointing towards their mouth? Because that's when it's really funny.
Well,
if it's just on the forehead, it's just kind of. I mean, anybody can do that, but how do you get somebody that side?
Well, it still can be on the forehead, but still reach the mouth.
Oh, over the nose?
Oh.
You know, I haven't pranked enough people with that to really. We just would write stupid shit on their heads when they pass out, like eggs and snot or something like that. You know, we didn't.
I was trying to make you laugh. I feel so bad for interrupting, but yeah, you guys never shut your gobs, man. Miles actually don't know what gobs are. I was thinking about providing you with the link of Billy Connolly, but I've just thought of somebody else that will make you laugh, and they're American, so I don't know if you'll get the. Well, you might get the.
If it's clips of Joe Biden, I will laugh. I will laugh.
Give me 2 seconds, I'll see if I can find this song. Me and my grand are big fans. It's like country or western, whichever, or both. It's comedy.
That's real sweet of you, Seth.
Just have to try.
Are we still here?
Hello?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Hello?
Is this the ghost of Barry White visiting us?
Nope.
Sorry, I think that was me. I dropped down for a hello. My bad.
Okay, so the ghost of Barry White hasn't come to visit us, and I got all excited for nothing. Sing something for me, then, damn it.
Nathan,
yeah, just keep using the bass. That's all. Just, dear God, that's a lot of bass. Go ahead, do it. Sing something.
Boom, 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 boom. I don't know. I mean,
that's a lovely voice. That's lovely.
Why? Thank you.
We got the changeover. You had 5 minutes and.
Why is Fudd so damn quiet?
Oh, asleep.
I think so. Fudd. There's going to be a changeover. You don't want to get left, do you? Come on, Fudd.
Oh no, is it time to shut down, Nadia? Looks like it's getting darker where you are.
Or at least time to hop over.
Oh, we got another. Oh, okay, I'll click it. My bad. Anybody that hasn't noticed, there is a link for a new Hangout in the chat.
Yes, if anyone would be interested in pressing that link, you can just press it and get to the other link, to the other chat.
I love your the kind of voice that you use there. Trying to.
I'll see you all there.
Yep.
I'll see you. Okay, I'll see you over there.
Yep.
I'm here.
That is bizarre.
No, Will's gone.
Nadia, it's so good to see you smiling like that. Shit, you look happy as fuck. I'm very happy for you, girl.
I'd be happier if my body were not in such bad shape, but okay. Like if I don't know, didn't have something in my crotch that's not a woman's, and
Yeah,
I saw a woman's face in the mirror.
I don't know what to say about
heard
that.
a woman's voice when I spoke, and so on.
Oh my God. Hello.
Yeah, man. Oh, sorry.
Oh, come on. There we go.
You didn't like my milky bath. I get it. Sorry, I forgot what I had up there.
That wasn't a picture of you actually putting milk in his own.
No, it's not me. But milk does a body good. That's a fact.
Life is not sour.
Sweet and sour milk makes your nutsack grow. At least I hope so. Otherwise, I've been wasting a lot of milk. Oh my God. But I personally love the little party you have going there, going back and forth.
I gotta yell at her. not a nutsack if it's not got nuts in it. So yeah, called a
Well, you
squirrel.
got your nuts off the air.
What's that?
I was just glad that was off the air. The nutsack song.
Actually, we're feeding back into the other one.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Oh, great. Isn't it?
Yeah, all the audio is
Jello.
feeding back between
the Milky Nutsack song.
Yeah, Jello. What, did I miss something? That was my girl. What was one?
Our Milky Nutsack song.
Oh no! Oh, there was Milky Nutsacks. I love milk. I love milk so much.
Man, I think you just like
You like
the smell of
milk,
it.
Nadia? It does the body good, you know.
Sorry about that.
Hey, Nadia, is there a link to like the follow-up hangout?
Oh yeah, bear with me. I have to like pull the trigger like almost me. Oh, screw it. I'll give you the link here. And
This isn't even a follow-up hangout. She just didn't want me on